The drama on the board has never been more intense as the 2023 Champions Chess Tour moves to the semifinals. And these two guys will be making moves on the board, and yet is sure to be another epic battle in a long rivalry. Can Fabiano Caruana finally overtake Magnus Carlsen in a high-stakes rapid match? He'll have to bring his best chess because the king is on form here in Toronto. Can Nodirbek Abdusattorov maintain his form after sending Hikaru Nakamura home? The youngster wants to prove these guys are no longer his heroes, they are his rivals. And speaking of rivals, Wesley seems to have none in Toronto. He feels the flow, he's ready to go. It's time to hit the road. The Champions Chess Tour semifinals starts now.
You've heard the sayings, the road less traveled, rubber meets the road, I'm on the road to nowhere. That need to get up and go, to just shut up and drive to parts unknown. It's in our DNA. But this road has an end, and the beginning, well, let's throw that in reverse.
It's over. We have a winner, Magnus Carlsen.
What has this kid got in store?
He might.
One move checkmate.
There's been curves, hills, corners, and even a breakdown or two.
The game is over.
That's a wrap.
We see a reaction. Magnus is
Magnus, mouse slipped.
Oh my gosh, look at Jordan's face.
Some have pulled over, but some
What is he doing?
slammed that foot to the floor and just kept going.
Any second now, Hikaru Nakamura is the winner. Nodirbek Abdusattorov, Maxime, Vachier-Lagrave, the Frenchman. He wins the AI Cup.
After 6 stops along the way, it's time for the greatest proving ground in online chess to drop that final pin in the GPS. Destination, Toronto, Canada. 8 players from all 4 corners of the globe descend on the Queen City with one goal: to prove who the one true king of online chess really is.
I think this is the strongest final there's ever been.
I know that it will not be easy.
It's nice to play in top tournament.
Magnus will want revenge.
It's my last tournament of the year. I'm a bit desperate to end it well.
It's having the opportunity to play against the best players in the world. It's always a challenge, and I enjoy it.
It's going to be a very close fight. It's going to be very exciting.
Live from Toronto, Canada, this is the 2023 Champions Chess Tour Finals, and it starts now.
Indeed, we are live from Toronto, Canada. Once again, what a beautiful wide shot of this amazing city. Toronto, Canada has become one of the capitals to the chess world over the last couple years, and we welcome you back in here where we've been for the last couple years, the Chess.com Global Championship, now the Champions Chess Tour Final. Danny Wrench alongside James Canty, Levy Rosman looking fresh over there in that suit, and I think I'm going to throw to you, Levy, because the clothes demand it. You get to have our opening thoughts. Here we sit, 4 players left. 4 players went home yesterday. Man, that happened fast. Your thoughts?
Well, that's the format, right? Yeah, I mean, we've got some familiar names in our semifinal, which is going to start today. We've also got names like Nodirbek Abdusattorov, who is familiar, but also very cool to see the 19-year-old on this grand stage has a chance to compete for 200,000. So I'm pumped, guys. I mean, yesterday was wild. We almost had the craziest comeback story in Hikaru, but unfortunately, his journey was cut short. I'm pumped for today's games, though.
Are you surprised that comeback story stopped right there? We know he's your guy, but really where we sit now, how surprised are you about that?
I am very surprised. And I mean, you see him win everything from Title Tuesdays to Fisher Randoms to qualifying for candidates. Like, he wins everything. So when he doesn't, it's like, what's going on? Like, is the sky red type thing, right? But, I mean, it just tells you how strong the field is, especially in the Nodirbek or Abdusattorov right now, too.
Yeah. Well, you saw Hikaru's thoughts, too. He felt that given how he started, where he ended wasn't so bad. And, of course, maybe he just ran out of steam a little bit. Obviously, Nodirbek Abdusattorov is the name still here, along with the big 3 in Magnus, Wesley, and Fabi. But okay, we could talk for a long time about what an epic day it was yesterday. It was 8 hours of a broadcast, but we tried to boil it down for you in this roughly 2-minute highlight recap in case you missed it.
everything was at stake for some players in the final round of the round robin. For others, their fate was already sealed. Wesley So and Magnus Carlsen's performance had guaranteed them the first and second spot, regardless of the round's results. Fabiano Caruana and Nodirbek Abdusattorov had clinched spots in the survival stage. Everyone else was playing for their life. Hikaru Nakamura won his match against 17-year-old Denis Lazavik, but his place in the rest of the tournament was still not guaranteed. If Alireza Firouzja won his match against Magnus, Hikaru would no longer qualify. Alireza was on track to do just that, starting with a win with the black pieces. The second game simplified down to a rook and bishop for Magnus against a rook for Alireza. With seconds on the clock, Alireza blundered and allowed Magnus to set up a mating net, sending the match to Armageddon.
White king could be in a mating net.
Oh,
and there it is.
Back, he's losing now. Yep. He's in the net.
He's in the net. He walked right into the net. Bishop can even.
And they know it. They know it. Magnus Carlsen gets the job done, takes it to Armageddon.
With the black pieces and 9 minutes on the clock, Alireza survived an up and down middle game, but eventually lost on time. Hikaru's survival was all thanks to his longtime rival Magnus. Squeaking by in 6th place, Hikaru faced off against 5th place finisher MVL. After the pair traded wins with the white pieces, their Armageddon game was a wild one. Despite missing a puzzle rush-like tactic, Hikaru simplified to an easy draw with the black pieces, winning the match and staying alive.
He's pretty much pre-moving at this point. He knows he's safe. He gets the draw. Nakamura's through.
Meanwhile, Fabiano and Nodirbek played for the right to a spot in the semifinals, the loser to face Hikaru for the other spot. Just like the Hikaru MVL match, the player with the white pieces won in both games, setting the stage once again for Armageddon. Nodirbek had a great position out of the opening, but his advantage withered away until a blunder allowed Fabiano to play a beautiful mating pattern. Hikaru faced off against Nodirbek in the last match of a long day at the office. Relatively conservative chess led to 2 draws, and it was time for one more Armageddon. Nodirbek won the black pieces with an aggressive bid of 9 minutes 35 seconds. The young former World Rapid champion maintained his composure through a complex game, managing his time well and leveraging his draw odds, playing all the way to king versus king to win the match. As the top finisher of the round robin, Wesley So was given the choice of opponents in the semi-final, and he chose Nodirbek. This means that Fabiano will face a familiar foe in Magnus in the other semi-final.
It's hard not to feel heartbroken for the players who were sent home. It's hard not to feel exhausted after watching that recap video of what we know in live fashion was many, many hours. But there you have it, guys. Wesley So chose Nodirbek Abdusattorov. We're going to get to that in a second. But first, that meant Magnus Carlsen is stuck, quote unquote, air quotes here, against his longtime rival, Fabiano Caruana. And let's dive right in there, Levy, and talk first about Magnus Carlsen and his thoughts versus Fabiano Caruana.
Yeah, this is an age-old matchup, really since 2018. That was the only World Championship match where Magnus Carlsen could not beat his opponent in the classical portion. They played out 12 draws, and that was also the only time it was ever that close at the top of the leaderboard in classical rating.
Yeah.
They were about 3 or 4 rating points apart only. But this is rapid. This is not classical.
Yeah.
And in rapid chess, Magnus has had Fabiano's number. That really is the story. And this is rapid. We are not playing classical. Fabiano has had an unbelievable year in classical.
It's rapid now.
Very different format. Right. For the third time, it's rapid.
But how do you build on that? How do you build on your classical, your mindset going into rapid here versus Magnus?
Honestly, I mean, a lot of times I'll ask the questions to the players, hey, what do you need to do? Like, how do you get yourself into this mindset? And a lot of times they just say, hey, it's a lot about consistency and experience. I've been here many times before. Hopefully I can get a better chance today. Or even Hikaru says, today I'm just going to play a little bit of chess. If I feel good, I play good type of thing. And that's exactly what Fabi's going to have to bring, especially with these 4 games he's going to have to play Magnus today.
Well, we've talked about Magnus Carlsen dominance over his generation, including Fabiano Caruana, but let's talk about his dominance as far as accuracy goes here at the Champions Chess Tour final, Levy.
95%. I would be shocked if he wasn't ranked 1 on that list. Obviously, when you get into the tiny details of Abdusattorov at 91 versus Caruana at 90, it's all about the same. But we do have to remember, Magnus does have a tendency to play some provocative chess. And in his match against Fabiano, which was in the round-robin stage, Magnus won that match, not in the Armageddon. So he won that match in game 2 when he played with the black pieces, played an offbeat opening, got a very provocative position, and outmaneuvered Fabiano. So right now, all advantages in their head-to-head match today and tomorrow point to Magnus.
Yeah. Well, and as the players said and all agreed, Hikaru made those comments first in his sort of exit interview. Wesley so doubled down that the more games tends to mean more Magnus, and no one has dominated high-level chess more than Magnus Carlsen, actually in the history of the game. We had some fun putting this together for everyone. Here are the longest streaks, the longest uninterrupted streaks as world number 1 in history. You see them there, 1, 2, 3, 4, or 4, 3, 2, 1, depending on how you want to break it down. That's right, we're in Toronto. We're talking about the Maple Leafs. Congrats on their win last night, by the way. Number 4 was Bobby Fischer. A couple of asterisks here, guys. They didn't track this stat for very long with Bobby Fischer, and then, of course, he retired early. So we should probably not hold 54 months against him, but Anatoly Karpov coming in at number 3. Garry Kasparov, 117 months there and 96 months. That's 2 streaks. That's pretty crazy.
2 of them.
And then you've got Magnus Carlsen at 150 months as of this year, of course, in December. He is the undisputed, well, if you go by ratings and the thing we just put together there, he is the undisputed, uninterrupted GOAT as far as being the highest-rated chess player in the world. I don't think those stats surprise you guys, but what do you think about that when you see it really in front of you, 150 months as world number 1?
Why'd they do that? Why didn't they just say like 1,500 days? That was like, what are we measuring babies? Like, is that what we're doing? My baby's 28 months old, like 150. Why can't we combine Kasparov's, just like cherry pick? Well, he had 200 total.
It actually really, when you see it that way, Garry Kasparov's two streaks,
bro.
That's pretty crazy.
That is pretty crazy there. In fact, I think about it as like, in the superhero movies when like you got like Captain America and you're like, what does he actually do? He's a man. He's super, but he's not really that super when you got Superman on your team type thing, right? So, of course, with that being said, that's a lot of months. But, I mean, Kasparov having 2, I mean, that's real close. That was real close. Well,
he's kind of like Tom Cruise in the second Top Gun Maverick movie. It's like he was number 1, and then he retired, and then they went and got him again. Have you seen the second Top Gun movie?
Yeah.
Okay, if not, I'm spoiling it for you.
It was a good movie.
I think that's a pretty good reference.
It's a great reference.
Thank you. Garry Kasparov is Tom Cruise, but all right, we've talked a lot about Magnus Carlsen and now Garry Kasparov. Let's talk about the opponent here. Levy, you take it away.
Let's go.
Paint me the picture. How does Fabiano Caruana forget about that 19-8 decisive score head-to-head record and come in here?
I don't think he has to forget it because I don't think he even knows. Remember, we're the commentators, right? We got to talk about, it's 19-8 with 15 draws because we can pull the stats from the internet. These guys don't know. They know that obviously advantage. That's what they know. They know it from the World Championship match in 2018 when Magnus won 3-0. It was convincing. But even to this day, he's had an advantage. He had an advantage in this particular event, winning with the black pieces. I think Fabiano is going to have to see what kind of Magnus shows up. Is Magnus going to be provocative with his openings and provoke Fabiano into fights, considering it worked out well in the round-robin stage? Right. Or is Magnus going to sit back and let Fabiano come to him? We both know that we know they're stubborn. They're both stubborn. In their World Championship match, they played the same openings over and over, and nobody could break through. So I'm really curious to see what's going to happen today. Provocative Magnus or solid Magnus, making Fabi bring a positional long-term fight to him? About to find out.
Yeah, I think Fabi actually has a more consistency in playing Magnus than anyone else. I mean, he played him 12 classical games there, played him, however many rapid games, 19-8 there, right, having all the games played there. A lot of consistency and knowing what Magnus likes, what he doesn't like. That doesn't mean that, this is what he is on paper, this is what we're going to do. That doesn't mean it's going to be easier for you, but at least he has a little bit more consistency and experience facing Magnus. So sometimes, as you said, what kind of Magnus shows up can definitely dictate how Fabi plays today. Hopefully he's ready for it.
I think it's a good point that we talk about Fabi losing these matches against Magnus. He's also played a lot of high-stakes matches against Magnus. He's got to get credit for that. Right. It wouldn't be a storyline otherwise. But all right, it's time to move to the other storyline, back to our bracket, reminding you that Wesley he chose his opponent. He gave his reasoning. It just doesn't make sense to choose a world number 1 or world number 2, no matter how dangerous the young Abdusattorov might be. But let's head over to that matchup, and I want to start first with you, Canty, actually, on the mindset of the youngster getting chosen to play against Wesley So. How you dealing with that?
I'm heated. I'm like, what, you gonna pick me? Now, of course, you only had one other person to pick, but at the same time, you take it personal, and I'm taking it personal all the way through. I lost my first 2 matches, then I made it through, and you're gonna pick me, Wesley? Yeah, you might be the top right now, but I'm going to beat you, is what my mindset is.
Levy, your thoughts?
I agree. You have to choose one or two, right? It's like when you're picking the teams in kickball or dodgeball in school. You're going to pick the person you think is going to serve your team better. In this case, Wesley chose the person he thinks he has a higher chance of defeating over 2 games of rapid chess. Wow. It's not disrespect. It's just the reality of the situation. 100%. Very curious, by the way, had Hikaru made it. I know he's out.
Yeah.
Like, who would you have chosen?
Hikaru's
maybe the better player, but I beat him twice in
Somewhere in the
Toronto,
multiverse, that's happening right now.
Yes, in one other dimension, but he's not here. So he picked Nodirbek. Well, okay, so why does Wesley think he has an advantage? Experience, right? He's a decade older, if not slightly more, right? So he probably thinks he has slightly better opening repertoire to angle and kind of deviate and things of that nature. So I don't know. We'll find out if he's right or wrong. Nodirbek obviously going to come with a chip on his shoulder, try to prove Wesley incorrect. And if Nodirbek wins, it'll be a sensation.
Oof. And we also heard from Wesley yesterday. You made a great point that top-level chess is changing. Wesley likes Nodirbek. He's like, we're boys, right? We just spent a bunch of time together in a team event, right? And he didn't say too much about what happened in their casual blitz games, but maybe there's even more to that, right? Wesley beat Nodirbek in the round robin. It did go to Armageddon, but he beat him, right? And maybe Wesley, just recency bias even, just feels more confident against Nodirbek. But all right, we're excited here, and we are late to get to our 4th team member. She's here. Kaya, we know you're out there in the hall somewhere. Kaya. Tune in with what you got for us.
Hey, Danny. Yep, that's right. You guys in there where the action is happening. I'm out here in the lounge where the relaxing is happening. This is where the players chill out in between games. And before games, we just saw Fabiano Caruana, first player to arrive here for the semifinals, actually the only player so far to arrive. And I actually met Fabi at breakfast today as well. I can give you some inside information. He was having eggs and bacon. And also, listen to this, he had both tea and coffee. So he will be energized today when he faces Magnus Carlsen, who yesterday, he was so relaxed. He didn't have a lot of pressure on him yesterday. So Magnus Carlsen in this lounge was in such a good mood. And for the first time in my life, following Magnus Carlsen around for 9 years now, I heard him doing small talk. Not going to reveal to who he was talking, but he was talking about the weather, just loving that the sun now is out in Toronto. Now, it's going to be a lot less packed here today because obviously 4 players left the tournament, only 4 players left. Hikaru Nakamura has left the premises, so has Alireza Firouzja, no longer in Canada. But I hear rumors, Maxime, Vachier-Lagrave and Denis Lazavik are still here. So hopefully they will come down to hang out with us today. And I am keeping an eye on this space because more players might be coming in. The big day, the semifinals about to start, Danny.
It's fun to hear Magnus engaging in small talk. I was out there. You also see the pillow behind you, Kaya. That's Magnus pillow talk right there. I don't know if you want to show that real quick. That was a white elephant gift that Alireza Firouzja snatched after our white elephant video and then gave it to me on his way out. And someone drew a heart around it. I don't know who did that. I love it. There you go. That's Magnus Carlsen. He'll be there on the couch all day. Might be snuggling up with that later when we get a little tired. But all right.
It is shocking. I said it's shocking. Alireza did not want to take that home to France.
It's shocking. No, he almost did, but he said he couldn't fit it in his bag. I don't know if that was an excuse. Either way, Kaya just went through the pleasant experiences that the players are having when they're chilling with us. But the next video we're going to throw right before games get underway here in our semifinals is something that maybe goes into the unpleasant conversation of fair play. And we know that players don't necessarily enjoy it, but they've all been super cooperative in embracing the need for us to invest and take it seriously. And so I want to take everyone through a behind-the-scenes tour to answer the question, can you really secure over-the-board chess tournaments? Can you make sure that human play and clean play is happening? The answer is yes, and hopefully you enjoy this walkthrough. Well, hey, everyone. We're here at the Chess.com Champions Chess Tour Finals, and of course, fair play is a huge topic for everyone around the world, as it should be, including questions like, can you actually keep a venue secure? Can you actually stop cheating, even if it's some of the most advanced spyware level stuff out there? The answer is yes, you can. And where I just entered is where the players enter. They can go directly to their rooms and back from here. But now we're going to walk through as if we're a regular person this guy's going to say you don't belong here. But okay, jokes aside. All right, now we're going to get into the real stuff, all right? Players are brought down into this area before games at a scheduled time so that they have enough time to be fully checked for fair play. This right here is the private lounge area where only staff are allowed to have electronics. The players are not allowed to have any electronics with them once they've entered this area. But when they come early, they do so because they need plenty of time to get fully checked by our fair play tech. I'll try to talk a little softer because they're actually playing their games right now. But okay, at some point here, a player will come over and they'll wait in this line before being asked to enter the private fair play screening area. Once we're in this private fair play screening area, the players wait, only one player in here at a time. I'm standing here right next to a sir who looks like he has a fancy device. What's your name, sir?
My name is George. I work with the fair play department. My job is to detect cheaters, is to find out if anyone is trying to get a gadget that helps him win the game. That's not gonna happen on my watch.
Not gonna happen on his watch, okay. All right, this is a little bit fancier than the normal kind of thing you see in RFT scanner. What exactly is this doing that's different?
It's called a nonlinear junction detector. Its job is to detect any signals transmitted from another device outside or transmitted from a device that is on a player who's trying to cheat outside to a foreign sender. It can only be acquired from specific countries. It's not like a normal metal detector that you just buy on eBay.
And I'm going to add a little bit more to that. This device was actually recommended to us specifically by a firm that we hired to audit this entire process. This recommendation came to us as a device that is capable of detecting not just active signals being sent, i.e. what RFT scanners can do, but also detect signals that are sort of enclosed within the device, which would allow more advanced spyware to potentially communicate on a person's body directly to them. Even if there isn't a signal actively being sent, this device is capable of picking it up. I'm gonna put this down. We know I'm full of technology here. I'm gonna hand this to a cameraman who you don't know. It's a microphone. I guess I don't even know why we're doing this. I'm full of the things that are going to get detected. I didn't actually hide anything here, which is good to know. Maybe I should have. Okay, we're going to find out. We'll see. That's right. Don't assume anything. It's pretty phenomenal stuff. Thank you, George. This is pretty much just a bunch of cameras for the show. We do have cameras everywhere, so we're watching the players no matter what. Now, after they've been scanned, they are not allowed to leave this area, like, period, during active gameplay. So you're talking about an area that is maybe more secure than any over-the-board chess tournament that has ever been secured. That's what you're talking about, right? Let's say they come out here. Again, they're also watched closely by staff the entire time out here in addition to the cameras. One of those staff is this guy over here. His name is Greg. We are also randomly scanning not just this area. George in there and Greg are also scanning the bathroom on a regular basis to pick up any type of device. George is making sure that anyone who would get anything out here is being scanned by this, which would pick up all of the, I guess, the more basic stuff. No other obvious slips happen once they've been fully detected by spyware. And again, we are observing them every step of the way, and Greg's job is to make sure that if anyone enters the bathroom or leaves the area, they are fully then re-entered with security so that we keep them under lock and key, I guess, if that's something you can say that you're doing to a human being without getting canceled. So we're keeping the players under lock and key. You can mark that down. And I hope that watching this video showed you what we're doing. I hope you appreciate it. It's some pretty high-level stuff. I definitely am making a call to every over-the-board organizer to invest in their own nonlinear junction detection devices, because at this point, if you're not doing that, you're not doing it good enough, and we hope that you will consider investing in the same way that chess.com has. We out. I didn't actually drop the microphone on the floor. I caught it with the other hand that was off camera. That's movie magic.
Very nimble.
I got a question.
Yeah.
I know we're gonna have a show here. I know also we're always jovial, entertaining. I have a serious question. Two serious questions. Number one, how much does large-scale anti-cheat device and capability in catching like we have here, how much does that cost?
Great question.
Yeah, George said this off camera, but it's not available everywhere. And depending on where you get them and some of the details, between $40,000 to $60,000 for something.
American
to
dollars?
really put the whole package together.
So as we
a lot.
As we grow all of this production, we have bigger events. This becomes the norm as we try to build chess into a media product around the top players and competitions like this. We're going to have to seriously invest in it, which is very difficult because there's over-the-board tournaments around the world that are like actively losing money. Like the organizers in a tournament somewhere in Europe can't spend this amount of money. So, and it's a problem. We've never, chess has always operated on an honor system and devices that we never thought could actually assist you that were microscopic, right? So It's an issue, no?
But that is the key to that device, is it's capable of picking up microscopic things hidden in anywhere that would be. But all right, we're getting set for chess. We see some of the players coming in here. Wesley's already chilling. Nodirbek is pacing. So we're going to throw it across the pond. And, well, you guys watched the video, David, Robert, and Tanya. David, I'm going to start with you. We are establishing that humans are playing clean chess here. Have you ever felt more human or more clean?
Well, Danny, frankly, I'd love to be accused. It means that I would be playing great chess, superhuman chess, which some of the players out there are capable of doing. But I just want to give you kudos there for doing everything possible, not just for ensuring everything's clean, but for ensuring there's zero paranoia, another thing we want to get rid of from the game.
And I want to give a shout out to Rita, because I'm feeling extra clean, makeup, hair, everything. So thank you to Rita, who's doing such hard work behind the scenes.
We love you, Rita. I know Rita. Shout out to Rita. But all right.
Hey, Rita.
Shout out to everyone. Shout out to you guys. We can't wait to hear your commentary. We'll be joining you at some point in the middle of these games. Going to be an epic day. So, Tanya, we'll let you take it from here. Take it away.
Hey, guys. Well, cheating has always been a concern, but I think now more than ever, where chess is, where we are, transparency and fair play is more important than ever. And that was some really, really cool stuff that we saw. And it's time to get to some even more cool stuff, as the chess is about to begin. It is day one of the semifinals. Two big clashes coming up, two big fights coming up. What are you most looking forward to from the players today?
Everything. We got the semifinals. We're down to our final four people, and with that being the case, Wesley he's taking on Nodirbek Abdusattorov, Fabiano Caruana, Magnus Carlsen. What is this, the World Championship? No, it's a Champions Chess Tour Finals, but two excellent matchups.
Absolutely, Wesley. So against Nodirbek. Nodirbek made it very clear with his win over Hikaru Nakamura that he is here to stay at top-class chess. It's not a one-day thing. We're going to be seeing the best of Nodirbek for many, many years to come, David.
Yeah, you don't knock out Nakamura and not go on to have a fantastic future in chess. He's already up there with the best, mingling with the best. Such a tender age, but he's one to watch. He could be the dark horse. Only 4 players left. With a bit of luck, if he continues showing the aggression he's displayed at this event, he's definitely capable.
It's going to be a fun fight. And of course, the other big one, Magnus versus Fabi. That is going to be super exciting to watch. And Kaya caught up with Fabi earlier today to check in with his mindset.
It's a big day, semifinals, and Fabiano Caruana plays the semifinals against Magnus Carlsen. What should we expect, Fabi?
Well, I think it will be a very tough match for sure. And I don't know really what to expect. I am ready to play. I'm just in a good mood to be here, to be in the semifinals. It's already been a very tough tournament, and I went through the gauntlet. I played all the players, and it's so far been going okay. I had one bad day. But besides the second day, I actually won all my matches. So if I don't count the matches I lost, then I'm doing very well.
You faced him so many times, Magnus Carlsen. What seems to be the key to be able to beat him in a match?
Well, you have to play at a very high quality. It's I don't think that there's any secret strategy or anything. He's a player who plays very well almost always. He of course doesn't make mistakes like everyone, and that's the only thing. You just have to be playing at a high level, playing at your best to be able to exploit those mistakes.
Yes. And as you say, the accuracy. I think he's at 95% here in the Tour Finals. How difficult is it to play against that?
Oh, of course, it's difficult. I mean, nobody expected it would be easy to play Magnus. I have to say, I didn't have any easy matches here, so it's not like I wasn't without challenge. And some matches do give me quite a bit of confidence.
For example?
Well, especially yesterday. I mean, I felt like I was in a good mood yesterday and things went well, despite maybe some minor hiccups. And I feel like if I play like I did yesterday, then I'll have a decent shot.
Best of luck today, Fabi.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. Fabiano Caruana against Magnus Carlsen today. Back to you guys.
Fabi is ready to go, and we are ready with some odds for the clashes that are coming up. Robert, what stands out to you in this one?
I always say it, when Magnus Carlsen plays, he is the odds-on favorite. This is proven true by this Chess.com stats team. But that Wesley-Nodirbek matchup, 60% Wesley, 40% Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Will it be 4 out of 10 in this match to send Abdusattorov, the young Uzbek phenom, to the finals?
71-29, David, to me that feels a bit high.
Yeah, it might feel harsh on Fabiano Caruana, but it is based on recent history. Even in this event alone, Magnus did defeat Fabiano in the round robin. So it's about Fabiano just upping his game. He needs to catch Magnus on an off day, but he also has to bring his best. We have to trust the stats team.
We do, but when it comes to sports, you can take the numbers and throw them out of the window because what matters is what form the players show up in today. And one thing's been very clear, that while Magnus is excellence himself, Fabi has been redefining excellence all year.
Fabi's been the player of 2023 in classical chess. And in their World Championship matchup, it was 12 draws, but Magnus did take him down in rapid history. It does speak, and it has been Magnus dominating their head-to-head matchup.
And in just a few moments, the 2018 World Championship fighters will be on the board fighting for that spot into the finals of the Champions Chess Tour. And it's handshakes, it's go time. The big question, what is Magnus's approach? And he starts with the King's Pawn opening. We haven't seen him employ 1e4 so often during this finals.
Yeah, Magnus has been mixing it up, freestyling a bit, but I can remember so many clashes between these two in e4, e5. It's the main line of the Spanish, the Ro Lopez opening here. And Fabiano, he's backing up his Chessable course, Robert.
He did so much research. He put so much heart and soul into that Chessable course. And no, this is not an advertisement. It's just knowing Fabiano. He trusts this opening weapon, and he's playing it against Magnus Carlsen. So much talk in the opening stage when they played in the World Championship match was about the Sicilian defense, the Rossalimo. But from the black side, Fabiano, he trusts this as a big weapon, and Magnus seems surprised.
And this early bishop c5, this development, it's the Archangels. You pointed it out. It is the big course by Fabi, unchessable. And I was at the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz calling the action. And Fabi had so many opportunities to play this, but he didn't. And we asked him, why are you not playing your course? And at that moment, Fabi was like, you know what? Everyone studied it. I'm not ready to employ it yet. He chooses the most important moment to go, and it is an important moment for these two players as well. Nodirbek versus Wesley. Go time. What are we expecting in this one?
I expect serious business. Wesley plays the King's Pawn opening, but he also took his glasses off after the handshake. It's what Wesley does. I don't know what that ritual is all about. I need to see. I use my glasses for that, but he puts them down, kind of getting into that boss mode, and we have another Spanish.
Yeah, all these top players, they have their own mannerisms, glasses down, clearing the throat, business time. A replica of the other battle. Will we see another Archangel, or the Dark Archangel, as Fabi termed his course? Moment of truth, Bishop comes out just one square. So this one has deviated from the other semi-final, but also a slower Spanish here with Wesley. So just pushing his pawn one square to d3, slow build up here, all the pieces on the board. Maximum tension tends to favor Abdusattorov, I would say, as he showed yesterday in many of his matches.
Yeah, Nodirbek always brings the fight, but he does have a solid style at his core. He's just never afraid to get into a mess. And now he strikes in the center, and look at Wesley doing the same. This is getting very concrete right now with all four pawns in the center staring at one another, and it's Nodirbek on the clock. He can capture in either direction.
Yeah, this is a big move from Wesley. So it shows he's been doing preparation as well, because until this last turn, it was the game Nakamura against Abdusattorov from yesterday. So clearly Wesley, while he wasn't playing, he was admiring the action, maybe watching our show even, and he was studying, he was preparing. Look how he's landed a surprise. Abdusattorov clearly wasn't ready for this pawn push. Whether it's strong or not, clearly there will be some poison attached. And the youngster now has to deal with the shock, recover, and then react.
And we're seeing fresh opening ideas on both our semi-finals matchup. They start in the same manner with the King's Pawn opening. We see the Spanish on the board, but different approaches by Black in these ones. Nodirbek opting for the bishop e7, while Fabi sticks to his course of getting the bishop to a more active square. Definitely tension on the board right now, tension in the center of the board right now. Who blinks first? What captures are we expecting here?
The difficulty for Nodirbek right now is he may capture a pawn, and Wesley probably will not recapture on that square. So for Nodirbek, there are actually quite a lot of tactics to work through, and I have to say, Wesley So has changed his style in Toronto. Typically, he's considered very solid, playing for small positional pluses. He's bringing the fight to Nodirbek, and he doesn't actually capture a pawn. I actually believe bishop g4 is the best move. He's saying, Wesley, now it's your turn. What capture are you going to make?
Wow, and Wesley shielding his face from the camera, shielding it from his opponent. He just pushes a pawn to h3. So much tension in the center. It's very rare to see all 4 pawns in the middle of the board staring off at each other like this without either side clarifying the situation. And now, again, big moment for Black right now. He needs to decide what to do with his light squared bishop, trade off for a knight, which you don't normally want to do, or retreat. The one thing in favor of trading off right now is that it does gain time for Black. Black would then be the first to trade off pawns in the center, but it's definitely a clash of home cooking, of home preparation here.
One major downside, I would say, of trading that bishop for the knight is this position about to open up. And in open positions, we prefer bishops over knights. So Nodirbek, he knows that. He's got the principles down. But he now has to calculate concretely, because if he does slide his bishop back, there's the possibility for Wesley to push pawns in front of his king to break a pin. It could get really wild on that side of the board. At the minimum, Nodirbek has to consider that.
Concrete calculation moment here for Nodirbek Abdusattorov, and it might be a good moment to actually do a little deep dive as well, David, because there are these options which allow white to capture the pawn. If black was to move back with the bishop, we can expect some aggressive play from white on the king side. Taking the knight is never a happy choice to part with the bishop pair as well. A big moment, and we do see Nodirbek going into quite a think. Right now, it requires it.
Yeah, critical moment, and I did, for a moment, see Abdusattorov give the trademark death stare to Wesley, maybe just trying to read his mind there, trying to figure out how deep the preparation goes. Normally, when you're shocked like this, you smell a rat and you try to dodge your opponent's preparation. But the problem is when it's this concrete, this forcing, you have to enter a really concrete, quite a linear variation here. And you asked for a deep dive, Tanya. Maybe it's time to do that. Let's check out what to do. He retreats his bishop. One of, I think, the most logical options, the desirable option. And,
oof.
Wow, aggression from Wesley So.
And Wesley's doing this so quickly that he must be in his preparation, because you don't throw pawns in front of your king forward unless you know what you're doing. It creates air in front of your king, vulnerable squares, pawns and squares left behind. But look at how concrete he's getting. We are about to see some liquidation in the center, but the EVLR slightly prefers white at this stage, although the e4 pawn's about to drop.
And it does drop. I must admit, this is scary stuff. This is risky stuff from Wesley So, but clearly he's analysed it with engines. And again, a big decision, a dilemma for black to take with the pawn. Sorry, my arrows are messed up here. To take with the pawn or to take with the bishop. Normally, you want to get as many pieces off the board as possible if you want to play for safety. But then you look at the white king and you realise it is a bit open. So maybe taking back with the pawn would be my choice, the most natural. And he goes for it. Really interesting preparation here from Wesley So. He's banking on the fact that his kind of target here on e4 is just stuck behind enemy lines, and he might be able to pick it off in the near future. I think the black pawn on e4, weaker than its counterpart, the white pawn on e5 right now.
And Wesley's got a decision to make now. Does he trade the queens? Does he sidestep with his own queen, putting pressure on the black e4 pawn that you're talking about? Queen e2 would be a move that comes to mind here. Nodirbek also eyeing the d5 square for his own queen if white's queen was to sidestep, defending his pawn. Not just that, also putting pressure on white's pawn on e5. We will keep an eye out on this one, whether Wesley decides to go for an endgame or keep the tension on. But let's head over to Magnus Carlsen versus Fabiano Caruana. And this started with Fabi's opening of the Archangels. And I have no doubt that Magnus has looked at that course.
He probably has, but I'm looking at his clock. He's the one investing more time. Is that because he trusts Fabi, knowing that he is perhaps the world's leading expert in this opening? That must be a part of it. But I'm looking at this position, and it's completely different from the other game. Not a single piece, not even a pawn, has been traded at this stage. And for Fabi, he knows the main ideas. And I think one of those is to push pawns in the center. And it's not the D pawn, it's not the E pawn, but the C pawn as a standard in the Spanish. You might move your knight out to the rim to attack the light square bishop and then push your c pawn. But wow, he makes this kind of quiet rook move that catches me off guard. But I have to say I trust Fabi. Even if I don't understand it, he probably does.
Yeah, he is the expert after all, as I think 43 hours plus of video footage on Chessable confirms on this opening. Right now, Magnus has the pawn center. Visually, I like his position, but what next? It's that, again, this standoff in the center. And I should mention there's history between these two in this exact opening. They faced off in the Isle of Man in this opening before, with some crazy tactics there a bit later on. It's just the two foremost experts on the Spanish opening right now, facing off against each other. We're guaranteed to learn, especially from the next few moves.
Yeah, absolutely going to be a masterclass in these structures and opening. And this mysterious move, this shift of the rook from the a8 file to b8 is sort of preemptive of black's further expansion on the queen side. Eventually, what black wants to do is start pushing that a pawn down the board. Somewhere in the future, maybe the knight moves forward to a5 and the c pawn moves ahead as well, eventually trying to break on the queen side. And when that happens, you want your rook on the open line. You want it on the b line. So even though right now it looks a little mysterious, it starts making a lot of sense once those pawns moves forward.
Yeah, Magnus is playing a bit of a waiting game himself because in a previous game against Fabiano, I'm pretty sure he pushed that a pawn instead of to a3 to a4 earlier on and even got it to a5, if I remember correctly. Or actually, maybe that was Fabi with the white pieces against Magnus. Am I have my colors reversed right now, David?
Yeah, I think you're right, Robert. Either way, we have memories. We have very fond memories of that dramatic game from Isle of Man. I believe it was 2018. A long, long time ago. But the one thing that's surprising me is that Magnus has burned a lot of time on the clock here. Magnus has spent more than 5 minutes, as Tania's plan, on the board now. Black throwing pawns forward on the queen side. So Magnus has burned this time, but it was predictable, this opening. After all, you know what your opponent's famous for. You research your opponent's games. He would have known, I mean, Chessable, it's a tool that all the top players use these days. He would have known that Fabiano has produced this course, spent months and months researching it. And then to not have prepared deeply in this relatively predictable position, a bit of a surprise to me, I must say.
And while you were talking, I did verify it was Fabiano on the white side of that game against Magnus Carlsen. Magnus won with black. It was Isle of Man 2017. So our memories, they were a bit hazy, but we were in the general direction. And look at that a-pawn. It's black's a-pawn going up to a4. Tania, you were advocating for white doing this. It looks like Fabi got there first.
No, I love it. I love this because now the knight from c6 can actually find itself on the square that has been vacated and the c-pawn would have moved forward. But right now, Magnus putting pressure. And what you're talking about, these opening dynamics, expecting the predictable line which your opponent has taken out a course on, maybe it's some sort of a meta situation here where Magnus feels that it's too predictable for Fabi to play this. So you know what? He's not going to play it at all in all these mind games.
This is true. Normally when players publish books or publish video courses on an opening, they stop playing the opening because they know everyone has access to their notes, their files, their knowledge. So they think, OK, I'm going to make a quick buck from producing, kind of publishing everything, and then I'm going to turn away and learn something new. But not Fabi. He's loyal to his beloved Archangel here.
And before publishing the course, Fabi played thousands and thousands of games. And this is the point that I was making earlier. The St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, which he won, he never employed the Archangels. And then he comes for the most important match against the world #1 and finally plays this opening.
Doesn't that show that he really believes in it? Because if he's saving it for some of the biggest moments in his career, like playing against Magnus Carlsen, and if any of these players make it to the finals, minimum $100,000 prize going into their bank account. So Fabi, he trusts this weapon, and he actually just did something very clever. He defended his pawn. It doesn't look like it, but tactics allow him to defend this b5 pawn. White's light square bishop went to attack it. Bishop d7 says once piece is clear, the diagonal and the b file, if you take that pawn, I'm actually going to gather back my material and be a happy camper.
Yeah, you can tell the expertise that Fabiano has here, just the calmness as well he's displaying. And frustrating for Magnus Carlsen. A lot of maneuvering right now, a lot of time burnt on the clock. He needs to decide when to change the pace, when to declare his intentions in the centre. It just feels too cagey right now. And Fabiano's in his comfort zone. For black, that is a psychological victory.
And Magnus Carlsen needs to be energetic right now. He has to take some critical decisions, either on the queen side or try and put pressure on the center, because it just feels that Fabi's next moves are easy to make. If White was to make a waiting move, well, this one attacks the b5 pawn, but I see it still might be possible. I was going to say that black just wants to jump with that knight from c6 to a5. That's really the dream. Not only eyeing the light square holes, the weaknesses in the position on the queen side, but what you really want is to get the c pawn up the board. You want to play c5 to force a decision in the center.
It's a wonderful position where it looks like White is overpowering Black's extended pawns on the queen side, but Black continues to defend tactically. I love your knight jump to the rim. It's not looking dim. It's actually looking quite intelligent here because Black has carved out important space and control of key squares over on that flank. So jumping the knight to the rim here seems smart. You are protecting the b5 pawn first with your light square bishop and that rook on b8. Once pieces land on b5, it's staring through the dark square bishop. That bishop may sacrifice itself in order to win a piece that lands on b5. So Magnus, Fabi, they have to calculate what is happening with all those pieces staring at that vulnerable pawn on b5.
I'm going to put you both on the spot. Who would you prefer here and why? All pieces still on the board, still very tense?
I actually play these positions from black, and I quite like them, actually. I really like the expansion on the queen side. I agree, Robert. I don't think black needs to pause to try and defend the b5 pawn with the rook. I think knight a5 would be the first move on my radar. I'm picking black here.
I also like black's position, but I like his time more. I like the way that Fabi seems to be in rhythm, and Magnus is the one, not just because of how he's holding his head at times and just moving about in his chair. I do feel like Fabi, he really trusts his position. I don't want to read in the body language, but just he feels sturdy, just by position, by look, and I think that he is the one who trot out his main repertoire.
What about you, David?
I'll go white, just to be different. After all, Magnus has built a career on the white side of the Roy Lopez, the Spanish. This is pretty much how he rose through the ranks and won some world championships against Anand, based on his expertise on the Spanish. So despite the fact I'm surprised Magnus has invested so much time in what could have been a position that he'd studied beforehand, yeah, I'll still choose white. I believe in the pawn center.
All right, well, so far in the balance with Magnus with his messy hair, expecting a messy position in just a few moves. Right now, this one, a lot more clarified in the center, and Wesley did take the decision to sidestep the queen trade, moves with the queen, putting pressure on the e4 pawn. Not much has happened, David, since we left it last, and it's going to be a fight about who gets to those central pawns first.
Yeah, the big question is, why is Wesley so thinking? Over 4 minutes on this last move. It must be because he's finally out of preparation, and his opening notes there must have run out. So Abdusattorov, huge relief for him as black that he's finally sidestepped this kind of bullet that was heading for him with opening prep. And I see some forcing lines, Robert. Maybe we can check them out.
Yeah, because you look at the e4 pawn thinking that's the most vulnerable, but a move like rook e1, making your intentions very clear. I think black responds with pawn to f5, temporarily defending the pawn on e4. And if you take en passant, oh no, you're opening up the f file. I can take back on f6 and your f2 square. It's really vulnerable, and black's pieces are super active.
Yeah, and OK, I thought I heard a clock. I think that might have been in the other board. But right now, I'm also wondering, rook to d4, f5 might be the answer anyway. Just you cannot allow this pawn to drop for no compensation, so why not open lines? This is, after all, where the white king is weakest. This is the main compensation. And yeah, black's bishops look far superior to their counterparts right now, far more active.
And because you guys have pointed out black's idea to go f5, try and open up the f line and target white's king, the g4 pawn, using that as a hook, can white try to get prophylactic about it, try to stop it with that bishop from c2, going back to where it came from? And not just that, I want to get bishop d5 if you're a little careless.
Yeah, I really like that idea, Tanya. A really nasty threat, and you stop the opponent's main idea. Psychologically, again, really nice move. I guess black would be obliged to prevent your threat of bishop into d5. The one downside, I guess, would be that this pawn is no longer under fire, but maybe this is the best way to at least stop an attack against the white king. If f5 is not possible, then white's king is a bit safer. He instead decides to plant his bishop on f4, so still maneuvering for now, still in the balance, and we'll check back a bit later.
And we are going to check in with our other board, as this one is slow to develop. Both players, very symmetrical position. And there are these small edges about trying to get a tempo in to the attack to that central pawns. And before we deep dive into this one, I think Danny's been missing. He's been getting some FOMO about the action, the chess action, and we're going to check in with him. Danny, what do you think about the positions and this opening approach by Fabi playing the Archangels?
I love the approach by Fabi and the Archangel. We know he knows these positions incredibly well. He's comfortable. I think you can see it, and not just because sometimes we read the player's body language, but I think he knows exactly what he's doing in these positions. He's right at home, and the eval bar, of course, says we're still at a 50-50 position, and of course we are, but I'm with David and Robert, if I was interpreting their commentary correctly, that I think this is a really good start, especially with the black pieces for Caruana.
Absolutely, and he definitely understands and knows these positions. I've also been looking at Magnus. Danny, he's been wearing this same hoodie, sweatshirt, shirt, whatever it is, since day one. What's going on with that also looking really sleepy and messy hair. Do you think he managed to freshen up before the game, or he just woke up like he usually does?
I think the bedhead speaks for itself, I guess. Sometimes the chess speaks for itself. I think the bedhead speaks for itself in terms of how quickly Magnus got down here. We know he had a good time last night hanging out with some of his friends here in Toronto. I don't know what they got up to, but he was on stream there for a little bit. But either way, I know Magnus changed into the green shirt at some point, so I'm not going to read too much into the lifestyle at this point. I think we're still pretty early on. But I think most importantly for Fabiano is his clock management also speaks to his comfort, and yeah, so I don't know. I mean, I'm kind of waiting to see what develops here, because I look at those odds that we have on screen. A lot of the top players even said they thought that Magnus might be a 70% odds favorite before the semifinals, back in the round robin stage. But if he loses a single game here, especially with the white pieces, I think things could change pretty quickly there as far as our stats go.
And Danny, if I remember correctly, Fabi was out by you when he was filming his chessable course. So this position's a bit deep down the line, but how confident is Fabiano in that repertoire? He's playing against the world champion, but do you have any insider knowledge about his preparation and his feelings about this opening?
Yeah, we talked about it every single day, actually. He was spending long hours in the studio where people often see me and you, Robert, there in our headquarters. But he was filming, and he said, one, how much he underestimated the difficulty of building a chessable course, because he put so much information down. But he also said how much he appreciated reviewing it. And you see how quickly he's playing. He's equalized easily. And again, don't bet against Magnus. This is a 50-50 position. But yeah, as far as Fabiano goes, if Magnus is going to be willing to go into the Archangel, you probably couldn't choose an opening that is more fresh in Caruana's brain right now.
Absolutely, Danny. And before we let you go, you mentioned Magnus has got some friends that have arrived at the venue. And I have to ask you, because we've got a lot of FOMO sitting here in Oslo. Eric, Aman, are the chess bras in the house?
Well, Eric and Aman were at their house last night, and that's where Magnus went and visited them. Again, probably someone can find clips on the internet. But yeah, Eric and Aman are around. I'll actually be catching up with them tonight. I don't want to spoil any other plans. I don't want to dox anybody as far as things that they're going to be doing. But I will say that they will be at the fan zone, of course, on Friday and Saturday. Unfortunately, for anyone hearing of that for the first time, it's completely sold out. So you may try to show up at the door and try to get in. I wouldn't blame you. Chess is a pretty hot ticket these days, but you will be turned away most likely unless people don't show up. And yeah, we're looking forward to it. So, ooh, I like this view. Look at that. We got two boards going. Sorry, I just got really excited here in Toronto. I love what I'm seeing.
Yeah, that's a really, really cool shot that we've got. Danny, thanks a lot. We'll be checking in with you later. And there are some very cool decisions on the board. We see on the left side, Magnus going all out in the center with that move E5. Definitely will need the deep dive. And meanwhile, on the right side, we've got Wesley updates with rooks being challenged on the D line.
Yeah, I must agree with Danny. I love this angle, all of the action, all packed onto one screen. And yeah, a bit of symmetry here with both games having white pawns on E5, very far advanced. Magnus on the left board, going for it now with this last move, finally pushing forward, trying to attack in the center. Things heating up there as the clocks are completely level. On the right board, I'm looking at the times. Wesley So's only got 4 minutes left, ticking under 4 minutes even, still very symmetrical. And it feels like Abdusattorov might start becoming a favorite if that momentum continues.
I'm looking at the clock. I'm looking at the position on the right-hand side. And Wesley starts to trade off pieces. And he's trading off all the rooks you see on the right-hand board. Wesley So traded one pair, goes the open file with the second. And Nodirbek can't be unhappy about that. Meanwhile, on the left-hand side, we see Magnus and Fabi. They're making some quick moves because Magnus took a knight with his bishop to ruin Fabi's kingside pawn structure, then drops his own knight in the center. That knight is getting very active on the left board on your screen here. So the time's about even on the left-hand side, but the position is quite messy.
Yeah, the position is messy, and actually two very different types of position. One heading straight for the endgame. That's the right board, left board. It's going to be chaos. I think Magnus, he's pressed that button now. He is ready to start fighting. And big questions asked of Fabiano. The evaluation bar says level, but suddenly the margin for error is tiny. Both players need to show accuracy just to hold the balance. And wow, I don't even know where the advantage lies on either side. Both of these kind of matches right now just displaying top quality chess. Everyone on form at this stage.
And look at that rook that Nodirbek has just planted on d3. He says, you want to trade? Sure, but you trade on my terms, because if you capture on d3, that gives Nodirbek a really, really strong passed pawn with the pawn. And we will wait for Wesley's decision, but big decisions to be made by Magnus Carlsen right now, as Fabiano on that left side of the screen has just hinted at a potential sacrifice on f3. Rook takes knight, always in the air. Meanwhile, the d6 pawn is hanging. I was expecting this to get messy, but not this quick.
Yeah, just within the space of 2 or 3 moves, when we had Danny with us, it looked like Fabiano was in full control, no problems at all. Now suddenly it is pure chaos, and I think we have to dive deep as the players now tick down to the 4-minute mark. Black's last move was rook to f8. I just want to recap that last 3-move flurry. It was here. With everything roughly balanced, Magnus decided to motor forward with his pawn. If this pawn was captured, then he would flick in the move he actually played in the game, removing this knight before then taking a pawn in the center, either with his knight or with a pawn. Instead, Fabiano said, OK, I don't want to allow you to get active. I'm going to plant a strong knight in the middle. And after this capture, White's knight coming forward, I am shocked that Fabiano had the calmness, the incredible calmness, to ignore this pawn's attack. And Magnus says, I'm calling your bluff. Rook to f8. Hints at the sacrifice that Tania mentioned. Magnus just takes a pawn, and now White's king is about to be blown open.
Take that knight. Sacrifice the exchange right now, because if the rook takes knight, pawn takes rook, queen out to h4, the rook on b8 will about to swing to f8, hit the f3 pawn. The h3 pawn's under attack. There are so many black pieces heading in the direction of the white king. So I don't know what Magnus sees here, but it's looking very scary for his king.
I think Magnus sees Fabi's clock, because this means that Fabi has to make some critical decisions, and he starts with a sacrifice, but the Evalbar says it's the wrong one.
Wow, this is a very human approach, not yet investing so much material, not giving up the exchange like we were advocating. I think it was pretty much a 2-forked road there, and he went for the other option. Now rook takes knight is a threat, because the bishop is actually pinning a pawn to the queen. The idea is that this pawn on g2, I was going to say, was overloaded. Now the black bishop has dropped, but so is the white knight, and now he has a dilemma. The rook is attacked, this pawn is attacked. Fabiano needs to justify his recent decision. This is really getting sharp now.
Can he sack the exchange a second time? Now rook takes bishop, because if pawn takes, the knight hops in there, forking the queen and the rook. This is getting extremely sharp. Thin margins for both players. I think, unfortunately for Fabiano, his position is a little bit more precarious. He actually takes on e3 with the knight, and the eval bar is going up even more. It loves Magnus' position. He was able to push the pawn e5, open the board up, and his pieces have been flowing.
Yeah, just compare this white knight, a beautiful stallion there, to this black bishop on the edge of the board, which isn't really participating. Magnus has it, again, 2-choice position right now. Take the rook, take the knight. Which one are you going to capture? Maybe taking the knight, because this black rook could well find itself trapped a bit later on. And, I mean, this is still a crazy position. White's king is slightly airy here. I've got to favour white just because of the beautiful knight, but still anyone's game.
And that g6 pawn always hanging. Magnus Carlsen with the committal decision. The knight takes pawn, giving Fabiano a big opportunity, missed by Fabi. And now it looks like Magnus is in a driver's seat, but he goes for a different approach. Instead of capturing on e1, he gives the rook back, still loving that knight on d6, threats with the queen, penetrating on f7. c6 pawn is hanging right now. Still trouble for Fabi.
If you put that white pawn on the g-file, I think Fabi is pretty much lost. But considering the white king is open, that is going to give Fabi sufficient counterplay. I'm looking at the clocks, Fabi a little bit ahead, but it's about to be even on time. I think it's anyone's game at this point. The knight on d6, that's a stallion. It's beautiful up in there. But the white king, it is exposed. The d4 pawn's on a dark square, and if black's piece is a queen on h4, a rook on f8, things of that nature, there could be a counterattack.
Yeah, and sooner or later, at least the knight is on a dark square, so you will be able to remove it. Fabiano, he needs to be accurate. It feels like black is the one trying to save this game. Magnus is the one trying to make things happen, meanwhile, still in the balance. But, yeah, Fabiano needs to play quickly and accurately to hold that equilibrium.
And that's one of the hardest things to do in chess, to be fast and precise in a chaotic position like the one that we have in front of us. And this is the approach that has to be there, right, to get the wins in, where you might not be playing objectively the best moves, but posing the biggest practical questions to your opponent, giving them the opportunity to go wrong.
And honestly, that's a great description of what's happening in the other game as well, where Nodirbek Abdusattorov, we see the eval bar on the bottom right-hand side of the screen. Better for him all of a sudden. It was a position earlier on where we were talking about, like, Wesley, he's playing really quickly. That pawn for black was loose. Nodirbek has allowed Wesley to go wrong. Doesn't happen very often, but he is better in that game.
Yeah, they're in the endgame over there, and we all know Nodirbek's skill, his expertise in the endgame. Meanwhile, this one, Fabiano does immediately drop back with his bishop to challenge that stallion, the white knight, on d6, on that outpost. It is giving up a pawn, but he's saying, who cares? That black c6 pawn is weak anyway. If white's queen goes and captures it, it's more important, more urgent to get rid of the knight. I think a very good practical decision, especially with clocks ticking down. Black's king, I should mention, has a nice, safe hiding spot on h7. White's king going to be out in the open for the rest of the game.
Very, very interesting chess being played here. Combative play by both Fabi and Magnus. Magnus does take the pawn on c6. Fabi will get rid of that stallion on d6. If Magnus was to recapture and with the queen and trade the queens off, I think that would just end in a draw with black's rook sliding onto d8 and picking up that passed pawn. If Magnus wants more, he has to recapture with the pawn. Is he thinking of throwing in a check? And does that check really achieve anything in the position?
Yeah, the only good thing I see about giving a check right now for white is that if the white queen slides back to d5 check, and then next move, wherever the black king goes, takes the bishop with the pawn, then white's queen on d5 actually stops the black queen from jumping out with checks herself. So he does throw in that move, as you predicted, Tanya. Really nice spot there. And suddenly, Fabiano has an issue. He has to deal with those two kind of passed white d-pawns. One of them is weak, luckily, and he will shortly go for it with the black rook. If Magnus can maintain the d-pawn, he'll win. If not, it should still be a draw.
And the h3 pawn also under fire right now. But Fabi's big idea is to slide that rook to d8, double down. Look at the traffic jam, as you like to call it, on the d file, Robert. Does white have enough time to activate his own rook in the position with the open e line?
I'm not a traffic cop, but I do think I'm going to clear traffic on the d file. You're going to take that pawn on d6. We might see some trades, and there will not be too many pieces remaining. The problem for white is, yes, you can free up your own rook, but that h3 pawn is loose as well, and there may be a series of checks that the white king cannot escape. It won't be a checkmate necessarily, but we could see a draw by endless checks. And so the black queen perfectly placed in front of a passed pawn, rook joining the party. I just don't see it for Magnus. He's down to 40 seconds. He's under that at the moment. He plays king g2. He's giving up the d6 pawn. Without that pawn, I don't see any winning chances whatsoever for white, but black may have some.
Yeah, look at this last move. Fabiano chooses the correct square for his rook. I actually think black should be keeping the queens on the board. So bring the rook to d8 would have been fine too, but would have led to a potential queen trade. Magnus is so strong in these endgames. Magnus has the passed pawns. Who has the safer king? It's black. So keeping queens on gives you attacking potential long-term. And I do remember Fabiano, didn't he win a game against Alireza Firouzja with a very similar dynamic? Just the heavy pieces, the major pieces, queens and rooks, where the opponent had a passed d-pawn, but the opponent also had a weak king. He won that one with black in similar circumstances.
He did. And this one, that's why Magnus is trying to use his pass pawn, saying that black can't go all in for an attack. That d-pawn is a passer, hard to stop. So I think black needs to plant his own forces on that d6 square, and I don't think there will be any progress for either side.
Yeah, looking very balanced now. It feels like black found all the accurate moves. Maybe black can put some pressure on, but ultimately this last turn by Magnus, rook lift, as we like to say, showing off with these rooks now. He does have one guardian of the king. White's rook can always slide across on the third rank to block, if necessary, act as a bodyguard. This one should be a draw due to the reduced material.
The only chance for Magnus here is to try to get the d-pawn moving, but for that you need the queen to assist it from that central e5 square. But whenever you plant it there, Fabi's rook will find activity on the 5th rank with a tempo. So very difficult to imagine either side making progress here. Now the queen e5 is a possibility, making sure that black's rook gets tied down and it is on the board. If Fabi was to move that rook now, the d-pawn moves forward, and there's a lot happening on the right side of the board as the players are down to seconds.
Yeah, Wesley so against Abdusattorov. Black is a pawn up. Black has 4 versus 2 on the king side. White has 2 versus 1 on the queen side. But, yeah, just a bit of basic arithmetic. And Abdusattorov surely is the only one with winning chances. Wesley so, maybe one of the players of the tournament so far, fighting for his life.
And Abdusattorov's up almost a minute on the clock on the right-hand side of your screen. On the left-hand side, Magnus Carlsen down to 9 seconds. Fabiano with 35. He's putting pressure on Magnus on the clock, even more so the board. Oh, my gosh, Magnus has to move.
Oof, Magnus really cutting it fine. He needs to just escape this game. He needs to try and bail out with a draw. He's trying to repeat right now. Second time we've seen this position. Can Fabiano create winning chances? Hustle Magnus on the clock.
And there was in the round robin where Fabiano did decline the repetition and went on to lose that game with the white pieces. He, for the second time in the Champions Chess Tour Finals, declines a repetition against Magnus.
Magnus pokes his king out of its hiding place there, pokes it out, staring down in the center. And, okay, Fabiano dancing around with his queen. And look at the line of the totem pole on the d-file right now. Black's queen is doing a great dance, coming all the way around, but White's king is seeking shelter on the queen side. What a journey, what an adventure.
And if we look at the board on the left-hand side, all of Magnus's pieces are protected. He made sure that if you take this pawn in f3, I'm going to get the passed pawn. So Fabi is stuck playing a waiting game, preventing that d5 pawn on the left-hand side of the screen from advancing. He places his queen, he blockades it. But Magnus doing an amazing job getting his own king to safety. So now it's not like the white king's in danger, but great active play from Fabiano.
These players are so strong. Magnus, how did he imagine that? How did he find that creative idea? But Fabiano's trying to blow open the new shelter of the white king. It's getting really dramatic on that left board. Wesley, so meanwhile, still in a bit of trouble against Abdusattorov, but still within the realms of safety on the other semi-final clash. Ooh, it's hard to predict. What do we think is going to happen? Will we see a winner in one of the semi-finals?
I'm just amazed to watch the king match by Magnus Carlsen and then Fabiano Caruana striking on that side of the board, not wasting any time to get to it. And he's also eyeing a potential a-pawn push at some moment. And I see, Robert, that something catches your attention.
Yeah, that a-pawn push for Fabiano, but both players down near 10 seconds. And now on the right-hand side, the advantage is going for Black. Nodirbek Abdusattorov, and that bishop ending up the pawn, like David said. But yeah, I have to be focused on Magnus Carlsen's king. He goes after Fabi's king. Fabi says no. So whose pawns are weaker? Whose king is safer? It's the ultimate question.
Yeah, it feels like Magnus's king has been in trouble for so long, but no way through. The moves are coming thick and fast on both boards right now.
Can you go a3?
Valuation bar's dropped. Fabiano, is he winning?
Oh my
The black rook can land on the second rank.
Oh, rook f2, it's a good start, but that queen on c3, it covers all the bases.
Wow, it feels like there's tactics in the air. Magnus offering a trade of queens now. Fabiano will say no. Look at that white king. It's naked all on its own.
Wow.
Coming in and behind.
Can he take another pawn and get some passes of his own? But that d pawn will start running. Queen c4 check. That's a deadly threat.
Well, Fabiano's now 2 pawns to the good. Surely he's going to turn this material advantage into victory.
And if he does start pushing the pawn, there was a threat of a3, and finally it does arrive on the board, offering a queen trade. He will reject it because it's all about getting to Magnus's king right now.
So he gives away a pawn to open a file on the left-hand side of your screen. The white king is lacking shelter, so Magnus doing everything he can to put his pieces in front of it. But Fabi's going after the d5 pawn, and he's got passers of his own. At some point, Fabiano can start pushing his pawns, but some nervous moves from both players.
Real nerves now showing Fabiano giving a check with the black rook. The problem is Black's pawns act as shelter. He doesn't really want to push them until necessary, but big threat. The black rook threatening to go to f3 with a nasty pin on the white queen. All the checks. Look at that white king, though. Just too bare. No protection around it. Fabiano needs to pounce, needs to win this game. He's outplayed Magnus.
Whoa! And there's a check on b2. Is that super dangerous for White's king, forcing it on the a file?
So the king can run. The question is, can it hide? And it's hiding in front of that pawn on b4. On the left-hand side of your screen, you see Magnus's king. There aren't too many pieces remaining. He's out in the open. Can that d pawn suddenly become a queen? Is Magnus actually the one with the upper hand?
It's really possibly turning around right now. All 3 results possible. A few checks. The position repeating itself. Will Fabiano bail out with a draw? This position's been seen already. If he keeps checking the white king...
Fabi wants more.
He wants more. He's playing for the win. No safe squares for Magnus's king.
You have to go on to the c file.
You have to step forward. You have to run forward with the white king.
But I think it's losing. You go up to c7, it goes diagonally. The black queen steps up 1 square to a7 with check. And I think it's an mating net. The rook will slide over at the end. I think that Magnus is about to get checkmated.
And Magnus, he slows down, but he's got 6 seconds to decide now. The rook can go on to the c file and win the queen.
He gives up his queen, Magnus Carlsen. Surely Fabiano's going to take it. But look at the white pawn. The remaining white pawn is so far advanced. Still not over yet. Magnus has lost his queen, but he's still fighting.
He's fighting because it's all relying on these 2 pawns moving ahead. And Fabiano Caruana on seconds. Can he convert this with just 4 seconds on the clock?
I think he made those quick moves to gain the increment. Reminder to everybody, 3 seconds added every single move you make. So a quick check, go block that pawn, and then push your own pawns. Fabi can win this game. Even if he loses queen for those 2 pawns, then he can push the pawns of his own. A rook can't stop, but he gave it away with check.
Wow, he just blundered the pawn with check. He should have pushed the other one, the G-pawn. Wrong choice there, and Magnus is alive. Look at those white pawns, paralyzing the black queen.
And this can be scary for black because now the queen can't move anywhere with the check without allowing the d-pawn to promote. And Magnus, does he have enough to hold this?
Well, the problem for Magnus is that g-pawn will be a decoy. It's not to sacrifice itself. The rook on d3 can't move because the d7 pawn in front of the queen will be captured. Both sides, they're struggling a bit here. Fabi doesn't know where to go, but now it's winning for Magnus. He brings his rook all the way down.
Rook hit?
He chooses the wrong square. He trapped his own queen.
And it's handshakes. Magnus Carlsen does the unbelievable. He wins down a queen.
Wow, miracles do happen. That was crazy stuff, and we will break it down in more detail later. Magnus Carlsen, on the brink of defeat, turns it around and wins.
Unbelievable turnaround. Fabiano completely outplayed Magnus Carlsen, but by Fabi's own words, Magnus is so resilient that you may get a winning position, but actually securing the full point, super difficult.
And he can't believe it himself with that head shake. What a finish that was, but we've got to quickly jump into this one with the players playing on seconds. Does Nodirbek have a chance to take this?
He has decent chances, although pawns are disappearing. Actually, suddenly, Wesley sews a pawn up, if we count, and it's just about how passive White's pieces are. White's king not really playing a role here. White's bishop on d1, the light square bishop stuck. This should still be a draw. It's looked drawish for a long time, but Abdusattorov, maybe he's been pressing too hard. He's got to be careful. Indecision there, putting his king on a bit of a wrong square.
He almost put his king way too far because if he put his king all the way down on the A file, he might not have been able to get back. So look at Wesley. Suddenly the tables have turned and Wesley can play for a win without any risk. Oh, advantage Wesley.
Push the
pawn.
Push the pawn. He's neglected to cover his opponent's passed pawn. He could have even taken it off the board. Suddenly a new queen is incoming.
Bishop d4. You could just play your bishop out to challenge the dark square bishop. He goes bishop f6. He wants the g-pawn instead. Oh, my gosh. Wesley So's taking it.
Abdusattorov was a pawn up with black. He had all the winning chances, 0 losing chances until he pressed too hard.
But now Wesley's given up a key pawn in the position. Does this give Nodirbek hopes to hold this one?
It's going to be tough. White's g-pawn is so strong. Simply, that pawn is going to march up the board. And look at how the white bishops control the black king, cut off the black king. And this bishop trade, surely he can just trade off.
Yeah, he's trading off all the bishops. Brilliant. And Nodirbek, he's resigned.
Because all the bishops are coming off the board, and this will be a lost king pawn ending, and Nodirbek Abdusattorov gives up. Wesley So wins, takes the lead in their best of 4. What a dramatic fight.
Both players with the white pieces won their game, and both players with the white pieces were in trouble. But Wesley So, he is not going to lose a game without an epic fight. Magnus Carlsen did the same against Fabiano Caruana. These players are so hard to take down.
Magnus Carlsen doesn't only have the biggest ability to convert flawlessly winning positions, but it's impossible to beat him even when he is busted. And we see Magnus wins with the white pieces. Wesley as well from a difficult endgame survives and takes the lead. What a dramatic finish that was. Just absolute incredible chess played in those last few seconds, David.
Wow, just crazy. I'm struggling to collect my thoughts here, to catch some breath, because that was fast, that was furious. Blunders in the end deciding them, but the nerves jangling. It could have gone either way. Abdusattorov on the brink of victory, Caruana on the brink of victory. Both ended up losing.
And Robert, Fabi declined that repetition and went on to get such a big advantage. He pursued Magnus's king until Magnus lost his queen. How does Magnus manage to still do this?
Chess can be absolutely brutal. There's only one winner and loser if the game's not a draw. Fabiano played way better than Magnus did in that game. He completely outplayed the #1 player, start to finish from the opening. He outplayed Magnus Carlsen, yet he has a 0 next to his name. That's the evil of time pressure. You need to have time on your clock to make the best moves.
And there were some best moves made, David, on both these games. What got your attention?
I just want to break down that Carlsen against Caruana craziness from the first game of today. Caruana did work his magic. He tracked down, he hunted down White's king, and on the brink of victory, he slipped up, played the right idea in the wrong move order. And it was here where the drama began. Here, Magnus's king has been living a charmed life. It did get checked now. This wins the white queen, but this is only the beginning. And after the king dropped back, we saw a crazy position with White's far advanced pawn suddenly trapping the black queen, forcing it to hide on a passive square. But if we fast forward just a few moves, as both sides started pushing their pawns, it was this moment Fabiano let it slip. He chose the right idea, as I mentioned, but first he should have pushed the g-pawn, h3. He simply forgot that rook takes pawn came with a check. No time for black's queen to take this pawn. This is not a deflection. And once the black king moved away, the white rook slid back. Suddenly, from a winning position, Fabiano went to a drawish position, but it was more heartbreak to come. A few moves down the line. After this check from White, he simply put his king on the wrong square. King to f7 still holds the balance because after the rook slides up, the black queen has a checking square, a safe square. Instead, he blocked the queen's escape and allowed rook to e8. Nothing to be done. White will make a new queen next move.
Absolutely heartbreaking because he had the right conversion, the right technique in mind, but he just forgot that White can actually capture the pawn with a check.
One move is all it takes to turn a chess game around. He put his pawn on pre with check. Magnus took it, and then it was even, according to the engines, but much easier for White to play because black was completely stuck. Wrong square chosen for the king. He had to topple his king. Magnus Carlsen remains king and wins game one.
Oh, wow. The world number 2 has to strike back now against Magnus Carlsen. And he almost took the lead in his match. Some beautiful chess being played. And we've got some beautiful functional medal posters for all of you. There are so many chess-themed displays. And you will find a fantastic gift, a fantastic holiday gift, I do assure you. Go to display.com/chess. Some really cool ways to decorate your walls, and you get a very cool 33% off. Use the code CHESS to get your 33% off. And right now, Fabi's got to be in a bit of an off mood, but he has to leave that aside as he plays Magnus Carlsen in game 2. Can he get the job done?
All right, next one, Abdusattorov. What's your take on him?
He showed that always a fighter when he's done.
I would say fighter. That's a word I would give for Nodirbek.
Always goes for uncompromising stuff, and he's not afraid of anyone.
I think Nodirbek is probably the player who runs sort of the hottest and coldest. He'll either play really well or really badly. I don't think there's any in between. And if he's hot, he's someone to watch.
He's just like always fighting and putting up resistance, and he's really tough to beat. So that's a word I use for him.
Abdusattorov will do well because he has such great sporting qualities. I don't think he can win the tournament. He will be a difficult opponent for everybody.
A new opening for your wall is here. Capture new major pieces on unique metal posters from Displate. Now with the official collection from chess.com. Mount them in seconds with a tool-free magnet kit and swap them whenever you like. Make your move. Get an exclusive discount on all metal posters. Shop now with the code CHESS at displate.com.
So first of all, what is your take on Magnus Carlsen?
Growing up, he was my idol because when I started playing chess, he became world champion 2013. It's always pretty cool. I play against him, and I'm happy that I managed to be quickly in the top so I could compete against him. So he's really exceptional player and an amazing champion.
I mean, he still is the best player by far, I would say. I don't think he's as motivated in chess as he once used to be.
And Magnus Carlsen is, of course, he's incredibly strong. It's very hard to play against him.
Well, Magnus Carlsen could definitely be considered the greatest player of all time, or at least in a close battle with Garry Kasparov.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to play against him, see his form, and hopefully Lazavik can put up a good fight and maybe beat it.
The difference between me and Magnus was like 300 tour points, so it means a lot.
So I think that speaks for itself, as people like to say.
It doesn't look like much, but neither would a Sicilian defense to the untrained eye. This is a performance enhancer. You don't see it? How about now? Manage your air quality, sharpen your performance, change the game with Air Things.
The merch store is better and bigger than ever. Get a great gift for all the chess lovers in your life. Maybe a plushie, mittens. We all know how mean mittens can be, actually. But that is a very, very cute plushie right there. Go to chess.com/shop. Buy as much as you can for the holiday season. And to celebrate chess and the holiday season, we are in Toronto right now, where all the great chess is happening. We started with 8 players. It's getting lonely as we're down to just 4. And it gets lonelier at the top when only 2 will be left. And what an action we had in game 1 of the semifinals. We saw 2 big turnaround moments, and Kaya caught up with Magnus after his miraculous win.
Just wow is what we have to say about that game, Magnus. What would you say?
Yeah, I don't know. It seemed at some point we were both playing for a win there. I mean, of course, a lot of things happened before that, but we were both playing for a win. Then he was outplaying me at some point. I was down to seconds, and then I don't know what happened. But I mean, at some point I started pushing my pawns. I even lost my queen, but somehow I managed to win. Yeah, I have no idea.
What is the secret there? To stay, I guess, calm when you lose your queen there and eventually win?
I don't know. At least I had a clear plan, which was to push my pawns. But it was, yeah, it was a mess.
What was the emotions there in the final minutes?
I don't know. I mean, at the end, it was just disbelief, because he was about to put his king on the right square, and then he put it on the wrong square and lost on the spot. So it was a bit surprising.
How good is it to win a fight like this?
No, of course it feels great. So, and for the match, it's huge.
Heart rate at the end there, what was it?
I don't know. Mine is usually not that high, but I would guess higher than usual, probably.
Congrats and good luck at the next one.
Thank you.
Wow, yeah. Just wow, you guys. What a fight between them in the first game. Back to you guys.
It's a crazy game there, Kaya. I mean, how do you explain this? Magnus shows up, messy hair, looking like he just woke up, and then he loses a queen, dead last position, goes on to beat the world number 2.
He looks like he was ready for a game just like that. It was messy. It was not what you woke up and wanted, but it's what you got, and it's what he made out of it.
That was quite the wake-up call for Magnus Carlsen. For Fabi, it's not the scoreline, but psychologically getting over the position that he lost, David.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, but luckily there's not that long a break. Luckily the chess is about to begin again, and Fabiano will want to bounce back.
And for Wesley, so as well, surviving a big scare. He starts with the black pieces. Nodirbek has some positive takeaways from that game one where he did get a good position.
There are some positive takeaways, but he also maybe learned a valuable lesson of pushing too hard, because that is what happens to all of the best players in the world, Magnus Carlsen included, that sometimes you push a little bit too hard, it can backfire. And we can see on the screen the opening moves are being played, and yeah, there they are. I see the dark square bishop pins the knight on f6. There will be pressure on the d5 pawn, but this is mainline theory from both players.
Mainline theory, it's the queen's gambit declined. Both players clearly well versed in their queen's gambit lore, because look at the way they're just slowly, just calmly finessing the way they move the pieces. And okay, a trade of bishop for knight. Maybe some aggressive intentions behind. I'm wondering if Abdusattorov will move the white queen out the way, castle on the queen side. I've seen him do that type of thing before in online blitz, but in rapid against such a strong opponent like Wesley. So how much risk do you want to take after a heavy defeat? Do you just try to get on the scoreboard, make a draw, postpone the tension till later in the match, or do you try and strike back immediately? He trades off pawns in the center now, angling for a really quiet game, but queen out to b3, putting pressure on black central pawn. Early days, but yeah, strange stuff, interesting stuff from Abdusattorov.
Fascinating opening right here. And for Abdusattorov, it is a white, right? You have to make the most of these chances. You probably don't have those many opportunities to try to balance out, level out the scoreline. But losing game one, and we see a different format here from the one we've been seeing. It's a best of four. Are Fabi and Nodirbek happy now that it is a best of four because it gives them more margin to strike back?
Not only is it best of four, it's best of two sets. So even if they lose the match today, there's another match tomorrow that they can take hold of. This is a good start to the game for Nodirbek. He has an imbalance already, and we'll see if Fabi can get off to a good start, because he gets the white pieces, and we're about to have liftoff here as they shake hands. The 2018 World Championship match between these two was epic. Let's see if Fabi can get an epic comeback started right now.
The sweater is off. Fabiano means business. It's no more Spanish torture. It's the Sicilian defense instead. And wow, this is really harking back to 2018, Robert. Flashbacks of the opening debate, consistently discussing this exact opening in that World Championship match. And okay, a trade of bishop for knight right now. Magnus Carlsen playing the moves quickly. This is, yeah, I mean, so many memories. That was one of the tensest World Championship matches I've ever seen. And we're arguing that this opening again, it's at the forefront of both players' mind.
But a4 there, now Magnus paused. So in the first game, we were talking about the Archangel. That was really Fabiano Caruana's main weapon. Here, this is at both of their wheelhouses, because 2018, all of their games when Fabio was white headed into this line. But it's Magnus who's really, he's taking his time at these stages. You saw a flank pawn move for Fabiano, the knight jump behind it. That knight's going to reroute into the center. And perhaps Magnus is saying, this idea is unfamiliar to me. I haven't studied it either recently or ever. And Fabiano perhaps outsmarting his opponent.
The knight developing on the edge is when Magnus takes a pause. Perhaps not the most topical, most popular move in this position. You do see the knight jumping towards the center of the board, or the d-pawn moving forward, opening up the bishop. How much of a surprise is this for Magnus, knight to a3?
It definitely is a surprise. It's forced him to pause for the first time in this game, but it's not the scariest surprise. Yes, white's knight might relocate towards the center to a really nice square, but there's no concrete threats. There's no kind of tactics, no calculation to be done yet. Magnus, I think he's pausing because he just wants to figure out how to set up the black pieces. Firstly, to fight against white's knight, coming into c4 next move, but also just maybe coming to terms, comparing with the ideas that he actually does know, that he's more familiar with. And we soon see him bring his bishop out. This is a clear reaction to white's plan. The white knight, at least temporarily, was prevented from using c4, but Fabiano replies quickly. As far as I know, pawn to a4, this whole plan with white was advocated by AlphaZero and all these neural network engines. So modern chess played and, yeah, mirroring this 2018 World Championship that we've been discussing.
And another pawn move by Magnus Carlsen here, which to me is interesting because He supports the e5 pawn, but also vacates a square, a potential square for his knight to land on, where it can get to the edge of the board from h6 and to f7. Are those the kind of opening setups that Magnus is aiming for? Bring your knight to f7 and a potential kingside castle.
Absolutely, and the pawn on e5 is now extra well defended, and if you put your knight on f6 a turn ago, that pawn was a bit loose. So look at Fabiano. He brings his own knight towards the center, and that bishop on e6 that Magnus put there, it's his bishop's advantage. He's the only one with a light square bishop. He can take this knight, doubling Fabiano's pawns. We'll have a wall of pawns on the c file, all of them doubled, but look at Fabiano's development compared to Magnus. He's ahead in development. He does not mind this capture one bit.
Yeah, Magnus, he has a big decision. If he does take that knight, as you mentioned, Robert, it pretty much means he's happy with the draw. He just wants to lock things down, trade off his long-term advantage of the bishop pair, just to shatter White's pawn structure, balance out, kind of make things more symmetrical there. If he refrains from taking the white knight, it means that he wants to play more dynamically, more ambitiously. And I think Tania's plan of developing Black's pieces, first of all, that black knight, that is the most likely option. Interesting here, but it is a slower maneuvering type of position. I'm not sure that's exactly what Fabiano wanted from the opening.
I'd be surprised if Magnus decides to take that knight on c4. I hear you that, it's a good way to shut down the position, but I think Fabi can still try to push there because look at the pieces that remain. White would have a dark squared bishop, which would find itself easy targets on black's pawns on c5. And as I say it, Magnus does take it, but I don't think this is without poison for black. We can imagine White's bishop developing to either e3 or a3, targeting that c5, the doubled pawns that Magnus has. Eventually, the a pawn can start moving up the board. Magnus develops, but how much of an equality is this really?
I think that Fabiano might actually take this knight, because then black is left with a bad dark square bishop staring in the air, and that a4 move that Fabiano played early on, rook lift time. Take that knight away, bring your own rook up to a3, slide it on over to the d3 square with your queen. Try to take over the only open file on the board. I'm not exactly sure where the white knight will end up, but if he takes that knight and reroutes his rook, I feel like he may have the long-term chances.
All right, things are building up in this one, and we're going to check in with our gang in Toronto. It's Danny and James joining us. Guys, what a crazy game one that was.
Yeah, Tanya, it wasn't as hype when I intruded in the middle of game one, but the energy was electric here as both those games came down to the wire. We were out there with Levy, Maxime is hanging out with us, that's MVO, we've got Canny, and all of us were just on the edge of our seats. And I think Robert said it well, and I want to just throw to you. You saw Nodirbek just learn a super valuable lesson about going up against So.
Yeah, of course. I mean, when you go up against the top dog like that, you best not miss, right? And of course, you pushed in a position that he was drawn in. He wanted to push. He wanted to play for more. And that's just his fighting spirit. Nodirbek loves to fight. But you got to take those draws. You got to take what you have and not just push. I mean, he's not Magnus there, obviously. Magnus was able to push a little bit. He got away with it. But Wesley, you're not going to get away with that. As solid as he is, Wesley's so solid. Flexley, Serrano, you're not going to get away with that, Nodirbek.
He doesn't beat himself.
Yeah.
He doesn't beat himself. And I just want to add something, an anecdote that Christian Trilla gave me, obviously catching up with his friend Fabiano in a heartbreaking moment. But it's just, I call it Magnus bias-itis often, Tanya, but it's like hypnosis. You had this game where Fabi, he pushed and he went for the win. He played a3 to open up Magnus's king. Right. But then in the critical moments, it was giving up the h-pawn with check. Fabi would never do that. Playing king f6 instead of king f7. Yeah. Fabi would never do that. And biggest of all, instead of rook c6, Fabi was winning on the spot with queen c6 and rook f4. F6. Like, it's over. Yeah. And it's one of those moments where you don't understand the hypnosis, the bias and the dominance that Magnus has over his peer group until you see things like that. And it's just, Fabi obviously needs to forget it and focus now, but the energy in the room was insane. And then just like, what did we just watch with both those guys, Wesley and Magnus, winning games they had no business winning?
Danny, we've been talking about the exact same thing in the studio, about Magnus just living rent-free in his opponent's head, and I think it just felt like that the last few moments. Now, with such short turnaround time between the games and everything that we just witnessed, what is it like? What are the players doing between game one and game two?
Honestly, I mean, Fabiano was stoic out there. It's one of the best parts about him. He has short-term memory, like we say. but he also didn't look super happy, right? That's one of those gut-wrenching ones. You almost would rather have gotten blown off the board than have literally been a move away probably from Magnus resigning, like Queen C6 instead of Rook C6. So I know you saw it too, but it was a hard one to shake off if you're Fabi.
It was definitely a hard one to shake off, but I do like, as I mentioned before, Fabi just got he came and talked to MVL real quick. He was like, what about this? A4, they just said a few moves, couldn't hear it too much, but I knew they were talking moves. He was like, okay, all right, cool. Said something, smiled, grabbed a snack and went right back in like nothing happened, like I was about to just beat Magnus and lost very quickly. Love his mindset and his psychology there.
Yeah, and I'll say Nodirbek similarly was clearly not happy, but also these guys have the ability to shake it off. So anyway, crazy stuff. If we're in for that all day, I don't know that I'm gonna be able to make it, but
change my shirt.
Hope you guys are enjoying the tension as much as we are over there.
We're loving the action, Danny. We're still getting over all that we just witnessed, but of course, game 2 is on. We will check in with you guys later on. Wow, just I can imagine for Fabi getting over what just happened, and for Nodirbek as well, to bounce back, to try to get it together in game 2. It's not easy.
The biggest wow of everything that they just said was that when Fabi won the queen for rook, he could have won the queen for free. I wasn't even thinking in that direction, but if he'd gone queen c6 and a rook c6, a less intuitive move, but one that if you give him even 5 more seconds on the clock to actually sit and think, he would have found it instantly. So that's going to be one that hurts Fabiano. It clearly has given Magnus a reason to smile. We saw his interview with Kaya, and this position should also give Magnus a reason to smile. There's only one open file. Not much is happening here. I don't think Fabi even believes there's no chances in this game.
Yeah, the players just calming their nerves after what we just witnessed in game 1. Crazy action all around. Let's check in with Nodirbek Abdusattorov. He also suffered a defeat in game 1 from a really good position. So again, for him, it's important. Does he manage to create chances, or will he play slow, try to just stop the bleeding? It's a long match. 3 sets to play out. He is, though, going for those dark squared weaknesses that we see in Black's camp. A Carlsbad structure. Knight a4. To me, this looks like Nodirbek doesn't need time to calm down from what has just happened. He is ambitious in this one.
Definitely. The other semi-final, Caruana against Carlsen, looks like the calm after the storm. That looks likely to fizzle out towards a draw as Fabiano recovers and kind of gathers himself after that heartbreak of the first game. Abdusattorov, also heartbreak for him, but he doesn't care. He wants to fight. That's the kind of mantra for him throughout the entire tournament. Yes, he's lost a couple of games here and there, but he always seems to bounce back. And he's chosen a really kind of interesting opening idea. I must admit, it's brand new to me what he's done, giving up White's dark squared bishop, trading it off very early on, and installing a very powerful white knight in the center. And this white knight on the rim, as Tania mentions, is heading into fresher pastures. It's coming in to c5 as well. It looks like White's got stability. Of course, it's a slower position, this Carlsbad structure that arises from the Queen's Gambit, like this one. It does mean that normally you need a lot of maneuvering. It's very, very slow. But he's trying to play it as energetically as possible. Pawn to f4. Not really launching an attack yet. It just looks like a very nice controlling type of move. But it's definitely pressure on Wesley So to break out of what looks like a bind right now.
It's those positions where White can play on both sides of the board. We see the knight and queen binding down the queen side. Meanwhile, White also hinting at pawn expansion on the king side. For Wesley, where does he find his breaks?
Well, he went rook c8 just now. He may be intending to play c5, but that's not easy to accomplish with the white knight, the pawn in the center, and the queen all lined up. I love these positions for White in quicker time controls. This isn't quite a blitz game. I think in a blitz game, honestly, Black gets blitzed off the board quite often, but it's just not a comfortable situation to be in for the Black side because your pawn breaks. The c5 one, hard to accomplish. White, on the other hand, can start throwing even more pawns to the right. Wouldn't be starts h3, followed by pawn g4. Let's storm pawns up the king side and go for a deadly attack.
I love it, Robert. That's where White is strongest. That's where White has placed his rooks, after all. Yes, there's one long-term deficiency in White's position. That's the backward e-pawn. It will never really step forward safely without being traded off or simply won. So you're kind of playing around this pawn, but this is the side you've committed. You have the beautiful statue, the granite statue here, this knight on e5, and your rooks are poised, so why not open lines? And I think we'll see that. It's Nodirbek's style. Pawn to h3. It does take a while to set it up, but once you get a pawn forward, you can slide the white queen across as well, then start pushing everything towards this black king. And meanwhile, Wesley has to bank on the fact he can break out on the queen side, but not so simple. Yeah, it's a very good position for Abdusattorov right now. It's good air quality as well. It looks like he's loving life in this game as he aims to bounce back.
And he does need to bounce back, and he's done it before against Hikaru. He did lose the first game, then won the second one, then won the Armageddon. And once again, we see Nodirbek at least hinting at a position that's going to be extremely imbalanced. Once those pawns start moving, Wesley will be under pressure and will have to find play on the other side of the board. And it's traditional wisdom. Your opponent goes for the flank attack, you strike in the center. I think it's going to be a race about G4 and C5.
Well, you're talking about a race, you're talking about time. I'm looking at Wesley's clock, 6 minutes and 34 seconds compared to over 10 for Nodirbek. He plays with this speed that's actually quite imposing. It's hard to deal with. And I look at this position, we're talking about pawn H3, pawn H4. You can put your king on the H file, put a rook behind the G pawn. Things like that are going to be scary. And even now, I feel like Nodirbek, he can put his knight on C5 if he wants. He plays A3. Maybe he'll play pawn to B4 just to clamp down on the queen side. That C5 idea, that break in the center, it's not happening anytime soon.
Yeah, I love it. We talked about great air quality. This is just great chess in general. And Nodirbek, I mean, I'm going to go study this one because it looks like he's put Wesley so out of his comfort zone, and that is such a difficult thing to do. It's very rare to see Wesley, after 17 moves of what is a very well-established opening, the most classical historic of openings, the Queen's Gambit, and Black's struggling for moves, struggling for a clear-cut plan. White has full control in the center, queenside. I'm normally a proponent of Black's positions in this type of opening, but yeah, here I'm just really struggling. It's just really beautiful for White.
The last two moves is a perfect example of playing against your opponent's ideas. For Nodirbek, he pushes the pawn to A3. He was hinting at expanding the B pawn forward, just making sure that Wesley never gets that central break-in. Remember, if Wesley doesn't get a central break-in, it gives Nodirbek a free hand on the king's side to start pushing his own pawns up the board. And Wesley, on his own turn, stops that idea. So he stopped the advance of B4. But every pawn move has its own set of consequences. And that pawn on A5, it takes away a key square from Black's queen, where it could have helped that C-pawn move forward to C5. So with no queen A5 coming up, does that make it more difficult for Wesley to strike in the center?
If I'm Nodirbek, I'm just playing for that kingside attack. I know that's sometimes called tunneling, but I don't see what Black does to stop it very easily. And it's actually just a decent move. Pushing your pawn to H3, it supports that pawn push. And I'm not seeing how Wesley accomplishes his ideas. And one really annoying thing for Wesley, that knight on E5, it's such a nasty piece there, because even if Black tries to take it, there will be some problems in that scenario. For example, if you bring your, let's say I go H3, you go knight D7, let me get that knight off the board, pawn to F5, just use the pawn as a battering ram, that bishop is trapped, and you're just in grave danger at this stage. This is one of those situations where I would be deeply uncomfortable as Wesley. So after H3, David, maybe I have to throw it to you, like what should Black do to stop these obvious ideas that White is about to unleash?
Yeah, it's difficult, Robert. I think H3 psychologically would have been a great move as well. He's actually played rook to C1, so maybe saving that one for later. But H3, and it's not just the fact that it does kind of scare the opponent, but it also forces Wesley to burn a lot of time. Like, is this a threat, first of all? If it is, how do you guard against it? Wesley would have been in the tank for a long, long time. Rook C1 is a controlling type of move, so I don't hate it, but it does bring the rook away from what could have been a nice square, maybe supporting the e-pawn later. I think he's just trying to shut down on this square, clamp down on C5. As long as Black cannot push the pawn on this flank, he can play H3, G4 at will later on. It might be time to at least hint at removing this knight, maybe with the bishop, and you just sit. At the right moment, you might be able to capture or throw a knight into E4, even at the cost of a pawn. He does play this move, but I think we all still prefer White here in the studio. We're all loving what Nodirbek has done in the early stages.
No question about that. And Nodirbek's style, it is one where if he gets the opportunity to play for the initiative, he doesn't back down. So definitely H3 is on his radar, it is on his mind, but I like that move rook to C1 because it really makes sure that Black's B pawn never really gets moving because of the pressure on the C file. If we just from a broader picture zoom out and think about the last few moves that Nodirbek has played, it looks like he's playing on the king side as well as the queen side. He's not only thinking about his own attack, but he's making sure that Wesley's counterplay on the other side of the board is stopped. And there you have it.
So he's combining ideas, full board awareness. He's showing restraint, and I think that is a sign of maturity, that he's able to recover from that first game, get a nice plus, and play on his own terms.
Yeah. All right, well, this one will definitely be putting Wesley So under pressure, but let's move on to our other game where Fabiano Caruana on the scoreline is a little bit under pressure, and we see an endgame. Pieces have been traded off, only a rook and knight remaining, but can White try for more simply given that the pawn on a5 is up the board, you've got f4 ideas, but it's Black who strikes first in the center.
And maybe this was out of necessity. I actually have a feeling that Magnus is a bit complacent, or he has been in the last few moves, because it was dead level. It should still be roughly level, but he's been forced to take concrete action when he would rather have just been sitting and pretty much just setting up this defensive formation. And look at this. Now White does have a big threat on the board. White's knight after this pawn trade is coming to d3 next move, where it would attack 2 pawns. Black's e-pawn is undefended in the sense there, now isolated as well. And the head of Black's pawn chain on the queen side, the Black c5 pawn, also undefended. Suddenly, I think Magnus might be starting to feel a bit uncomfortable. If he'd put the Black knight on a different square, perhaps, he would have shut down all of these ideas for good.
And there's something misleading here. The Black rook is obviously on an open file. White's rook is actually on an open file. You may think I'm crazy. What is Robert talking about? What's happening here is that when the White knight steps forward out to d3 to attack that head pawn, the one on c5, Black will be forced to play the move b6. And when you play b6, White can take that pawn on b6, and now that rook on a1, sitting on what would seem like a starting square, it's open. It can venture into enemy territory, a6 or a7, and start poking and prodding. So that rook a1 idea from Fabiano, he kept his rook there. Very clever play by him.
Yeah, and Magnus, the problem is, how does he stop this idea? I was going to say earlier, if he had simply put the Black knight on e6, he would have guarded this pawn. He would never have had to touch anything on the queen side, and it should have been a simple draw. But Black's knight just unable for the moment to find any nice squares. Again, Magnus would love to kind of teleport it over to an outpost, but too slow. White is getting there first with a beautiful knight jump, and suddenly pressure on the world number 1, Magnus Carlsen. It looked like a draw. It should still be a draw with best play, but some questions to answer. And if we follow that line through, I think the most logical continuation, as Robert mentioned, this is certainly uncomfortable with the white rook coming in. Suddenly big threats coming behind the c pawn, coming behind the g pawn. It's only a 2-result game. Black is the one defending. White can apply pressure with 0 risk.
And ideally, Black could trade off the rooks, but the king is doing an important job for Black as well. Rook d7 loses on the spot because I trade rooks, steal your e-pawn, steal your g-pawn, and that's game over. So it's one of these things where you want to cure your problems in the 7th rank, but the solution, as Danya would say, could be worse than disease.
Wow, Magnus Carlsen on the defense in an endgame. Not something that you get to see every day. But in my head, it's hard to imagine any reality, any world where Magnus gets outplayed in an endgame. We know that he is one of the best players of all times when it comes to this stage of chess. But Fabiano Caruana not only putting pressure on the board, but the clock as well. Ahead by almost 3 minutes now. Magnus on a think, so perhaps the clock difference will increase on this move. Magnus realizes that he is going to have to defend this for a very long time.
Yeah, there's something in the air in Toronto. We're not used to seeing Magnus get outplayed in an endgame, but we're not used to seeing Fabiano blunder tactically, and it just feels like everyone is just reeling from kind of the drama that's unfolding. And talking of drama that's unfolding, Robert, White's advantage has massively increased just in the last few moves since we were last here.
And it's White's turn right now, so that queen on c2 can just steal a pawn on e4, and White has both massive pawns on e5 and f5 that can push forward in the near future. Wesley So blundered just a couple turns ago, so if we can dive in and analyze the last few moves, Wesley had a difficult decision. We were talking about this for a while, that he was a bit passive, that the ideas were easier to execute from the white side. But if we just go back a few turns, when Nodirbek was able to push his pawn up to f5, Wesley tried to sacrifice a pawn in the center. And after f5 here, I think Black has to go f6, a really difficult move to play, challenging that pesky knight in the center. Still holes in Black's position. You don't need to even take this bishop on e6 if you don't want it. White should have a superior position, but what he did in the game, he retreated back to d7, and after the knight was captured on e4, this is all of a sudden just an extra pawn for White, and it's a great position, winning chances for Nodirbek.
Yeah, I think what he might have missed is that he cannot capture this bishop now. If he had simply taken back the bishop, then a series of captures, a series of takes, and whoops, there's a double attack. A simple knight fork would have won material for white, so he was obliged to take the white knight off in the center. But this is how he's established these powerful pawns now here at Nodirbek. And yeah, simply a pawn advantage. These two pawns are glorious. The white knight is clearly superior to its counterpart, especially if it jumps in. And I don't know how you even try and save this game. If you try to go for this pawn, then white can simply move the knight in yet again. The problem is this bishop is attacked, pressure there, so the black queen has no time to go and capture. And Wesley's desperate now. He's throwing even more pawns away to try and free up his bishop. A good try, but white can simply capture if he wants to.
Yeah, and Nodirbek, this is move number 23, getting such a big advantage against the hardest to beat player on the circuit. Definitely a big achievement. I think the scoreline in this match is not reflective of the quality. Nodirbek was also ahead in game one. And there are already a lot of tactical ideas. You're pointing out that the c5 pawn is hanging. David, I'm also looking at trying to open up black's king side. I'm not sure what I want to start with, whether it's the f-pawn moving forward or sacrificing the e-pawn. I really want to discuss this with you guys. Give up the e-pawn. Force black. I like that Robert nodding his head in approval. So e6, you take that pawn. And now I don't want to capture that back. I just want to blow open your king side. I want to go f6. I want my queen on g6. And this is the kind of chess that we expect out of Nodirbek as well. Is this something that's on his radar?
Definitely. I mean, the greedy player in me is saying, take a pawn, play on, try to just collect and win long term. But why win long term when you can win on the spot? And pawn to e6, as you mentioned, Tania, would be a dagger blow to Wesley So's position here. I don't even see how to try and fight on. Yes, you can move the bishop that's attacked. I think the variation you pointed out is just too strong. This battering ram blows open the black position. Pawn takes pawn, for example, a check, and everything drops with tempo. White's rook will soon come in to end the game. So this is just unthinkable. And if you cannot take this pawn, you have to move your bishop. What do you play? Do you attack the white queen? I mean, this looks just too powerful. You could, at the very minimum, maybe there's even stronger, but you can ask the black king to step out into the open. Now you can deliver a bunch of checks. Pawns aren't going anywhere. You're actually material up. This just looks terminal. E6 might be the strongest of them all.
And this is a big moment for Nodirbek. Does he go pawn hunting? Will he be materialistic right now? Will he play more? Will he play for Wesley's king? And e6 is on the board.
It's a move that Nodirbek could have played in a second, but I think after that first game, he's biding his time a little more, making certain that his ideas are good, but this is clearly strong, as we were just showing. If you take that pawn, it's kind of a removing the guard tactic. It allows the queen to venture into the g6 square later, that f7 pawn, the golden pawn, central to the king's defense, and that pawn on e6, pawn on f5, all the pawns are going forward. The black king, I don't think, is surviving.
Yeah, really thematic, really typical sacrifice to blow open the opponent's king. Remember this one at home. And Abdusattorov using it to great effect.
And how critical is the clock situation right now? Given the position, a big task ahead of Wesley to defend it, pieces falling down while he does trade a pair of minor pieces. And now he's taking, does white still go f6?
Yeah, do it. Clearly that's his plan, Abdusattorov. If he doesn't play f6 now, then it would be less consistent. And actually, material is suddenly level. But it's all about the black king.
And it's about the white rooks. The rook on f1 is perfectly placed. That other rook is going to hit the queen on the d-file, then barrel on down to the 7th rank. And this is what Nodirbek is doing. He's clearing the 7th rank of black pawns. That means the king has no shelter. And I think actually this is a very quick knockout. If you take that pawn, rook d1, rook d7, it looks over.
Look at Wesley So on the camera. He looks already defeated, pretty much. He just went to pick up a piece to fiddle with, but he's only got 2 minutes. Defending is harder than attacking. He's going to have to watch out for the white queen to switch, those rook slides, as Robert mentions. It is another heavy piece position, and we saw how dangerous those can be in the previous clash between Carlsen and Caruana. When it's just the major pieces, rooks and queens, it's all about king safety. Black is about to have none of that at all, and you can simply take on g7 if you want to. Maybe there's even stronger, but just rid the black king of its shelter, and long-term, white is winning.
Excellent play by Nodirbek Abdusattorov. He's up a pawn. He sacrifices 2 pawns in return to blow open Wesley's king. He's going for blood in this one. Look at the determination on him on the screen as well. He's got some pleasant choices to make, but sometimes having choices is the biggest problem in chess. He can slide that rook to the open file, with tempo hit that queen. He can also further go on to pick up the g7 pawn, but both looking very pleasant. He decides to bring the final rook into the attack.
Looking strong, looking good. Abdusattorov, also in terms of style of the position, it's right up his alley, loving to attack, loving the initiative. Magnus said himself in that interview we saw earlier, he loves to pounce when given an opportunity. Wesley normally likes a bit more stability than this one. He wants kind of stable positions where he can outmaneuver his opponents. Here, he's clearly just getting attacked. Look at Black's pieces all planted on their back rank. Queen trade offered. White is definitely going to say no. White's queen likely to slide across now, repurpose herself. She's so agile. This white queen is likely going to be the piece that delivers the killer blow. And checkmate in one, threatened. This is a pin on the g-file. Queen takes pawn. You have to guard against it. Wesley is forced into ugly defensive moves. Rook to f7. He's holding, but maybe not for long.
That's what it looks like. You don't even have time to pick up the f6 pawn because the g pawn was pinned. Wesley so is in big trouble. And you mentioned it, David, that Nodirbek loves to play for the initiative, and it's something that Magnus has spoken about, Nodirbek as well. There was this interview, and I'm going to butcher the name of this, but David, I need some help for you on this podcast. Is it the Shack Snack?
Shack Snack means chess chat, basically.
What does it mean?
Chess talk, chess chat.
Okay, so on Shack Snack, Magnus mentioned that Abdusattorov, he's not the biggest talent amongst the youngsters, but he's the one who's got the most sportsman-like qualities. Give him the opportunity to get the initiative, he takes it with both hands. He's always in the gym pumping iron, very serious and well-prepared. Is that the Nodirbek we're seeing?
It absolutely is, but I heard the word snack. Not only am I hungry, it looks like Fabiano is too. He stole. He snacked on the c5 pawn. On the right-hand side of our screen, if we do a quick count of material, Fabiano is a pawn ahead against Magnus Carlsen. I know Magnus leads this match. Fabiano has played better than Magnus. And on the left-hand side of our screen, Nodirbek and Wesley, they're about to enter that time trouble territory down to a minute left. And you see the eval bar. No longer does Nodirbek have the advantage. So maybe he let his pressure linger a little too long, and Wesley's able to escape.
Yeah, we cursed him. The commentators curse. We were talking about how great those sporting qualities are, how ambitious he is, always jumping on the initiative. Abdusattorov, he's still better. I really still like White's position in that one, but Wesley so suddenly defending, suddenly holding things together, and really, really impressive, tenacious stuff there. So both games in the balance, it looks like Caruana is a favourite. Abdusattorov still a slight favourite in his one as well. Both players with White with the winning chances, but it's not going to be easy to convert.
And Magnus makes his move. He brings king on. The bar is going up and up and up. So it seems like Magnus has gone wrong on numerous occasions already, 2 games into this match. And on the left-hand side of the screen, Wesley, he's frozen. He's about to make a move with 40 seconds left. He brings his rook on over to f8, and the bar starts creeping up. It's such a natural move defending your rook, but now is the time for Nodirbek. The left-hand side of your screen, everybody. Pawn takes pawn right next to the black king. You rip to shreds Black's defensive resources. There are not many pawns there. It looks really tough to defend for Wesley.
I'm going to point out one trick on that left side of our screen where if White does take pawn, takes pawn, Black will have the time to recapture with the rook. Because you might think Black's rook on f8 is hanging, but watch out, there's a checkmate in one on g2, and look at that big move. That is big chess by Nodirbek Abdusattorov, a rook sacrifice.
Impressive stuff there, Abdusattorov. We mentioned he loves to attack and he overworks the black rooks right now. The 2 black rooks are tied, defending each other, tethered to each other, and he's trying to deflect one away so the white queen can go and capture the black rook on f7. Out of the blue, out of nowhere, a shot in the dark. Suddenly, Wesley's so in trouble. Look at the clock as well. The evaluation bar shot up. Checkmate again threatened. He's panicked, Wesley, so he did not react well to this, but incredible tactical awareness from Abdusattorov.
The tenacity from Abdusattorov, it's reminiscent of Caruana Firouzja with a rook sacrifice in the final rank. Wesley down to 5 seconds. He needs to make a move. He does give a check. The white king can escape, and mate in one was threatened. He brings his rook back.
You can take the rook and you can go f7. Isn't that just winning?
Game over if he sacrifices his queen right now. Abdusattorov.
He does it. It's on the board. Abdusattorov finds the finishing touch.
You're also threatening to promote to a knight with a nice fork on the black king and black queen. This is simply game over. Wesley so resigns.
Abdusattorov, the comeback kid, strikes again, leveling the game. And in what style? Amazing performance there. Sacrifices the queen in the end with a win. Wow.
It's good that the players don't see the eval bar swing up and down, because for Nodirbek, he was always on the prowl. He gets the dub, evens up the score. And Fabiano Caruana right now is looking to Nodirbek for some wisdom, some advice. Hey, can I channel your spirit here? And Nodirbek's looking at that very game. And as we see Nodirbek storm off, he should be feeling proud of himself. And Fabiano wants to join Nodirbek back in a 1-1 score.
Yeah, fantastic game there. One of the games of the tournament so far. And meanwhile, we're left with this semi-final. Caruana has still this extra pawn we talked about. Magnus Carlsen had to give up a pawn just to prolong the fight. And it's not just that, but it's a massive strategic advantage. Magnus, you can tell the body language there, not confident at all right now. We're at move 44. And Fabiano, with a bit of time, thinking he needs to land the killer punch. He does not want to let Magnus slither away, survive like he did in the previous game.
It's looking great for Fabiano Caruana. He has the time to think. Just a game ago, when he had the black pieces, he had a winning position, but he was down to those final seconds. So great time management from Fabiano. He's controlled the board, he's controlled the clock, and I think he's just a couple moves away from sealing the deal. We actually can see a white knight on c6. It's putting pressure both on the far left pawn on a7, and you see the clock for the players. And for Fabiano, I think it's now time for him to bring his rook into the action. A knight, it can't operate by itself. It's not a lone wolf. Help with the rook.
Yeah, that's a juicy square. I was going to say at the center of the board, but he chooses another one, also attacking a black's weakness. And you can see that black's pawn so much more vulnerable right now. The rook, the knight that Magnus has tied down to defense right now. And it is all Fabi in this endgame, but will it be enough? The knight is jumping. You've got to be a little careful of not getting trapped. But there's that b7 square, defended, guarded by that pawn on a6 that keeps the knight safe.
Yeah, and that's the key pawn. Just next to the clock, White's pawn over on a6 next to Magnus's clock is holding everything together, but also a potential queen 2 squares away from touchdown, from promotion. Magnus is chasing this knight desperately around the board, but it does have one safe haven anchored by that pawn, and we'll see it drop back. Black's pawn's just weak. He needs to move quickly, though. Magnus Carlsen, no time.
But how much of a psychological moment is this? Well, I was going to say, does he come back with the knight? But Fabi is not repeating this position. He knows that he's close to this one. Brings the rook to defend that knight on d8. No checks on c6. Black stops it. Is it time to jump in with the rook to the central square now?
It absolutely is. He should have done it before, but he's given a second chance. Bring your rook forward. Your knight can always escape to that b7 square. It might still be a good move here, but with the rook either joining on d5 or d8, I think that Magnus' forces are overwhelmed. And Fabi, I mean, he's spending quite a lot of time here. He's getting himself into that time trouble that he needs to avoid.
Yeah, that's the only thing that can save Magnus Carlsen now. The clock, as we saw in the previous game, and Fabiano does bring his rook in. Still no threat, but the realization that Black has barely any moves will make him more confident right now. Black's knight is stuck. If it ever moves, the white knight comes into c6 with a check. Black's king maybe moves. Okay, he checks with the rook, but this is only helping the white king come around. The white king is actually going to march up the board via the h-file. This infiltration, white's king is going to step up, up, and in. And Magnus's defenses are crumbling. He tries counterplay with his rook, but this allows the white knight free
and that
break out.
A7 pawn. So that one is going to fall. If that white rook goes to the final rank, kicks that knight on out of there. A7 drops that pawn that was thrust all the way up to A6. It was early on where he went A4. It went to A5. It has not stopped moving. The pressure continues, and I think it's about to be winning material for him. But he takes the E pawn instead.
Yeah, I'm not such a fan of this, but he still has the same idea in mind. That being said, pawns are starting to disappear, and if everything disappears, Black will be able to sacrifice a knight maybe for White's remaining pawns later, but now he's removing the defender. Black's knight kicked away, and the A-pawn drops. Magnus Carlsen in big, big trouble. White's A-pawn is 2 squares away. It's going to promote.
That is a big pawn and desperation there by Magnus. He's just trying to create some chances with checks. White still has to be careful. That knight jumping around. There are checks on the board. Fabi needs to get his king to safety, and then the A-pawn wins the game.
I was surprised he moved his king up, but it goes back around. Knight back to B5. The pawn is unstoppable. As long as he can bring his knight back, push A7, the rook actually covers the promoting square. I think Magnus might even just resign here.
Yeah, you look at him and you get the feeling he's about to give up. Magnus Carlsen. And that's it. Handshakes. Fabiano Caruana levels the score with a win against the world #1. He was winning in game 1, did not finish the job, but he gets it done in game 2.
He has the utmost belief in himself, and he just out-Magnus Carlsen. He beat him in a technical endgame. It looked like there shouldn't be much hope to win, and Fabiano Caruana got the job done. He walks out of the playing hall a much more confident man. He's proven again that he could take down Magnus Carlsen in any game.
Absolutely. There's so much history between these two players. And today, there's so much glory on the line as well. Fabi strikes back, Nodirbek strikes back, and Kaya caught up with Abdusattorov after his big win against Wesley.
Here with the comeback kid, Nodirbek. You must be just so happy right now.
Yeah, I'm happy that I managed to come back and win a game. But obviously, I was also a little bit disappointed because it was the first game where I had an advantage, like a risk-free end game that I managed to lost. But yeah, I'm quite happy that I quickly come back.
Yeah, I mean Wesley, so he has hardly lost a game ever. How are you able to beat him?
Yeah, I played an opening which he played against me, and I got a kind of pleasant position, and he spent too much time there, but I couldn't find anything, and I think he missed f5 after knight e4, after which it's completely lost for black, I think.
And we're definitely now going to see this match go to 4 games. What will be the strategy now in the final 2 games?
Just keep the momentum, and I'll try my best. And yeah, I will be not surprised if we'll head to Armageddon.
All right. Well, congratulations and good luck next one.
Thank you.
Nodirbek Abdusattorov, he equalizes against Wesley, so back to you guys.
Nodirbek in his cool Puma sweatshirt playing some really, really cool chess there against Wesley So and levels that match. Is it fair to say that so far, even though the match is 1-1, Nodirbek has been the better player?
I think in both matches, the player that won Game 2 has played the better match. And it's 1-1 because of the defensive tenacity, the resourcefulness of both Wesley So and Magnus Carlsen. But I do think Fabiano Caruana and Nodirbek Abdusattorov have played better in their matches.
Yeah, I have to fully agree. And I also have to apologise for earlier calling that Caruana-Carlsen game the calm after the storm, because there's no calm here. There's no chill out in Toronto. There's just blood on the board. Players throwing everything at each other on every single move, every single game.
Absolutely. This is why we watch chess. This is why we believe for moments like this, the comeback moments of players who are underdogs on paper. But this guy, he is the man to beat right now. What a performance in the round robin. And it's Nodirbek Abdusattorov, the youngest ever World Rapid champion, who has to get the job done.
Fabiano Caruana.
Yeah, Fabiano has been a machine recently. Well, he's done that in the past. Of course, there was a Singfield Cup in 2014 where he won 7 in a row, 2 against me. I think he's a great player, but I still like my chances.
He calculates just brilliance.
It's weird to say it, but he's really on the rise now. He's maybe the most prepared player in the world, so he's really in good shape. He won the Singfield Cup and Grand Chess Tour.
He's been playing very well in classical chess, and Also, he's been playing reasonably in Rapid and Blitz. Yeah, I don't think it's likely that he'll win the tournament, but he has a chance to do well for sure.
He has shown incredible results this year in classical chess. One of the best players of our time and one of the biggest favorite of this field.
Well, Fabiano easily is the hottest player at the moment. He's had the best results over the board in 2023. A very formidable opponent, I think, for him. If he gets his positions out of the opening with great preparation, he also has a great chance to win, but I mean, we'll see what happens.
While it's cold in beautiful, beautiful Toronto, the semi-final action is heating up. We have been seeing some dramatic chess, some big turnarounds, and precision by players with very less time on the clock. We spoke about how Nodirbek has been the better player so far in the last 2 games against Wesley. But Fabi as well, does he have the upper hand against Magnus today?
There's no doubt that Fabiano woke up stronger than Magnus Carlsen today. The first game, he was on the brink of victory. Just one accurate move and it would have been lights out. Magnus would have had to resign. Instead, we saw that last-minute turnaround. The second game, outplaying Magnus Carlsen in an endgame, we have to give that the utmost credit. It happens so rarely, once in a blue moon. And the way he did it made it look easy. Fabiano bang in form right now.
There's a reason why Magnus Carlsen has always applauded Fabiano and said this is a serious contender to the throne. No matter who's up there, Fabio can get it done. It's almost a shame that he's the same generation as Magnus Carlsen, because otherwise we might be talking about Fabiano Caruana in that light. But he's proving it against him head-to-head. Fabiano, he can get it done. He just did. It's 1-1. 2 games left today.
Magnus Carlsen definitely needs to wake up now after that last game, and Fabi just continues to impress. Kaya got a hold of Fabi after that spectacular Game 2 win.
So I called Nodirbek the comeback kid, so I guess I will call you the comeback man. Congrats on a great win.
Thank you.
How did this go about?
Well, I think that we're both playing rather poorly so far. First game was a disgrace, to put it mildly. Of course, okay, we were in time trouble, so that can kind of excuse some of the blunders, but I think the blunders were too massive. And second game, he got a very comfortable position, slightly better at some point. I mean, okay, he's definitely not risking. He blundered King F1. Already, I'm not worse anymore. I think he probably blundered King E3 as well, and he started to get worse. He started to drift into a bad position, and then it was kind of difficult to defend.
Well, strong words there about the way you guys are playing. It's definitely entertaining. Is there nerves involved here, do you think, the reason for those inaccuracies?
I don't feel really nervous. I just think that, yeah, the first game was, I mean, okay, with time pressure and these complications, of course, you tend to make some serious mistakes, but like my last mistake, also I missed, I think, Queen C6, probably just winning a queen, and probably I missed checkmate by force at some point. To lose that was kind of kind of tilting, but okay, I've been in some unfortunate situations before, so.
And you have equalized momentum now on your side. How can you use that going into the 2 final rapid games?
Well, now it's like the familiar situation, two games like all the previous matches that we played. So yeah, I don't know. I want to try to improve my play a bit and try to play a bit more stable. But I am, of course, very glad to have equalized the match.
Well, congrats on that one. Good luck in the next one.
Thank you.
All right, this one will be an interesting one. Definitely 4 games in the match with Magnus and Fabi. Back to you guys.
What on earth was that, Fabi? I mean, to us, it looks like chess from another planet, and he says, we guys have been playing poorly. What do you make of that?
Chess players are always critical of themselves, and that's what helps them get better as players, because when you analyze your own games, you always are in the search, the objective search for the truth. And for the players to get better at their high level is to be self-critical, to always look for improvements.
That's true. When I was working my way through the ranks as a youngster, I came across so many opponents who said, I played great, I dominated, I crushed my opponent, and those were the players who never really kind of make that next step. That's why we see the top players being their own harshest critic. And Fabiano, I think deep down he'll know he's played pretty well. He was only harsh about himself because of 1 or 2 blunders in the first game, but the general flow, the general momentum is on his side. And if he can continue this form, I think he might be the favourite for the rest of today.
And for Magnus, he's, of course, experiencing this flow that Fabi is bringing on. So what do you think his mindset is? Do you think he's really waking up now and realizing that Fabi means business today?
I think Magnus has been through it all, so this is not his first rodeo. He's suffered against opponents who outplay him, including Wesley So has done that very thing. But I think for Magnus, what he needs to do is play one solid game overall. Instead of this kind of shifty games, hoping for something, I think he just needs to stabilize. He, of course, is the best player of all time. So when he wants to get it done, when he feels settled, he can get it done.
And the other player who's failed to keep it solid on the board so far is Wesley. David, what was the big turnaround moment in that game?
Yeah, I just want to highlight one moment because actually Abdusattorov played a great game from start to finish, but the tactical flurry at the end was so impressive. And actually some really hidden nuggets, some gems in the tactical sequence at the end that I wanted to show everyone at home. In this position, Black's defences look like they're holding up with 2 rooks stacked up on the f-file, keeping their king nice and safe. But White's queen is so strong, this rook as well, really well placed. And this was the killer blow to overwhelm Black's defences. Rook to d8, a shot in the dark out of nowhere. And here Wesley So did collapse. Very understandable. Wesley had no time on the clock. He did indeed take this rook. He should perhaps have blocked, just tried to curl up into a ball, but a good position for White nonetheless. Instead, rook takes rook was met by a capture, threatening checkmate in 1. And Wesley here gave a check. This is very clever, forcing the White king to h2, dropping back his rook. And after White sacrificed the queen, pushing forward his pawn next move, I think Wesley was banking on the fact he could have played the move g5, hitting the white rook. If the white rook moves anywhere, the black queen could have given a nasty check now, hence the reason the king was forced to the square, and now it could have slid back to f8, blocking the white pawn. But it was this position Wesley resigned because he'd suddenly realised after g5, White doesn't promote to a queen, White promotes to a knight. A beautiful fork here, a royal fork. The king moves, the knight takes the queen, and White ends up in peace to the good.
I love it when players unearth these tactics and we get to see what's going on in their brains. The wheels are turning, but they are finding these unbelievable tries. And credit to Wesley for trying to trick Nodirbek. You couldn't trick him because he's not going to promote to queen. He knows how to under-promote. He's going to get that knight fork and get the job done.
Magnus Carlsen and Wesley So both outplayed in game 2 in their own territory, their own style. Nodirbek Abdusattorov with the aggressive suffocation strategy in his game, playing on the king side, playing on the queen side. Just incredible stuff by him. And then the endgame that we saw, the endgame technique by Fabiano Caruana, the favourites on the paper, that start of Magnus being a 71%, having those odds going into the final. I think that's a bit shaky right now.
Well, I think Magnus is still the favorite just because he's Magnus Carlsen, but I will always say that. It's just true. But Fabiano is proving that in this match, this is the day where perhaps Fabiano could take him down. Magnus completely has to turn around his gameplay. It's not the Magnus we're accustomed to seeing, but that's all credit to Fabiano, who's forcing him into uncomfortable territory.
And the good news for players is that where they're playing, it's great territory because they've got great, wow, I wasn't expecting that. They've got great air quality and you can win this very, very cool Wave Plus Airthings device. And it's signed by the one and only world #1 Magnus Carlsen. So get your Airthings device to keep a check on your air quality to get those rating points up to play some of your best chess. Yes, Robert.
Can I ask a question? Does that help me remember positions like Magnus did when I don't even have to see them, but there are air things devices over there? If I get that, because it's right there, I can take it. Will that help me?
Yeah, I feel like if we start playing, I mean, the bullets and the blitz that we've been playing before the show with this air things device on, I've already gained like 50 points on Chess.com. So it might be working. And this is the one that'll be coming your way. So head over to our social media channels to get a chance to win this Magnus Carlsen signed air things quality. What about the quality of play that we're expecting from the players going into Game 3? What's going to be the switch up from Wesley and Magnus?
I'm curious about Wesley in particular because he just was shaken. And Wesley is somebody who's usually very stoic. He always is just playing these calm games. He draws quite regularly. So I'm wondering for Wesley, this opponent, Nodirbek Abdusattorov, if he's particularly uncomfortable for him.
It does feel that way, just judging by the first two games. But then again, if Wesley is able to go back to basics, is able to strip away all of the kind of tactics, the energy out of Abdusattorov's position, I still do think he should be the favourite. But these players, they're going to have to adapt their strategies on the fly. I think game by game, we'll see players start to kind of switch up their openings, switch up their the way they've been playing the games. And here we see Caruana back at the board. I can't wait till this third round.
Magnus Carlsen loves a challenge, and a challenge it is. The best version of Fabiano Caruana has shown up to this semi-finals match. Magnus, will he start with 1e4, an opening that did get him into trouble in Game 1? The players are ready to go. Are we expecting Magnus to switch it up on move 1?
Maybe. The first game didn't go according to plan for the world number 1, but he is quite a loyal adherent of 1e4. And I think the big question is whether we'll see the Archangel again, this variation of the Spanish. It looks that way. Magnus Carlsen repeating his opening from the first game.
And Bishop, where is... He goes for it. He sticks to the tried and tested. His scores, the Archangels, which worked to perfection in Game 1.
It was nothing about the opening that got Fabiano into trouble. But let's remember, Magnus did get an advantage at some point, and here he pushes the pawn up 2 squares rather than 1. So there is a change in this opening from Magnus Carlsen, and Fabiano quickly darts his bishop out to g4, pinning that knight to the queen. We have totally different territory here in the third game of the match.
Do you think Magnus, in the break, he instructed his second, Peter Heine-Nielsen, to go watch all 43 hours of Fabiano's chessable course, on fast forward and maybe double speed, just to figure out what to do against this opening?
Honestly, not a bad idea. Of course, we're exaggerating a bit, but to look at specific lines, see what Fabiano himself recommends. Maybe Fabiano wasn't completely honest with all of us. Maybe he kept some novelties to himself. But this is something that you should do if you're a chess player at this stage, at this level, where Anish Giri, Fabiano, whoever it is, releasing these video courses, you can actually gain insights into their repertoire.
Yeah, and meanwhile, we see both sides castle. It's pretty much the end of the opening stage now, but the top players, they know all the plans in the ensuing middle game. Magnus just playing a really slow kind of setup here with White. Not overly ambitious. I think he just wants to play himself into form. Frustrated, of course, with the first 2 games. And still pressure on Fabiano to fully equalize as black, to either clarify the center, break out in the center, or to just activate the rest of his pieces. But I'm excited. This is shaping up to be a really tense middle game.
And Fabiano has shown a tendency just to slide his rook on over when they're pawn tension like this. But Fabiano, he's thinking right now, so maybe he is successfully taken out of all of his preparation. Now he's on his own.
And it's a good idea to slow down. Once you've made these moves, you've pushed the pawn to b5, your bishop has come out to g4. Now there are these little moves, right? Do you start with the knight jump to a5? Do you sidestep with the rook to the b file? At the right moment, you want to break open on the queen side with the b pawn. So it's really a good moment that Fabi has slowed down, and it will decide how this middle game progresses depending on Fabi's approach over the next few moves. Magnus looking relaxed. Let's see if Wesley is looking relaxed as they're about to start their Game 3, and that classic Nodirbek that's there.
Yeah, I don't think anyone pulls it off in current world chess, just like Abdusattorov can. And the deaths are over. First move on the board. Again, pawn to e4. It looks like we're very much headed towards king's pawn territory in all of these semi-finals today. And it is another Spanish opening. Yes, it is. White's bishop landing on b5, putting some pressure on black's knight. Will we see copycat with the other game? Previously, no Archangel from Abdusattorov. He prefers to develop his bishop just one square. There we go, more classical territory here.
Very interesting how both players, Nodirbek and Fabi, have stuck to the opening that they chose for game one.
The thing is, they lost those games, so sometimes we're results-oriented, but the play was good from both of them. It was not their opening's fault. So it's smart of both of them to stick to this opening that did them well in terms of equalizing. And for Nodirbek in particular, I think he needs to stay solid. You don't want to play overly risky stuff in the opening against Wesley So. He punishes so many players. He started with 6 match wins in a row. But now that I think about it, Wesley's most recent match before this one was a loss to Fabiano Caruana. Then he just lost his last game to Nodirbek Abdusattorov. So if we cut the tournament past round 6, when he started with the perfect score, there's something when you are leading the tournament that you start getting, not lazy, but you don't need to win as much. He was already through the semifinals. Do you think that can affect him?
Definitely. It feels like yesterday was a bit of a rest day for Wesley So. Yes, he lost to Fabiano early on. Feels like distant, kind of forgotten history at this point. But Wesley, it feels the wind has been taken out of his sails. Yes, he was on that hot streak. And normally, when you're on a hot streak, you don't want kind of an easier game or a non-important game. You want to keep pushing, challenge yourself for more and more. And yeah, Wesley, he hasn't replicated the form he showed in the first few days, just in the last 24 hours. But this one, in the meantime, still a very kind of typical position for this opening. He's traded off a set of pawns on the queen side, and White is getting ready to build a big pawn center. Early days, of course. There we saw the air quality. Shout out to Air Things. I wanted to say great chair quality as well in the playing hall. Magnus today with great hair quality, and I'm hoping for more of the same.
Nodirbek with great stare quality. So
Robert, you outdid me.
Yeah, we can keep doing this forever. But Wesley, something's going on. What is he bothered by right here? He's shaking his head a little bit. I know he doesn't like to look at his opponents, or sometimes he covers his eyes just so he can focus on the moves. But it does seem like something's bothering him.
He looks very uncomfortable, and I can understand the head and hands to just avoid any of those Nodirbek stares, but it actually feels like something about the position. Wesley is not pleased. He gets up and leaves.
Maybe he knew we were talking about him, and that's always uncomfortable when someone's talking about you, but you can't hear. But I'm actually wondering if he's still thinking about the previous game. So far, early stages in this one, maybe he's just thirsty, he grabs the water, but I don't know. Something about Wesley seems different than those first 6 round-robin matches.
Yeah, this body language is sometimes, it occurs when the top players kind of mix up their move order. Maybe he wanted to play a different variation this last move. It's very provocative, and maybe he had another idea in mind, but sometimes the hand kind of acts before the brain clicks into gear. You play a move and then you realize, oh wait, I didn't actually want to play that one. Makes you smile, and in general, Wesley's looked in a great mood this whole tournament, so I don't think it will distract him too much. Of course, he'll be able to refocus. And on the bright side, he has surprised Nodirbek here. Really hard to do that. He's so well prepared, the young Uzbek grandmaster. And pawn to d4. I should mention there's also a big threat in the position. If White's pawn steps up to d5 now, Black's knight on c6 is trapped. So for the first time in this game, there's drama, there's tension.
And a player sitting in for a deep think at this stage can mean a couple things. Either they're out of their preparation, or as you said, perhaps Wesley did something that he moved a little quickly. He didn't start by pushing his pawn to h3 to stop any pins on the diagonal. And we see Nodirbek takes this pawn on d4, and now he can slide his light square bishop out to pin the knight to the queen and start asking White some important questions.
And maybe that was exactly the questions that Wesley was preempting, and he's not sure how he is going to respond to them. The center's opened up. Black's got a nice developing move with the bishop. We will see how this one progresses. Let's jump back to Magnus playing with the white pieces. Similar structure, similar setup right now, but Magnus hasn't yet made the move d4, which for now is under control. It's really all about who gets the central breaks in these openings. Does Black get a successful d5 in? Is White able to get a good d4 in? With d4 under control, for Black, the break under control, what are the players fighting for in this one?
Wow, fighting for squares and fighting for threats, apparently. Caruana, look at the Black queen and Black dark square bishop. Look at how they pierce down this diagonal towards the White king. There was a big threat on f2. Tania, you mentioned White breaking out in the center. That looks like a distant dream right now. I don't think it's ever going to become a reality. Fabiano, yet again, showing the Archangel is in great shape.
There's only one open file. A pair of rooks have been traded along that file. Black controls it. White is not able to strike in the center. White's position is perfectly healthy. I don't want to act like Fabiano has an advantage, but no difficulties whatsoever. So I think advantage Fabiano from the perspective of this is a game with the black pieces. He just won with White in game 2. This looks really stable, a hard position to imagine black going wrong, but then we're talking about Magnus Carlsen here. He's going to keep the game going for a while, but Fabiano's doing everything right thus far.
Wow, and look at that knight. It's rerouted itself to the king side, eyeing that f4 square. A white knight, meanwhile, also trying to get to the light squares. And while these players fight it out, the position, strategic battle, we will head down to Toronto, where we're being joined by Levy. And he's with Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who's hanging out in Toronto right now to break the position down for us. What's up, Maxime?
No, she asked you. What's up, Maxime?
Yeah, all good. I mean, you know, there's nothing to be proud of from the past few days. So, you know, I definitely didn't deserve to be at this place of one of these 4 players. So my place is here for today, at least.
Well, we really appreciate it. And obviously, before we get into the specifics of this Fabiano-Magnus matchup, we just saw what happened there in the first game. We were all sitting, watching, and just oohing and ahhing at the screen at watching this queen versus rook endgame. So my question to you is, how do you bounce back from that psychologically? What does it say to win that second game with white for Fabiano?
Well, first of all, I think it's a big relief for Fabiano to have won. We saw him briefly after he lost, and of course he was very pissed. But I think it helps that it's not a classical game where you have one day to ponder over your thoughts. Here you just like, okay, in 5 minutes I have to go again. You know, just reset mentally. Sometimes it's easier said than done, but like, I think it helps also maybe, at least it would have helped me, that it's not a game where he was particularly dominant. He was on the defensive throughout the game. He got this unexpected chance. And then, yeah, he should definitely have won. But let's say draw could have been some sort of fair result. It's not like it's maybe a 0.75 point difference, not a straight 1 point difference. And then he was white in the next game. He could put pressure. Definitely played it safe in the opening, so to at least cut the bleeding. And then when he got his chance, he took it. Then it would have been lethal if he actually hadn't converted his advantage. Because at some point it looked like he was going on the wrong track.
Right.
And this could have been really decisive. Now he's come back and, match is 1-1 again, all afresh.
No, that's obviously... And now it's basically back to the format that it was before the semi-final. Now it's just the best of 2.
Except it's 2 sets, yeah?
Yeah, right, of course, yes. What are we thinking about this position that we have on the screen?
It's a very reasonable position. Like, I mean, Fabi is going to get his knight to f4. So that's a good thing. I don't think you can go g3, although I would consider it like bishop takes, then knight 3 back to h2. You attack this knight on h5. It's a pawn sacrifice. But the problem is then bishop f2 is always the pawn on f2 is always hanging, so I don't think it can work right now. So probably you have to let the knight come to f4.
You're an e4 player your entire career, basically. You don't play e4, e5 with black. You're a Sicilian player. So are you used to seeing more of these types of positions when you're on the white side, or do you try to avoid, do you not like that Fabiano has these queen and bishop pointed at f2 and control of the a file?
I've had many Archangelsk in my life. Even a couple with black, but like not really in classical. But it's very reasonable position for both sides, I think. This, of course, queen and bishop can hurt the pawn on f2 quite badly, but worst case, you can drop the bishop back to e3. I feel like Magnus has lost hopes to get an opening advantage here. So he'll be maybe trying to outplay one way or another, but it's not going to be easy. This position is very comfortable to play for Fabiano.
Last question before we go over to our other semi-final. I am curious about the fact that Magnus repeated the opening for a second time, right?
He didn't exactly repeat it because he went a4.
Yeah, he went a4, but just to play into the Archangelsk period, just to play e4. I mean, he could have played d4, c4, knight f3. So is he just kind of poking and seeing at different things that Fabiano wants to do with black.
I don't think it's a bad idea in general. I just think he was taken by the move bishop g4. I think he rechecked briefly his lines after a4 and didn't expect what happened next. But yeah, I mean, Fabiano is obviously always extremely well prepared, and but Magnus as well. So like he doesn't have to back out from a theoretical fight. Like he played against me in numerous Najdorfs and Grenfell. So
right. I think we are going to bring up our second semi-final matchup here, and here we have it on the screen. This was also a Ruy Lopez, but it is very different.
Yeah, and I thought it had gone well for Wesley actually, but it's not that obvious. Like he has control over the center. So this knight on e4, you have to make a decision now. It's been attacked. Probably you want to sacrifice a pawn. Maybe play c5.
Yeah.
Give up the pawn and opt to enter some equal endgame at the end. Like pawn down, but you still get equality. So like I would consider either rook d8 or c5. Probably c5, right away. I don't see why not.
Right, because also it's important just for viewers
also
at home.
Pawn on b5.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, queen on e2 is attacking the pawn on b5.
Yeah, I didn't even see that.
Okay, but c5 is well timed because
queen b5, maybe even c4 and rook b8.
Yeah, you can trap the queen. Yeah. But c5 somehow defends both. Okay, and there it is. We see it on the screen. So it defends tactics on e4 and b5 at the same time, which is very unintuitive for most audience members, I think.
Yeah. I think it should end in a draw. Like you take everything, and then rook g8. I think also, like first game looked like it was gonna end in a draw.
Sure, yeah, of course.
And then I think Nodirbek overpressed, and then was
what exactly is the idea? It's like if white takes on e4 with the knight right now, black is gonna take back. White will trade everything.
You trade everything. You play rook d8,
and you have
ideas of knight d3 as well. So like, because knight d3 right away, maybe you get bishop e3 and then d5 is always in the air. So I think you want rook d8, and if dc, even bishop c5, because then you're also eating at f2 when you play knight d3.
Okay, perfect.
It could be a bit uncomfortable, but I think it ends in a draw in the end.
So Nodirbek is looking to offset potentially a one-pawn advantage for Wesley with some active piece play. Likely will win the pawn back. And I mean, we did see in that first game there was a long endgame.
And even if it doesn't, like it's gonna be an equalish endgame. Like.
Yeah, and we see that dc5 is even on the board. So looking like this one will head to a draw. We still pretty unclear situation in the Magnus Fabi game, but thank you. Maxime, for joining. Maybe we'll get another one with you, and we're going to send it back to Oslo.
Yes.
Tanya and the guys, take it away.
Do your job, guys.
Thanks, Lavi. Well, that was a good break, Maxime. So thanks for taking over, and do jump in, guys, whenever you've got a moment to break this action down for us that we're witnessing. And Maxime's take on this is that this is perhaps going to fizzle out into a draw. Would you agree with that?
I'm never going to doubt Maxime in a Spanish opening in the Ruy Lopez. He's been playing it as long as I've known him, since we were kids. So I trust his judgment. Maxime, there's a chair here if you want to fly over and give us more of a break. And meanwhile, it just feels like everything's being traded off.
But there's a threat on the board, right? The pawn on f2 is hanging, the bishop, the black bishop, and the knight is lined up against it. Is it time for Wesley to start trading off those pieces in the center?
Yeah, just like the first game between them, there's a white pawn on the black side of the board in the center, and there's about to be a black pawn on the white side of the position. But all these trades should liquidate far enough where there won't be many pieces remaining. So let's say you take this knight on e4, let's say black takes the bishop, and you keep taking, and we get this whole thing down where all the pieces come off on the e4 square. At this stage, the f2 pawn is under attack with a knight d3 fork at the end. So I can take this pawn, and once we... Oh, I blundered, apparently, because maybe my knight gets trapped down here.
Yeah, this looks natural, Robert. Just to point out your idea, this looks like a very logical double attack, but perhaps the knight is running out of squares, as you mentioned, a bit stuck on c1. But maybe just the same idea, different move order would be the more accurate way of doing it. We're actually headed in this direction, and I do think maybe in this position, knight d3 first. And just same idea. You'll win either the bishop, the pawn, or this pawn, and most likely this should fizzle out towards a draw.
So currently, Nodirbek down a pawn in the line that we're seeing, but it looks like the pawn will be recaptured. With the ease again with which Nodirbek has managed to equalize with the black pieces, Is that advantage Nodirbek in the match?
Well, if he can draw this game, then certainly. And while I overlook certain tactics here, Wesley will not. And at this moment, he's not actually forced to take this bishop on e4. I'm wondering if Wesley's a little bit more ambitious than just let's settle for a draw, trade off the pieces, because his dark square bishop hasn't moved. But as soon as it does right now, his rook on e1 actually protects the light square bishop. And let's not forget that black has these weak pawns in the position. The queen on e2 is aiming on over at the pawn on b5. The d5 pawn is isolated. So I do think that Wesley is considering just developing his bishop one square in the diagonal, hitting that black knight on b4. And I do believe that Wesley has a better position.
Yeah, we'll learn a lot about his mindset just in this next move. If he does trade everything off, head straight for that drawish endgame, then it means Wesley isn't quite feeling his best. Or maybe he's believing in his chances if we do get into a ultimate Armageddon. But if he keeps the tension, it means he's feeling ambitious, feeling sharp, feeling confident. I like your idea, Robert. I must admit, I thought bishop takes bishop was pretty much forced. But you can just defend your bishop on b1, move the other bishop out of the way. And yeah, the game goes on.
I saw Wesley shake his head, though. He quickly did a little one of these. So he could be seeing that no matter what he does, it should be equal. But I feel like he should try. This is his game with the white pieces. He should play on.
Wow. Okay, so this is a moment, and we see he does decide to play on. So developing the bishop, defending the other bishop with the rook. We'll see how Nodirbek reacts to this, but let's jump in and see how Fabi has been reacting out of the opening. Now, on this one, Maxime said that it's time for Magnus to give up all hope of getting an opening advantage, and we can see why, right? Like the bishop and the queen lined up, attacking that d4 pawn, also x-raying the f2 pawn. The f line is open. Black's managed to get the knights on the center of the board, and now no doubled pawns as well. White needs to be careful about the pawns in the center. It does appear as if Fabi once again proving the Archangels hold strong.
Look at the clock. Fabi is up nearly 2 minutes on time. The eval bar is in his favor. He's the one pressuring not just the center, but also the king side. That bishop on g5 for white is kind of in no man's land out there. And that knight on h2, knight on f3, those are superfluous knights. The late Jeremy Silman wrote about these in his books. They're fighting for the same squares. I think black can get very active right now. Queen to a4 comes to mind for me, because bishop a5 becomes a threat, and then white can't successfully play the move pawn to b4. I just feel like white's pieces are tangled at this stage of the game. Easier for Fabiano to play, and even though he's in a think right now, he's ahead in the clock.
Yeah, this looks really strong. White's position could fall apart instantly, partly due to this threat of bishop a5, partly due to pressure on the d5 pawn. He actually forces the issue. He played h6, forcing white to take on the f4 square, so now there's an imbalance. Still very healthy, and white has to be really, really careful. I mean, this diagonal, it just looks like if black gets time to play a move like e5 in the near future, there could be just tremendous tactics. And yeah, Magnus Carlsen, how does he improve his knights? That's the big question. One of them, Robert, as mentioned, they're superfluous. You need to activate one of them. You need to get your king to safety somehow, but you don't really want to take a time out to slide your king into the corner. Pawn to h4. He's getting ready to play g3 next move to boot this knight out of his half of the board.
Yeah, and you asked the question, how do you actually get rid of these superfluous knights? And I think this move h4 also allows white's knight to jump forward to the square g4, which earlier would not have been possible with that pawn on h3. To just point out a small tactic that stopped this from happening. Black can actually take knight takes pawn, and then the f3 knight is on pre. So the move h4, aiming at tying down black's king side, but also frees up that knight on h2 that's really not doing anything. And I like this move that you earlier brought up, Robert. Queen to a4, such an active move. Not only eyeing, again, the d4 pawn, taking away some key squares, but bishop a5, a big threat on the board.
Not easy for Magnus to meet. He might have to slide his rook away from the e-file, and perhaps he's doing just enough to hold everything together. But Fabiano, he's the one on the offensive. He really is playing a better match than Magnus Carlsen today. At this point, I don't think there's any doubt. He's not facing any issues at the opening with black. He outplayed him with white. I think Magnus is feeling Fabiano's might right now, and this is scary when Fabiano has had the 2023 that he has, winning these classical events. He's over 2,800 again, the only player not named Magnus Carlsen to be over 2,800 FIDE, and now we see Fabiano improving his rapid and blitz game as well. He won the St. Louis rapid and blitz before this. David, I'm liking Fabiano's chances in this game.
Yeah, he's in the flow, Fabiano, not just in this game, in the year in general. Feels like he's got half an eye on Ding Liren's crown right now, Fabiano. He's just been improving week on week, month on month, especially with his speed chess and big threats, all angles of the board. It's just one glance here. Our eyes do not deceive us. The black queen's so active, the black knight so active, black's bishop perfectly poised. Compared to all of their counterparts, clearly superior here. Look at the clock as well. Double the amount of time as Magnus Carlsen. Fabi in charge, bossing it. Can he convert it, though? That's the big question. Magnus needs to pull the brake and just try to hold this one, try to survive this game. It's not going to be easy for White.
And the clock keeps ticking away for Magnus as he now goes under 3 minutes. A threat on the board. He either needs to move the rook or sidestep with the queen. I don't believe the pawn push to b4 is something that you really want to make. It's so committal. Ties down that pawn, your queen to defending that, which means that for Magnus, it's not a pleasant choice to make. The most natural move to me in this position would be to place the rook on the open c line.
Yeah, that is the most natural move, but one of the ideas that we've been talking about for black is pushing the e-pawn forward, opening, unleashing that bishop on b6. It looks scary, so look at Magnus. He's offering a queen trade. He's trying to establish an endgame where the queens are off the board. There won't be an attack, but black should still be better. All of White's pieces are on his first 4 ranks. Black has this knight on f4, the rook situated on f8 that can slide on over to the a file. I really like this position for Fabi. There's no risk here.
And Magnus looking away from the board, we see on the camera, I think he's just disgusted by his position right now. He knows that he's on the back foot. Yes, he should still be okay-ish with White, but he's the one reacting, and yeah, he wants to be dictating the pace. This is not going according to plan for the Norwegian right now. Queen to d1, to trade or not to trade? Queen's on the board, off the board, what do we think?
I trade him. I think that black is still better. Trade queens, bring your rook to the open file. There's no risk whatsoever in black's position. You play with a free hand.
Yeah, that seems really something that Fabi would enjoy. It feels like a position for 2 results. Get the queens off the board, control the only open A line, get your rook down the board to attack White's pawns. Everything looks really good. And you said things are not going well for Magnus in this game. Things haven't been going well from the start of the day for Magnus, including the game that he did win, which was quite a miraculous save by him. Fabi, for the third time during the match, with a better position. But again, in the end game, will it be enough? Or is he going to get more ambitious, trying to keep the queens on the board? He's thinking for a little too long. When you're playing against Magnus, you have to put the pressure on the clock as well.
Okay, he allows the queens to come off, but he's saying only on my terms. And he plays this move e5 that we mentioned earlier. It's a very committal move because long-term for black structure, if you don't land any tactics after a trade, you might be left with some weak pawns. But he is cracking open that diagonal for the black bishop. Very ambitious move from Fabiano. I was going to say it is up his alley to kind of maximize the advantage, to try and keep queens on potentially, to try to play for tricks. But e5 here, I'm trying to do some quick calculation. He has to be really careful, Magnus Carlsen, to hold things together.
But now Fabi also needs to be careful in some ways, because if there is a pawn swap on e5, black is saddled with his isolated pawn. So long-term, that can become a weakness. I'm all about minimizing risk in the position. I thought trading the queens was good, but you see that e5 pawn, it doesn't have its best friend in the adjacent file. It's isolated. Eventually, that knight on h2 can jump into g4. That e5 pawn could be a goner. So I'm looking at this position now with a double-edged lens where I think Magnus will have some chances, not just to stymie the offensive threats of Fabiano Caruana, but if Fabiano goes wrong, Magnus can actually play for a win down the line.
A very committal decision by Fabi. Without trading the queens, he goes for the central break. I'm slightly surprised, though, with this one, but at least it makes Magnus go into a think and burn some critical seconds on the clock, and eventually he does fix that weakness on e5, and this was Fabi's idea, something that nobody in the studio expected. Fabiano Caruana with a pawn sacrifice.
Wow, this is dramatic stuff right now. Nobody spotted that, as you mentioned, Tanya. Now he keeps the queens on, but he's broken this diagonal open. Watch out for all sorts of knight jumps later into d3. Wow, Magnus Carlsen, he's holding things together by a thread. His knight defends his rook, but this diagonal, it feels like there's some tactics brewing. Look at the clock as well. Magnus in big trouble. Fabi, such ambitious play.
Totally different position from Ding Liren against Yang Nepomniachtchi, but it's that moment where the EVA bar doesn't change, and yet it's a sudden wrench in the plans of, you weren't expecting this, let me go for more. I think now Fabi can just take this pawn e5. He's keeping the queens on the board. My fear for black was with the queens off the board, perhaps that e5 pawn can be targeted, but not here, not when black has all the firepower aimed at the white king. A really testing move, decision from Fabiano Caruana. Let's see if Magnus can handle it.
This is fighting chess from Fabi. Objectively, maybe it wasn't the strongest option, but he just plays the most challenging line for Magnus to actually handle. And now with being under a minute, the queens stay on the board. There is pressure on that rook on e1. I do like Magnus's defensive move, placing the queen on the second rank, defending not only the b2 pawn, the f2 pawn, also the central e pawn on the board. But it looks like Fabi, he's very ambitious about his chances right now.
Yeah, and rightly so. He also has half an eye on the clock, Fabiano Caruana, 3.5 minutes against under 1 minute. So it's the right thing to do to randomize it, to play dynamically. He captures a pawn on that left board of our screen right now, and Magnus moves the white rook away. So still in the balance objectively, but black having all the fun. We see the other board, though, Robert, right now between Wesley So and Abdusattorov on the right of our screens. What do you make of that one?
We appreciate those players. They're so phenomenal. But right now, there's little separating them on the right-hand side of our screen. I think all attention is on the left-hand side, where there's much more tension. And for Fabiano, who still has over 3 minutes on the clock, his time management has probably been his best attribute today. And look at this move, knight back to step forward into d4. He is trying to crack down on white's defenses. If you could start trading some pieces in front of that white king, that f2 pawn in particular is especially vulnerable. That rook on f8 can slide up to f4. That knight can go to d4 or to c5. There are so many questions that Magnus needs to answer. He's got 35 seconds left.
This is exceptional combination of being strategic with the knight maneuver, along with the sacrifice that we just saw, and ambitious play with the queen move. He's just combining all these different aspects of the game and playing it to perfection. Once again in driver's seat, Fabiano Caruana, a queen trade on offer. This time, does he go for it, or perhaps step forward with the queen to b3, trying to maintain the tension?
The e4 pawn is also hanging. There's a bunch of options here for Fabiano. I think he'll be really reluctant to go into any endgame, so I'm expecting the black queen to move away, and I'm not sure where exactly, but just keep the tension, keep the pressure on Magnus Carlsen right now. The evaluation bar might say it's only slightly in black's favour, but I think in practical terms, big advantage for Fabiano.
And I think Fabiano is okay with a lack of tension if it means he's stealing pawns. I like queen takes pawn in the center, and he does as well. I mentioned earlier he was snacking on pawns in game 2, snacking on one in game 3. He can just move his queen back somewhere. That knight on f3 cannot move. The bishop on b6, the dark square bishop on the left-hand side of your screen, that left board, that bishop is aiming towards the white king. That rook next to the black king is aiming towards the white king. So Magnus took with his rook. It was the only option. Now I think the black knight is the last piece to join the party. Move that knight. He goes in. It's coming to d3. This looks really dangerous.
Yeah, Magnus, he's really walking a tightrope right now. He needs to find super accurate moves just to stay alive. 15 seconds for the world number one. Fabiano creating threats. Knight to d3. That black knight jumping in further is a monster threat. How to defend against it, and there we see Magnus drops his knight back. A big blunder according to the evaluation bar. Can black just continue the journey with his knight?
Can you continue the journey, or is there a killer blow on the spot? Are there sacrifices? Does knight take pawn with the idea of queen sliding over to the king side? It's on the board. If the king takes the knight, queen g4, is that the killer move?
That's game over. There's nothing that Magnus can do. His king side is in shambles. He drops not just a pawn, but his defensive resources. And the rook is going to slide in here for black as well. Unless his king becomes vulnerable, Fabiano, he's just in charge. He could take that knight with his queen even. He's up a pawn at minimum.
Game over. Simply no way Magnus Carlsen survives this one. We saw him lean back in shock as knight takes g2. That knight sacrifice appeared on the board. And it wasn't a surprise. It felt like something was brewing for a long time. The evaluation bar was stubbornly stuck in the middle, but we were saying it. Momentum black, momentum black. He takes with the queen. No risk attached to this at all. He's a pawn up, and he's about to cash in on the second pawn on f2.
3 pawns. He's going to take on f2. A queen trade will happen. Then his rook will take the pawn on b2 as well. It's going to be 3 extra pawns for Fabiano Caruana in an endgame. Completely hopelessly lost for Magnus.
And he goes for it. Magnus is going to need more of the miracle that he survived in game 1. I don't see that happening. Fabiano Caruana really bringing his A game today. Magnus Carlsen is about to go down in game 3.
Going to go down in flames.
Look at him, he looks away.
Yeah, he's devastated. Magnus with 14 seconds. Caruana, his clock handling has been exemplary as well this game. He's just been dominant from start to finish. And Magnus's only hope now is to somehow leap forward with a white knight, combine it with white's rook, and create some counterplay, but looks like a dream. Even if black just ignores everything, pushes pawns, it feels like black is winning just on default here.
There's a red carpet rolled out in front of that B pawn. Just push your passed pawn. And on the right-hand side of our screens, we are seeing some trades on offer there. Whoa, wait, what? On the right-hand side, it looks like Wesley So just gave up the pawn next to his king with check, and the Evo bar didn't react. So some craziness happening on the right-hand side. We'll get to it. But all attention is on Fabiano Caruana, just a couple moments away from beating the world #1 Magnus Carlsen.
Look at Magnus on the camera, just frustrated there, just throwing his pieces down, the pieces he was fiddling with. He looks ready to get out of here. He looks ready to resign. White's king marching forward, but what's the plan? There simply is none. Black's b-pawn is going to soon march down that board.
He's not giving any chance to Magnus to jump in with that knight to f5 first, kicks the rook out of the 7th rank, and now the b-pawn will arrive on b4. Fabi playing extremely solid, giving absolutely no hope here.
And he pins that knight.
Ooh.
Oh, that's just nasty because the knight can't move anymore. A rook trade is completely losing. He could push that b-pawn at long last.
Yeah, he's going to do it. And a bit of a mirror image, I just want to say on the boards right now. Black in both of the games has a dark squared bishop versus a knight. Black, both games, has a pawn on b5, a passed pawn on b5. It's as if the players are kind of watching each other right now. Magnus coming in with the white king. The other board getting dramatic as well.
Very dramatic. There was an e6 that was played and it was completely ignored. That is high nerves by Nodirbek.
What an amazing decision there. It looks like pawn on the right-hand side, on the right board, pawn takes pawn is check, but that queen on a2, it can actually capture that pawn so you're not losing the house. What a find by Nodirbek Abdusattorov. On the left-hand side of our screen, we just saw Fabi. He brings his king to g8. If the white king goes up diagonally, it looks like it's in the checkmate net, but the black rook can kick the king away, so that king will survive. And unfortunately for Magnus, it doesn't look like he will survive as the b-pawn, at long last, is going up the board.
And now the bishop dominates the white knight as well, and Magnus will not have enough pieces to fight against the pawn. The bishop defends the b2 pawn next, and the rook will go down to c1 to wrap it up.
Just don't get checkmated. The black king is out on its own. The good thing for, well, we see resignation. That one is over. Fabiano in control from start to finish.
Fabiano Caruana takes the second win and the lead in the match with that back-to-back performance. Magnus Carlsen has to win on demand, a must-win 4th game, and we see it on Magnus. He is feeling the pressure.
He's on the ropes, and Fabiano is a punching. Magnus Carlsen is lucky to even have 1 point in this match. Fabiano's completely outplayed the world #1, and Fabiano has deserved his 2-1 lead. And we could see another 2-1 lead in this matchup here because Nodirbek Abdusattorov, he escaped the worst. He's actually up a pawn, that passed b-pawn that Fabiano won with. Nodirbek's trying to do the same.
But this pawn might drop. There we go. The white knight retreats. It's such a mirror image. It's also rook and knight versus rook and bishop. Also a dark square bishop. Also a b-pawn. But that has disappeared. It's been traded for white's h-pawn. And now 2 versus 1 in terms of pawns on the king side alone. Knights are short-range pieces. They really thrive against bishops when it's just one flank they have to worry about. This should be now a draw. It looks like Wesley So escaped what was a really dangerous endgame there.
Wow, Wesley can be feeling very relieved with that. He's under 30 seconds right now, but it shouldn't be too tough to hold it given the clock situation as well with such little material on the board. And I think what most black can hope for is a rook-bishop versus rook in this.
Oh, but that would be dangerous. If you get that, we saw Magnus Carlsen beat Alireza Firouzja just yesterday in that kind of endgame. But the good news for Wesley is pawns are all on the same side of the board. As David said, knights being short-range pieces, they are difficult pieces to use to track down pawns on the other flank. So I think that Wesley's got everything under control. If the rooks get traded, it's still going to be a draw. There are many ways for him to hold this half point.
Yeah, bishop for knight, trade, draw, rook trade, draw, everything here leading to a holdable position. He moves his bishop to c1, keeping the game alive, Nodirbek. He's got to be careful not to push too hard like he did in an earlier game. But yeah, it was just the disappearance of that black b-pawn that we saw as we jumped in that secured this healthy save for Wesley. So I say save presumptuously, but it looks like nothing too much to worry about. Will Nodirbek trade the bishop for knight? Maybe the best bet right now. The only way to keep the game going. He's going to push some pawns. He's so ambitious, the youngster.
He's got this champion's mentality of just fighting it out till the very, very end, keeping as many pieces on the board, as much tension on the board, and making Wesley earn that half point. He's making Wesley sweat.
He is, and he's just challenging Wesley move after move. Wesley is putting up sturdy defense. And for Nodirbek, I've told the story before, but he was in a game where he was actually down a pawn and a draw was offered, and he declined it. So when he's up a pawn, there's no way he's just going to give an easy draw to Wesley. So he's rerouting his bishop. watch out for Wesley. I mean, you just can't blunder anything, but all his pieces are defended.
And it's always tricky because Wesley does have a knight, and it is a Nodirbek who's touching the 10-second mark. So Nodirbek has to be just a little careful right now.
Yeah, you don't want to walk into any knight forks. Luckily, the Black King and Black Rook are on different colour complexes, therefore cannot be forked by a knight. And now the pawns are rolling. Now the pawns are pushing. One thing that you mentioned in another game earlier in the tournament, Robert, is that the bishop and rook's pawn, the bishop and black h-pawn, they do not combine. Black's h-pawn promotes on a light square. Therefore, white is able to maybe trade off rooks, give up the white knight for black's g-pawn later with a draw, but still a while away from that.
I'm proud of you for bringing that up, though, because I always mention, and people get tired of it, but it's true, that if the rooks are off the board, all the white knight has to do is sacrifice out for the g-pawn. And here we see Nodirbek continuing to press. He wants to push those pawns. And Tanya, if we can get that rook and bishop versus rook, that does give Nodirbek legit chances. And now that pawn's on g4, maybe becomes vulnerable.
That's a big target now, and Black's rook is perfectly placed to start giving the check and creating some pressure against that white g4 pawn. Right now, you take the knight. Luckily for Wesley, it comes in with a check, and the g4 pawn still hangs.
He's doing everything right, though, Abdusattorov. He's putting pressure on white's knight, and things are collapsing for Wesley. So this is a check. Ooh, the black h6 pawn is up for grabs, so he might be holding, but suddenly it's dangerous. Suddenly you've got to be really, really careful.
What is this endgame magic that Nodirbek always manages to create?
The white king could be in a mating net if you're not careful. I thought that black king was going to forward up to f4.
The white knight is trapped almost.
And you get to take a pawn with check and move your rook with check. So you're now 2 full pawns ahead is Nodirbek Abdusattorov.
Wesley so shakes his head as the second pawn drops. Nodirbek is winning this position, but can he finish the job?
I think he will finish the job. What has that white knight done? It's committed the cardinal sin of placing itself on the edge of the board, and it's not coming back. Black's 2 pawns now, connected pass pawns, should win this game.
And the black king should go up into the position. He goes back for a turn, but it can go forward and help deliver a checkmating net against the white king. And there are 2 pawns there. The knight is far away. Wesley just making move after move on the increment. It looks like right now Nodirbek is all under control.
With just 7 seconds for Nodirbek, the pawns push forward. White's rook and knight completely lacking any coordination in this position.
And you can see Wesley, shaky hands, pure determination from Nodirbek. It's just grit. His hard work is paying off.
1 move away from winning. That pawn is about to get to h2.
There's 2 of them. Black has 2 of the pawns, though, and Wesley resigns.
Nodirbek Abdusattorov also gets the back-to-back victory and takes the lead in his match against Wesley. So the magic of Toronto comes to a stop for Wesley.
Maybe that script has flipped. The Uzbek phenom gets a win. We saw a brief smile on his face, but ever the competitor, look at that steely determination. He's going to get prepared, get set for Game 4 because he knows Wesley's going to give it his all.
Wow.
Amazing, amazing stuff. 2 players who perhaps at the start of the day were the underdogs on the paper. Of course, extremely strong, but who would bet against Magnus, Carlsen and Wesley So? And right now, it is these 2 names who are playing catch-up to Fabiano Caruana and Nodirbek Abdusattorov. And that Magnus blunder of falling, retreating back with the knight, it wasn't a 1-move blunder. It was incremental pressure by Fabi.
Yeah, incremental pressure. We were calling it. We were saying momentum black, things are turning, threats are appearing, and that's when human error creeps in. That's where the blunders occur. And in the end, Magnus did slip up. Fabiano pounced.
Yeah. And tough question to answer, but who's impressed you more right now so far? Is it Nodirbek or Fabi?
This is not just taking the easy way out. There's no way to pick between them. They both have played super well with both colors. They've outlasted their opponents, and they continue to increase the pressure. It's, as you said, it's not a 1-move thing. These blunders don't happen out of thin air. For them, it's just how much pressure they're applying, and their opponents are not able to keep up.
Oh, they really are not, but they've got 1 more rapid game, and Magnus Carlsen and Wesley So have to. They're in a must-win situation. It's not going to be easy. David, 2 fantastic games. Excellent chess played here. What stood out to you?
I'm just going to pick out Abdusattorov's ice-cold moments where he showed no nerves at all and in the end crashed through to win against Wesley So. Abdusattorov actually had to find a really cool move just to survive earlier in the game, and it was here that he played after pawn to e6. the ice-cold bishop c5, just moving out the way. This e6 move by Wesley was genius. This pawn is untouchable. If you take it with the rook, this would have landed a nasty back rank checkmate. If you take with the pawn, then white's queen jumps in with more mating threats. If you're taken with the queen, meanwhile, then black's bishop on a7 would have fallen. Simply moving the bishop was genius. And if pawn takes pawn, as happened in the game, black's queen now swoops back to save the day. And the pressure on the white queen meant that we transitioned into an endgame. And if we fast forward just one moment later, a few moves down the line, we saw Wesley eventually crack. It was here in the rook endgame, still with the drawn position. The white knight went in the wrong direction. He first needed to give a check, forcing the black king to make a decision, and then jump in with his knight, going for the h-pawn. Instead, always remember, never put your knights on the edge of the board. He went the wrong way, knight c4, and got kicked to the edge of the board. A pawn dropped, and Wesley lost.
And we keep calling Nodirbek Abdusattorov the endgame wizard, the whiz kid, but he's showing fine tactical awareness to be able to sacrifice his queen. The pawn could be captured 3 different ways. He doesn't want it. He finds the right solution, and he keeps applying that pressure. It is ceaseless. It's really impressive.
So impressive. And just this universal style of his. He's attacking, he's aggressive when the position demands, and flawless endgame technique. Sheer brilliance, control of nerves, those steely stares. This has been some amazing, amazing display of strength by Nodirbek Abdusattorov. And Kaya caught up with the man of the moment, the boy of the moment.
Momentum just seems to be the word here in Toronto today. Nodirbek taking another win. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
What did you make out of this game?
Yeah, he prepared this line, I guess. Yeah, after a4 b8 is not a good reaction, but okay, I just wanted to play some rare move. But I think he got an advantage there, and after that I kind of played well, and he had an opportunity several times to go to endgame with pawn up, but he tried to keep the pressure, but then he messed up, and I got an opportunity to win the pawn. And after bishop c5, I guess he could have played rook d5, which I wasn't sure. I think it's pretty dangerous for black there. Like, I don't know, rook d5, queen a7. I have to play like knight e5 or something. Yeah, it was dangerous, but he didn't see it. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm quite happy that I managed to win a drawn endgame. So yeah, it's just going well.
We've talked about how difficult it is to beat the solid Wesley So, of course, but getting him into some time trouble there, playing an incredible endgame. Is that basically the secret?
Yeah, I mean, he's very shaky in time trouble, I think. So yeah, that was a point in this game. But looking at another match, we are doing exactly same results.
That's
Yeah, that's funny actually.
Yeah. So we're gonna have 2 players in must-win situations there in Game 4. For you, a draw is enough to win the first match. So what can we expect from you heading into Game 4?
Just I'll try, to play good chess, and yeah, we'll see.
Congratulations again. Good luck in the last one.
Thank you.
All right, Nodirbek Abdusattorov. He's on a roll, this youngster. Back to you guys.
Nodirbek with quite a hot take there, that Wesley So is shaky when the clock goes down. He's been fantastic so far. It's still a little early to congratulate Nodirbek because the job is far from over. But we can congratulate our winners of the Lo-Fi contest, and these vinyl records are headed your way. So big congratulations to the winners, and the records will be signed by the winner of the Champions Chess Tour Finals. A lot of celebration going on in the Champions Chess Tour Final with some unexpected semifinals action. World number 2 in the lead against the world number 1. The battle continues in Toronto after this break.
I hate puzzles. We got some puzzles. You did this last year, right? How'd you do last year?
Yeah, I did very poor. Well,
White to move.
10 seconds.
Again, another one that I've seen, but I don't remember the solution.
Yeah, of course, but he's seen them all, of course. Time.
I think it's A4.
So A4 is incorrect. Okay, in game, you know, you like those. Come on, you got this one.
But not sacrificing 3 pawns and then winning.
You actually are on to something there. What you got?
We have a H5. What do you play? Okay, now I got another 10 seconds.
I'm gonna guess that it is. It's A4, Bishop A3, and then I think it's Knight C5 there.
Nope.
That's what it is.
You gotta reverse it. Reverse this. Flip it around. Flip it. Flip everything. You close. A4 is in there.
So the problem is in my mind, it's like I'm trying to recall something rather than calculate.
Rather than calculate, right?
Because like I know I've
seen it.
before,
Right. Correct.
but,
correct.
This one I might actually fail because, like, I mean, it's probably H5.
Okay,
G8.
takes you.
Yes. And here, of course, there's a debate.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
G6,
Yep.
take,
Yep.
E6.
Got him.
Bishop A3 is
Got him.
forced, and this is like the only moment that will trip me up. Oh wait, I can play Knight C5, take. No wait, I'm not.
What is it? It's I think it's
H5 takes, G6 takes,
Yeah.
E6,
Yep.
Bishop A3.
Yep.
And then white looks totally lost. Give away 2 pawns for nothing.
I mean, on the glance, I would guess H5, GH,
Right.
G6,
Yeah.
E6,
Yeah.
then Knight B4,
Easy.
and the pawn queen.
And A4 is actually beautiful. Beautiful.
And I think it might be G6.
Correct,
FG,
takes.
E6, Bishop A3, Knight B4, Bishop B4, A4.
He too hot. Stop the clock. Stop. He keep going. That's it. That's it. You got it right.
E6 takes H5.
E6, Bishop A3.
Knight B4.
Let's go, Dennis. Okay, Bishop takes. One more.
A4.
Let's go. Let's go. Ah, let's go. Take a glance.
H5,
H5.
yeah, GH,
Yep.
G6,
Yep. Takes.
FG,
Mhm.
yeah, E6,
Okay.
Bishop A3,
Bishop A3.
yeah, only move.
Yeah.
Then Knight B4,
Bishop takes.
A4.
Got him. Let's go.
Wait, do I have Knight B4, take A4?
That's it.
Okay.
There we go. Dub. Come on.
I don't know.
You got
I
it.
don't know what it is.
You
No, the
said
problem is I
first.
need a fresh one so that my
Yeah.
mind is not actually trying
Correct.
to remember. Because then I spend like 5 seconds
We
trying
need
to
fresh
remember.
ones, guys. We need fresh ones for Hikaru. He's seen them all, guys. He's seen them all. No, Hikaru has seen this one. Recall test for him. So, you seen it before? Right, white to move, 10 seconds.
I know it.
Oh, you saw this one?
I know it.
Okay, well, go ahead. Definitely tell the camera
Yeah,
what we got,
I'll
man.
just say Queen F5 check.
Oh, yeah, Queen of 5 check in the end. Yep, yeah.
It's probably my least favorite type of puzzle.
Yeah, correct. That is 100% correct.
I've seen it, but like I don't.
Yeah.
Ah, it's so annoying because I don't want to.
No, I would go with perpetual if I was playing in Blitz or in Bullet, yes.
Be real fast.
But yeah,
Cut it out.
no, that's not the solution, of course. No.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Yeah,
Please
bro.
tell me.
I'm gonna guess that it's Bishop takes E6.
Nope.
Nope. Okay.
Knight F6 or something.
Knight F6, baby, okay. He got the right move. But you gotta finish it though, bro. He got that chip in his brain, bro. He got the chip. Knight F6. Exactly right. Throw the iPad. Like, what is this?
No way. No way. No way.
No way.
No way.
Okay,
no, I would, of course, I would, if I would think like 1 hour or
Yeah,
I would.
you'd probably find it.
By,
Right. Yeah, so Knight F6, Bishop takes C3, E3, F3, and then after King takes G6.
Oh, there's Queen to F5 and Bishop H7.
There it is. Throw the iPad. Ah.
Queen F5.
Woo, heat. He got it. Let's go, Pyro. Let's go, baby. Yes, sir.
Ah, Queen F5.
Come on, there it is. Yeah.
Nice, very nice.
Very
That's
nice.
a
Right, it's a
one.
pretty
Yeah,
one.
very
It's a pretty
nice
one.
one.
Right.
Yeah,
Very
yeah,
hard.
nice.
It's been very difficult.
Okay, well, I'm interested to see how. I guess Hikaru would be the best here.
Yeah, in
or maybe
fact,
Firouzja. I
Yeah,
don't know.
but we have to recall kind of.
But-
He's actually seen it.
yeah, I
I'm the
have-
one that's seen it before. But
I have
so
no
recall.
chance.
Congratulations on winning the event. In fact, I mean,
Okay,
getting the.
well, I'm just waiting for the check then.
Waiting for the check. But we warmed you up,
That's my
Wesley. You
special
feeling
thing.
warmed
Yes,
up,
yes,
baby?
yes,
Come
yes.
on, man. Flexly so here,
Yeah,
right?
thank you very much.
Congratulations on all your success, man. We'll see you in the
I
tournament.
hope I can sack my queen like that.
Ah, please. We'd love to see it.
Beautiful gold medal posters, and we've got so many of the chess-themed one just for you. You'll find some fantastic holiday gifts ideas there, so head straight to display.com/chess, and there's a very cool 33% off. Use the code CHESS and find the perfect holiday gifts for all the chess lovers around you. And for now, all the action is happening in the city of Toronto, and it is heating up in set one of the semifinals. We've had such unpredictable results. Magnus Carlsen and Wesley So are playing catch-up to Fabiano Caruana and Nodirbek Abdusattorov. So much dramatic action. Turnarounds we've seen, brilliancies we've seen. And Kaya caught up with Fabi after his third round victory. What a performance.
Here with Fabiano Caruana, that's 2 in a row. You take the lead here, Fabi. What was that like?
Yeah, I think it was a very interesting game. I was putting a lot of pressure on him at some point because he misplayed it with bishop g5. For sure, it's not a good move. And yeah, and then I got this very beautiful knight on f4, bishop on b6. I felt like I was pressing for an advantage. Of course, once I was already completely winning, I started to make it messy and time trouble. Okay, probably never really messy, but getting low on time and making it a bit too close. But overall, very happy with this game, yeah.
And Magnus even lower on time, blundering there in a little bit of time trouble. So how does it feel to be able to force him into that time trouble?
Yeah, no, this was the kind of game I was hoping for. Also in the first game, I was hoping for a very double-edged fight. That's why I chose this opening, because you really get a tough fight. It's very risky for both sides, and I felt like my chances in the match might lie in these types of positions. Of course, it's still one tough game to go.
Well, you talk about the opening here, Magnus, with the white pieces going into something that you made a chessable course on. So you are obviously very familiar with that. So are you happy when you see he comes there with that, how do I say it, Archangel?
Yeah, well, the chessable course is called the Dark Archangel. And yeah, I know I made this course, but it's not exactly what I recommend, what I played today. So I played this line against Alexander Grishuk in 2021, and I haven't really played it since. But it's a very interesting line. Very sharp. The computer doesn't like it for black, but it's not so easy. If you don't know it especially too well, then it's really tricky for both sides.
So having white in the final game to win the match, how confident are you feeling right now?
I think I'm playing better and I'm feeling confident, but of course these must-win situations, they have their own, their specific demands, and we saw that Magnus was in the situation against Alireza. I hope to do better than Alireza did.
Good luck in the final rapid game.
Thank you.
All right, thanks for joining us. Fabiano Caruana, he's in the lead. Back to you guys.
He is in the lead, and really interesting insight there by Fabi. How chess is about posing the biggest practical questions to your opponent, even if it means not making the best moves. David, it was quite a game 3 by Fabi. What impressed you the most?
Well, it was the use of the opening, the way he outmaneuvered Magnus in the middle game, started creating threats, and he used the Dark Archangel, and it was dark storm clouds gathering around the White King. Fabiano, in this position, set up a really sneaky threat, and Magnus fell into the trap. Black's bishop already perfectly poised, aiming at the f2 square. The rook indirectly hitting the square as well. Black's queen on a super active post. He asked the knight to join the action, knight to f4, trying to come into d3, and this is where time trouble played its part. With 1 hour on his clock, Magnus might have found the saving idea of going on the attack against Black's king. A really difficult one to find, though, knight to g4, with the idea that the tactic that happened in the game, knight takes g2, would have allowed a counterattack, knight takes h6, and actually here, white has his fair share of the chances. But, of course, no time to spot that. Extremely difficult. Magnus instead retreated the knight and walked into the real trap. Knight takes g2, bang! Fabiano spotted his chance, and the black queen simply coming across. The white king stripped of its shelter. King takes knight, the black queen gave a check, won the material back, and a few moves later, black emerged with a 3-pawn advantage. Fantastic play by Fabiano.
Yeah, well, unlike in Harry Potter, there is no defense against the Dark Archangel. So Fabiano Caruana continues to use that to his success. Magnus Carlsen, he's been struggling at this stage. He is down by a point, and during the rest period, he was all by himself. Not to steal a Celine Dion song, that's a classic, but for Magnus, this is new territory. Being down in a match, 4 games.
They say it's lonely at the top, but right now it's lonely for Magnus Carlsen in the playing arena. And you can just tell that this is not the narrative that he was expecting on day one of the semifinals. There is, of course, the big game 4 that's coming up for both Magnus and Wesley. They are in a must-win situation to take it to Armageddon. It's not just the scoreline. Both Nodirbek and Fabi have just been dominating today.
Yeah, 2-1 doesn't even really encompass what we've seen. I think that they could have already won the match, the two of them. First at 2.5 points takes the match. Both Fabi and Nodirbek could almost be upset that they don't already have that score.
Wow, and what are we expecting? Because it means that Wesley and Magnus both start with the black pieces as well. And they've got to get the job done with black, otherwise it is set 1 over. And in just a few seconds, we will have the action as the players are ready to go. Wesley with the black pieces, handshakes. How does he create his chances?
It's not going to be easy. It's not Wesley's style to go all out with black. He normally plays really rock solid. And wow, pawn to d6 already. That hints at a Pirtz defense, and this is provocative stuff. He's giving white the center. He's asking Abdusattorov to come for him.
I'm going down memory lane a little bit, but didn't he need to win with the black piece against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave just a couple days ago? He played some kind of dodgy opening line. Maxime was much better according to the engines, but pressed a little bit too far, and Wesley was able to win that game and go through in the Armageddon. So Wesley, he has that experience.
And while Magnus waits for his game to start, he is looking for inspiration in this one, watching as the action unfolds. It's kind of like a King's Indian defense setup by Wesley. Of course, white's pawn is still on c2 right now, but it's exactly the approach that we see top-level chess players have, whether it's Hikaru or Wesley. When their back is against the wall, they often go for these fianchetto positions out of the opening.
Yeah, and the top players, they borrow ideas from each other. That's maybe why there is this trend to just kind of occupy the first 2 or 3 ranks, allow the opponent to come for you in these must-win situations with black. And how funny would it be if Magnus, after watching this game, repeats Wesley's opening, copies, and at least all the pieces are on the board. So no forcing lines, no endgames, which Abdusattorov thrives in. Clearly, Wesley, I think he's at least chosen a wise choice here in the beginning to keep chances alive for later.
And happy memories. I just checked. I was right. He did beat Maxime Vachier-Lagrave from the black side of this opening. It wasn't the opening that was able to secure him that victory. It was down the line, but he has some good, fond memories of playing this from the black side. That said, what Nodirbek is doing is the right thing. He's not just playing passively, keeping his pieces on his first few ranks. He, in fact, brought his bishop out and is playing a standard way against the Pirtz.
All right, this one is going to be a battle, and this one will also be a war as the players are getting ready. Handshakes will be, and there we are about to start. Big question, will Magnus take similar setups as the one that we saw with Wesley? And I think we very well could happen on the board. We've seen him employ the hippo, where he develops the pawn on the 6th rank, takes out pieces in a cagey way just to avoid any trades. David, you know Magnus best. What is going on in his mind about his opening approach right now?
He's just wondering how to throw Fabiano off, how to get out of the books, and how to ensure he avoids preparation. It was funny, as you were talking there, Tania, I was thinking, what would I do? I would probably play b6, and then Magnus played it. He beat me to the punch, but this move, it's very provocative again, doesn't fight directly for the center, but it does allow black's light squared bishop to fianchetto. So it depends on how Fabiano approaches this. Does he try to punish black for giving away the center, giving away a bunch of central squares, or does he just try to transpose into better known waters? He plays f3, one of the most ambitious moves here, Robert, trying to build the biggest pawn center possible for white.
I think it's a good decision from Fabiano because it does make your diagonals a little bit loose. Your dark squares can be taken advantage of later, but you're playing in a principal manner. If your opponent is playing on the flank, you play in the center. So the f3 move to play e4 next. I am interested to know why Fabiano was thinking at this stage. I think he can even take the knight to try to bring a black piece in the center, then strike with e4 to gain a tempo. So far, so good for Fabi, but I like the choice from Magnus nonetheless. So you have to play something that's offbeat, that does not allow a forced draw. And while white is better, at least black will have some long-term chances.
Yeah. Both sides get what they want. Fabiano will maybe obtain a small space advantage with white, very healthy position. Magnus gets a non-orthodox pawn structure and active pieces of his own as he pauses. He's about to recapture the piece.
And he's just deciding how to recapture that piece. But I think either way that he takes it, it's the queen that's coming out. Yes, I was about to say that the e-pawn will move forward, gaining space over the center, also opening up the path for the bishop to come into an active square, perhaps c4.
Yeah, I like White's position, I've got to say, Robert.
Yeah, I'm just imagining Magnus reflecting on Wesley's position. Like, why couldn't I get something like that? And the reason why is that Fabiano started with 1d4. We didn't really talk about his first move, but he's historically loved playing e4, the king's pawn push on move 1. He chose d4 to play a more solid setup. And for Magnus, looking at this position, where is he going to counter? What pawns are he going to throw forward? It looks like White just has the upper hand because of the dominance in the center.
I like White's center. White's knight will happily develop to the square in front of the king, and it just looks like harmony in White's pieces. Meanwhile, Black still has to figure out the piece setup that you want. The ideal square for that knight would be, for the Black knight, would be c6, but that comes in the way of Magnus's bishop right now. What do you think about this surprise that you mentioned earlier, that Fabi starts with 1d4? This ambitious approach of going with the f3 opening, we're just seeing Fabi not back down against Magnus. He's declining repetitions in positions, in complicated positions. He's going all out. It's like a Fabi 2.0.
Yeah, I was actually planning to save this for later to kind of see how the kind of match results panned out first. But I want to say Magnus and Wesley are victims of their own success. Yesterday, they pretty much had a day off. Yes, they had to play some chess, but they were both qualified. There was nothing on the line. So kind of mentally, it was easy to check out and lose momentum. Whereas Caruana and Abdusattorov, they had to do it the hard way. They had to play high-stakes games. They had to keep the focus, keep the form, keep the momentum. And clearly, they're fresher today, so far at least. And Magnus, Wesley, it feels like they're taking a bit of time to get back in the zone.
And we see this quite often in sports. The team that gets a bye because of their own success, then they might get off to a sluggish start because they're well-rested, but they don't have that on the field, or in this case, on the board experience. So knight c6, that knight leaps out. It puts pressure on Fabiano's center. Even though I like Fabi's center, I also like the approach from Magnus. He is not allowing a series of trades. He's putting questions in Fabiano's court. And I'm looking at the clocks as well. Magnus is a bit behind, but I think Fabiano is going to have to burn some clock to try to figure out how to defend his center.
Is Magnus going to castle queenside? He's done it before a few times this tournament, just to imbalance it, just to provoke the opponent. He has to try something a bit spicy, a bit unorthodox, as we mentioned. I think Magnus is going to go long with his king and ask questions before White has completed development.
Things will definitely get very interesting in both these games as Wesley and Magnus have to create their chances with Black to try to strike back and take the match to Armageddon. And we've been talking so much about Fabi's form, his excellent play, and the kind of fighting chess that he's bringing to the board against the world #1 today. And who better to get further insights than a good friend of Fabi? And Levy is in Toronto, joined by Grandmaster Christian Kirilla right now. Let's head over to Levy.
Thank you, Tanya. Yes, I'm standing here alongside Christian Kirilla, Grandmaster, one half of the world-famous, soon-to-be award-winning C-Squared podcast, chess coach, director of chess programs. Christian, how are you?
Very good, very good. Great to be here with you. GothamChess, Levy, how should I call you?
Just call me Levy. Just call me Levy. Or Gotham. You could call me, Gotham. Yeah. You can call me either or. How's your experience been in Toronto? What are you? What's your role here as you're traveling with Fabiano?
Oh, it's been amazing. I live in Columbia, Missouri, which is a very small college town, so it's always nice to visit the big cities. I'm having a good time. As of my role here, it's mostly just content creator. Okay. I'm Fabi's friend. I'm not helping him at all. He usually doesn't travel with trainers when he plays Rapid and Blitz.
Okay.
Classical, it's a completely different story. But Rapid and Blitz, you just simply don't have the time to do the preparation in between games.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, speaking of the preparation, big storyline today is that he had 2 games on the Black side in the Arkhangelsk, or the Archangel, which we have now completely changed and stolen that name, which is totally not what that name is, but the Archangel of opening, which was his chessable course. What are your impressions of those 2 games? Was it a surprise that Magnus entered something that Fabi had just made a course on, or was it a statement he was trying to make? Because it did kind of backfire.
Well, I actually told him last night to play his course, just to advertise it.
Oh, okay.
I mean, he's been looking at this particular opening for a very long time. Mm-hmm. He definitely has the extra experience compared to everybody else. And I don't know for sure, but I don't think Magnus checked his course. All I can say is buy the course.
Okay. by the course. And it was an experiment gone right, because what if Fabiano played it twice and went 0-2?
Right.
Then he would have said, well, I didn't have my lines down, or, Magnus.
Then the sales go down.
Yes, but it was a good business decision. So you are kind of here like trainer. I mean, you gotta.
I'm just giving him random advice.
Random
That's
advice.
basically what it is.
Well, it paid off in the black games. We have a game up here on the screen. Most of it is just the two of them having a staring contest. But must-win situation for Magnus, who now has to win with black. Your impressions? How's the game looking?
I actually cannot see the game very well, but from my understanding, obviously Magnus is going to try to imbalance the position, which makes perfect sense. And he did that actually in the playoffs at the beginning of the tournament, and he got a good position with the black pieces. He managed to outplay Fabi in that one. So definitely Magnus has some good experience, wants to win, knows what the result that he's seeking is in this particular game. So it's not going to be easy.
Why is Fabi not playing knight to e2 defending the pawn? What else is there in this position? Is he thinking maybe bishop b5 to trade the bishop to completely neutralize the pressure on the center?
Bishop b5, d5 maybe. But generally you don't want to play d5 in this particular position. You want to keep the pawn on d4, maybe go knight e2, castle, queen d2, rook to d1, defend that central structure and play it as it is, play for space advantage.
Last thing before we throw it back to Oslo. Fabiano himself, I'm pretty sure, has said that in this exact situation, it's a little bit of a struggle for him sometimes where he's up one game. He has to not, you just have to not lose. You can play for a draw, you can play for a win. And he has this exact situation right now. So any thoughts about
Especially against Magnus. Especially against Magnus. Because against Magnus, you know that he plays on a regular basis these type of very imbalanced positions. You know he has the experience, and generally, as the player with the white pieces, you don't experience these type of situations very often. But at the same time, he's a professional player. He's one of the best chess players on the planet. He knows what he needs to do, and he will have to execute.
Yeah. Christian, thank you so much for joining us. We're going to go back out there, eat some hummus, eat some chips. We'll throw it back to you guys in Oslo. Tanya, take it away.
Always a pleasure.
Thanks, Lavi. Fabi does need to execute, and right now he needs to execute his next move because he's been on a bit of a long think already. He's touching the 4-minute mark on a move that, at least in my eyes, looks like something that you need to make in about 2 minutes' time. You want to develop that knight to the center of the board, the d4 pawn, which is currently attacked by 3 of black's pieces, defended by 2 of white's pieces. Why is he thinking so much right now? What's going on in Fabi's head?
I think he's calculating a bit too much. Sometimes these positions you just have to play on feel, whether it's just knight to e2, as Levy said, you can play that move in 2 seconds, deal with the consequences later. Whether it's the other moves that Christian there suggested, d5, bishop b5. At some point, you just have to make a decision. No move kind of sticks out, and Magnus will be able to create some complications either way, but burning 4 or 5 minutes, giving Magnus 4 or 5 minutes there as well to think, has resulted in this position. He could have played knight e2 first, maybe made Magnus pause and thought on Magnus's clock. It does feel like the nerves are creeping in here, Robert, maybe.
And it's a position where I think many people would want to trade the queens. Let me take this pawn on e5 and trade the queens. But black's dark square bishop is ready to go out and give a check to the white king. I think this would be very bad for white. Taking on e5, allowing bishop b4 check first. When the king slides out to f2, let's say, that e5 pawn can be gobbled up at any moment, and the white king is not safe. A queen trade doesn't mean that we're getting a draw necessarily. Huge advantage for black, I would say.
Huge advantage for black, and in the match, this could be a decisive turn, so do not get tempted. The problem is, if you don't take this pawn, your other options aren't too appealing. For example, stepping forward, maybe the most natural move in the position would allow a forcing variation. The knight will come, attack the bishop, only one safe square for it. It will have to drop back, and black would then break open the white structure. This beautiful connect-4 structure will be broken down from the front due to a pin on the d-file. So Fabiano's gone a different direction. He's first pinned that black knight. This is what he was thinking about all that time. And the big question is, after pawn takes pawn, knight takes, can Magnus profit from the tension on the d-file? Feels really shaky. You cannot take this knight, though, due to a pin on this diagonal as well. It's getting tactical. Hence why Fabi spent the time. But Magnus now with a clock advantage and a really imbalanced position to work with.
Yeah, and Magnus is the player who takes advantage of even the most minute details in the position. And the fact that Fabi, on move number 11, went into a 4.5-minute think, that shakiness, that hesitancy in the opening, it's got to be making Magnus feel more confident about his outcome here.
I think the board is just a state of affairs where Magnus should be feeling good about having winning chances. It's still a level position. We see the eval bar off to the side, but it's not just a symmetrical structure. There's still so many pieces on the board. But I like Fabiano's decision because this challenges Black's setup as well. It's not all fun for Magnus. He doesn't get to initiate the pawn breaks now. There's a lack of clarity, and he can slide a rook to the c file, apply more pressure. I don't think that Fabiano's in trouble, but I don't like his clock management. That's been his key to success. His X factor has been leading Magnus on the clock.
Yeah, we've been talking about that. Fabi's not only been putting pressure on the board, but also on the clock. But this one feels like a different narrative from the very start. And while we're checking out two of our favorite players in the world, don't forget to check out some of your favorite tunes as the Lo-Fi Girl and Chess.com partnership continues. And we've got some great music. It's the one that you've been listening to at the start of the stream, at the end of the stream, and hopefully while you're playing chess as well. And you can find it on your favorite streaming platform, on YouTube, on Spotify, and on SoundCloud. Hopefully the players have also been listening to some lo-fi music to get into the mind zone, to play some chaotic chess as well, because this position is quite chaotic. That bishop on b5 played. Right now, White also wants to try to get the d pawn moving forward. If Magnus was to give a check on b4, how is White reacting?
Yeah, it's getting sharp, it's getting concrete. Black can steal White's castling rights. Bless you, Fabi, with that sneeze there. Black can give a check, making sure that the White King will not castle. The White King will be obliged to step away. I'm assuming this square because you want to connect rooks as quickly as possible. And the problem is, again, after a capture, you still cannot take this knight due to this pin. So have you helped White? This is the big question. The White King looks like it's out in the open, cannot castle, but maybe accelerates White's development. Black's bishop on b4 might at some point have to step back. The move I'm looking at is actually a capture and then just trying to get out of the way of this pin. Maybe moving the Black Queen out the way, for example. And the reason I like this for Black is because White's king is a bit of a target. There's a nasty check in the air. You've also opened up the rook, and White here would be forced to trade off the beautiful bishop pair. And in this position, yes, White can castle. Yes, White can get out the way. But there are enough imbalances for Black to work with. Also, still this pin, which could be quite annoying long term. For example, if Black moves out the way, bishop coming out to c5, Fabi would have some serious answers, serious questions even to answer. So sharp stuff right now. Narrow path maybe for Black to kind of keep the tension, keep playing aggressively. But Magnus, surely he'll find a continuation that he likes.
Magnus Carlsen, undoubtedly the most dangerous player on the planet, and he gets even more dangerous when his back is against the wall, and he's managed to create chances with Black in this one. We will check in with Wesley So, who is in the same match situation as Magnus with the Black pieces in a must-win. And to me, it looks like he's managed to do the same. That bishop from f5 is eyeing the c2 pawn, and I just want to ask you, can he start getting greedy already? Can he pick up that pawn?
He can definitely capture that pawn on c2, and Wesley will go up material. But what Nodirbek is aiming for is a potential attack against the Black King. There is this annoying pin from that queen on e3 towards that queen on b6. The knight can't easily move, so bishop takes pawn on c2, pawn to e6. Sure, Black can sidestep all this with pawn push to f5, but now your bishop on c2, maybe it's a little bit too deep in enemy territory. Your knight on c5 is tender, as I mentioned. Your king, it's a bit more exposed. Now you're pushing pawns in front of it. So even though Black is better, objectively speaking, the evaluation bar says that, the players don't know that. So it's a risky pawn for Wesley to grab.
That's the thing. Bishop takes pawn. From a human point of view, it's either very good or it's very bad. So Wesley's weighing up those options. If he can survive and remain a pawn up later in the middle game, he will go for it. And if not, if he thinks his bishop might get trapped, he cannot touch that pawn, and White would then get time to plant a knight on d4, kick the bishop, protect c2, and the game would continue. So this might be a once-in-a-game opportunity to take this pawn, to take a big risk. I think the match situation kind of suggests you should take this pawn and go for it. Ask Abdusattorov to prove the compensation, but it does take nerves of steel. And it's not normally Wesley's style to be greedy and to kind of allow an attack. He wants to keep more control. So big moments, I'm not sure, even if I knew the computer evaluation, that I would take this pawn because it looks so dangerous for Black.
Yeah. And that move, e6, definitely has nightmares for Wesley from their second game in which Nodirbek just exploded Black's king side. And it has been stopped. Wesley doesn't want to see another e6 in this match.
It's a great practical decision from Wesley because in order to play bishop takes c2, you would have had to invest so much time. And you look at the clocks, Nodirbek, he's up about 40 seconds. But to be sure, to be absolutely certain that you could get away with bishop takes c2, you need to spend a few more minutes. So e6, now you've taken that out of White's hands. The e5 pawn is a long-term weakness cemented in place. b2 is loose, c2 is loose. And I feel like Wesley made a very, very good decision right here. And look at Nodirbek. He goes knight to d4, and the eval bar still prefers Black some simple moves.
Yeah, some simple moves. Now trying to make use of the tension between the queens. And before I could highlight it, the queens are off the board. Endgames favour Black now because of the weakness of White's e5 pawn. And Wesley, can he outmaneuver the endgame maestro himself now? Abdusattorov, that's the big question. Advantage Black, but is it enough? He still needs to be really accurate to prove that he has any winning chances whatsoever. White's knight threatening to jump into c5. Still anyone's game.
And we've been talking so much about Nodirbek and his endgame play and just how good he is once the queens get traded off. And that's usually, at least traditionally, conventionally thought of as a trait that the youngsters, it's not their forte. It's not the kind of positions that they like to enjoy. But Nodirbek has been on his top game once the queens are off the board. Is it reminiscent of how good Magnus is in endgames?
That is a huge standard to live up to. I think Nodirbek, with continued play, we'll see if he can handle it. But he is the youngest world rapid champion in history. So when you're comparing to a historic player like Magnus Carlsen, Nodirbek himself has had an historic achievement. So he, is an amazing endgame player. We also saw during the break those tactics that he was finding with James Canty. That was a lot of fun. But right now, he's not going to have fun because he's got this eyesore, a backwards deep on, and Wesley's targeting it.
And I'm also thinking about those Nodirbek stares that we've been seeing. It reminds me of a young Magnus Carlsen sitting across Garry Kasparov with his stares not backing down. Of course, it's a far way off, but really fascinating to see the parallels, the universal style between these two players. We do have the endgame. The d-pawn has moved forward, so at least defending the e5. But now, David, the base comes under fire with an open d-line.
Yeah, open D-line. Black's pieces as well, creeping in. Big attack now against White's b2 pawn, the Black knight jumping. Black's bishop will reroute itself, will come to a better diagonal in the next few moves. It's definitely advantage Black. I think we would, well, at least I would choose Black here. I think we all would.
You can speak for me, David. It's okay.
I saw a nod from Robert. And it is just about whether Abdusattorov can keep control. Yes, he has ugly pawns, especially the base pawn on d4. But one weakness you might be able to hold. And whoa, c5. Wesley doesn't want to play the long game. He wants the tension here and now, lashing out.
I kind of like it because he probably felt that given time, Nodirbek would be able to stave off the pressure and keep everything under control. But right now, that's a free pawn. Two different white pieces can take it. And just like a game ago where Nodirbek won with Black and Wesley gave away a pawn that couldn't be captured, here it can. But if you take with the pawn, you lose your e5 pawn. If you take with your knight, you lose your d4 pawn and maybe e5 next. So we are seeing the position change completely. Still chances for Wesley to overtake, I should say, and outplay Nodirbek.
Wow, all right, so Wesley So, with the black pieces, has managed to create a dynamic endgame. We will keep our eye out on this one. Let's head over to our other fight. And wow, there is a lot going on. I'm taking it all in. Black's bishop looks like it's hanging, but let's point out the pin along the d file, so you really can't go for knight takes bishop because rook takes queen comes in with a check. You don't have time to capture Black's queen. The first question that I'm going to throw to you guys is, White really wants to get the king to safety. There's also a threat of the queen jumping into b4. He does it, but the eval reacts because the d4 knight comes under fire.
Yeah, I don't want to boast, but I did predict this whole variation a bit earlier. I showed it on the board, and I think castling was just a bit premature. White's king needs to get to safety, yes, but actually it could have been okay in the centre for a move or two longer. It was more important to evacuate the white queen from this d-file pin. The white queen, if it had moved, would have freed up the white's knight to pounce. And suddenly Fabiano, he's pinned left, right and centre. Black's bishop is threatening to come out to c5. That would be the end of the game on the spot, and it might be collapsing here and now. Queen f6, Magnus, the speed with which he pounced and played it, I think he suddenly realised this is a golden opportunity.
Yeah, and he's got double the amount of time on the clock as well. Fabi, a very difficult position to defend. In under 4 minutes, he's looking at a second-rank defence, wants to slide over the rook in front of the queen.
Yeah, but he's going to defend, but black's going to do the same. You first bring your bishop out to pin that knight some more. The rook comes to d2. Then you just slide your rook up for black. I mean, white is defending for now, but black can increase the firepower, and white can't bring another piece to defend. So I believe the knight at this stage would have to step back to the c2 square. I want to point out that knight f5 I don't think will work out either, but the b2 pawn is loose in so many positions. I was going to go for this queen sacrifice, David. You got me there. That if you take on e3 with check, and then rook takes d2 at the end. You have a rook and 2 bishops for a queen. That's too much material. We do a quick count, 11 points for black, just 9 for the queen for white. So I think that Fabiano will have to step back to c2, but then the b2 pawn is loose in many of these positions. This is no fun. I think that Fabiano, even after rook to d8, he just is under immense pressure.
Too much pressure, as you say, Robert. It's not just this diagonal, it's the d file. It's all about this knight, and wow, this is all happening. If Magnus moves his rook, it looks like he has a decisive advantage. Bring the final piece to the party. It's this rook on h8. It wants to be on the d file. Stack them up, double them up, and white is collapsing. Fabiano in big, big trouble.
In the next few moves, it looks like Fabi is about to lose material in the position, literally pinned from left, right, and center in this one. Big, big pressure. I think Magnus, we saw him there reach out, and he has moved the rook forward. Does Fabi have any time, any hope at all to try to unpin with that knight jumping onto either f5 or falling back to c2?
Same tactics, I think. If you move the white knight to f5, as we show, the black queen can sacrifice. Black would emerge with extra pieces, extra material. The white knight drops back, maybe the best bet right now. White's, it's really hanging by a thread. I don't think Fabiano is going to be able to escape this one simply. 3 minutes on the clock, yes, but so much to calculate. There's so much tension, so many alternatives.
Too many tactics, I think, for Fabiano on the left-hand side of our screen. He can also move his king to the corner. That way some pieces aren't captured with check. But you see the EVA bar still in black's favor. There's just way too much to work through. Maybe the computer can find some kind of wild defense. But for Fabiano, he's just a mere mortal. It's not going to be simple. And I see Wesley. I just saw him on the right-hand side of our screen. His knight jumped into e3. Watch out. There may be some checkmating ideas against the white king. If that knight can jump over to the kingside, knight g4, do not lift your rook off the first rank. If you're Nodirbek Abdusattorov, that could actually end badly.
Wow, and white's knight retreats. Backward knight moves are the hardest to spot. Abdusattorov on the right board of our screens. I think he can force a draw right now. The other white knight can start retreating. Black's rook is tied down to the defense of his own knight, and look at what he's doing. He drops his knight back into the center. Black's rook forced away. White's knight continues to harass this black rook, and position repeats itself. The only way to keep black's knight alive is to repeat and draw, and handshake. Abdusattorov takes it.
It's handshakes. Abdusattorov wins set 1 of the semifinals against Wesley. So he was the underdog on paper, but he shows why he is absolutely at the top of his game and here to stay and fight for this championship. Wesley So has to win second set to keep it going.
And ever the chess player, Nodirbek Abdusattorov, he looks at what's happening between Fabiano Caruana and Magnus Carlsen. He's not looking ahead to a potential final matchup. He just loves chess. He wants to see the best of the best play, and he is one of the best players. So he's right there with them. But right now we do have this other game going, Tanya, and Fabi, he's in trouble where Nodirbek was not.
And I'm just thinking, Nodirbek was the chosen one. Wesley chose to play against Nodirbek. Is that a decision? He's got to be regretting that right now.
Yeah, he had to choose between two evils. He chose his own poison, Wesley So, and it looks like that's backfiring. But another chance tomorrow. It's the best of 3 sets. Tomorrow's second set will be vital. So still chances for Wesley So to fight back. Magnus Carlsen trying to fight back in this game. I like the simple approach that you mentioned earlier, Robert. Just bring that final piece in. Black's rook in the corner, slide it to the center, back up, double your rooks. And still pressure on Fabiano's position. But for now, he is holding things together. Knight back to c2 was an important move to find.
And it's hard to fault Wesley So for picking Nodirbek, because when you look at what Fabiano's done in 3 games against Magnus Carlsen, not much easier of an opponent, not easier at all. So we are going to focus in on this game here. The knight did retreat to c2. The b2 pawn is loose because that queen on f6 is staring in that direction. And Magnus, I mean, he's been like this all day. I don't know if he's feeling under the weather or if he's just bored. But even bored Magnus is great at the board, and he just slides his bishop back, so no trades allowed to Fabiano.
Okay, I didn't actually have this move on my radar. I was looking at the forcing lines, the direct routes, trade-off pieces, go for pawns, try to capture stuff, try to turn your advantage into something material. But he's simply dropping back, saying the bishop pair is good enough. The white king, not entirely safe. No defenders around it. And we know the bishop pair, how strong they are. Black's other rook will join. Black's pawns on the king side might throw themselves forward. Still a big advantage long term. And a big advantage on the clock, more importantly.
And things are just starting to get messy. Things are just starting to get complicated for white here. We can't imagine the bishop and the queen lining up on the diagonal, hitting that h2 pawn, a defender, key defender on the king side for white's king. Right now, another question for Fabi. The b2 pawn is hanging. I like this approach by Magnus. He wants to keep the tension on. The bishop pairs not allowing any trade. Fabi ignoring any threats on the b2 pawn, lining up against Magnus's king.
Yeah, a good move, activating his final piece. I was talking about the black rook joining the party. That white rook was fast asleep, snoring in the corner. And at least it's staring down the black king, but I don't see any direct threats, and that means Magnus does have the luxury of time to activate his piece. Look at the centralization for black's rooks right now. It feels like something is brewing, something is in the air.
There's going to be some kind of bishop takes pawn on h2 with check. I don't know when it's going to happen, but it looks like with all of these pieces staring down the d-file, black is going to win that battle. You usually do when there's a queen in line with a rook. Queen e1 play. I actually think you can take this pawn with check. I think Magnus can grab it and then take on the rook on d2. And at the end, he's got this queen check that will pick up his sacrificed bishop. But I would be a little bit nervous if I were Magnus, because that rook on c1, it stares through the knight towards the black bishop on c6. There will be things to work out, but I do believe Magnus can snag that pawn on h2, and there he goes.
Wow, Greek gift sacrifice. Normally, we would say when it comes to sacrificing on this type of square, but this one is based on double attacks, geometry. We see forcing moves. The king had to recapture a trade of rooks, and Robert, the sting in the tail, as you mentioned, the black queen sliding to d6. Fabiano pauses. Does he have any other option? He's currently down the exchange, rook for knight. He has to simply take back and allow this check to come. Black will win back the sacrificed piece. Here we go. Double attack, check. And black will profit. A pawn up in the endgame.
Yeah, and playing Magnus Carlsen down a pawn, the rook and bishop combining, and that pawn isn't any pawn. There is a potential of the h-pawn marching down the board in the endgame, creating a rook-pawn passer, which are the hardest to fight for knights on the board. And Fabiano Caruana has to do this uphill defensive task under 30 seconds.
No chance. I don't like to call games over before they're over, but he's also passive. His knight can hardly move because the pawns behind it will be under attack. If the queens come off the board, he's just down a pawn in an endgame, and the bishop is stronger than knight because they're pawns on both sides of the board, bishops being long-range pieces.
Yeah, we know it's Magnus Carlsen. Anyone else, you might stand a chance, but here the queens are off. We're in the endgame now, and black's rook's coming in. So many targets on that second rank. That's where all of white's pawns are. An attack against the black bishop slows down Magnus here. Black's bishops could simply move, though. He can be defended by the king. What will he go for, Magnus Carlsen? He's done the hard work. He's up a pawn. He just needs to slow down, consolidate, and he should get the job done eventually.
Good move there from Fabiano, challenging the bishop. He also wants to bring his knight forward to c4, which he can now do because that rook can't stay on the second rank. So the black rook, it's fine moving backwards, but it is just a pawn. So perhaps I was calling it a moment too soon. I was looking at Fabiano's clock. I was looking at Magnus' confidence, and you see Magnus. I mean, he's perked up. He's ready to take this game.
He's ready to take this game. Look at the nerves, though, on Fabiano. He's got half an eye on the clock. He played that move with 3 seconds left. Now he's been forced to put all of white's pawns on light squares. Easy targets for black's bishop. Look at the white knight, though, contorting, retreating to ugly posts on the edge of the board. There's a threat of knight coming to b5, but this can be prevented, and then white's knight will be offside. Really not good news for Caruana fans right now.
And Fabi's played such fabulous chess today, but this game, from start to finish, getting out of the opening, Magnus really put the pressure on. He put the pressure on the moment he went longside castle, saying that he's going all out on the d-file, eventually won that d4 pawn. He's up a pawn. It's a matter of technique. Magnus Carlsen up on the clock, Fabi down to 7 seconds. He wants to avoid these complications, which often happen with the knight jumping forward. a6 would be a move that I would blitz out. What else is Magnus thinking about here?
He could also move his rook forward back into the second rank to go after white's pawns. a6 is a great choice, though, Tanya, because in that circumstance, you take away the knight's forward jumps. And you look at Magnus, he's just being extra careful. He doesn't want to fall into any knight forks, any tactics, so a6 would be a good choice by that standard.
Yeah, I'm in your boat, Tanya. Play a6 in 1 second, think later. You've done the hard work, you've pocketed a pawn, kill all counterplay. But Magnus, he wants a more direct route to the victory. He doesn't want to allow Caruana any chance long term. But there we go, a6 eventually does appear. And Black's rook trying to come down to the second rank. That's been prevented. Fabi made that move again with 3 seconds. And a clear, visible wince there as he made it. Black's a-pawn coming down the board. Targets. It's a majority attack, 3 versus 2 on the queen side. Can Magnus just keep pushing?
He keeps rolling down the board, creating a second weakness on the queen side, attacking the pawns. But right now, he first needs to keep that rook solid in the center. If Fabi was to take on a4, the a2 pawn becomes a huge target for Black.
And the problem for Fabi is that Magnus is playing on both sides of the board. He pushes a pawn. Why not push your other rook pawn? He can push that one forward a bunch and just take up space, but he gets his king involved. How could you blame him? Fabi goes to semi-open line, and as long as Magnus doesn't blunder any pawns, he will keep this advantage.
That's a scary Magnus. When he makes these chill moves on the board in this relaxed state, you don't want to be sitting across that guy.
Yeah, that's literally the worst thing in chess, when Magnus gets an endgame advantage and grinds you down. He's got an extra pawn as well. Here he just creates a safe haven for the black bishop to retreat to. Fabi zigzagging back and forth with his rook, and the black king surely is going to come in soon. Magnus first ties down white's pieces to the defense of the b-pawn, and the king is coming.
And there's nothing that white can do, because if the knight moves or the rook moves, you lose that b3 pawn, and you cannot give black a 2-on-none on that side of the board. But if the king goes forward some more, maybe the white rook will start gaining access to key squares to go after the black king side. So you don't want to go all in. But Magnus, he's down under 40 seconds himself. Everything under control thus far. But if he drops another 20 seconds, perhaps Fabi will have a chance.
Fabi gets rid of another set of pawns. Suddenly some counterplay potentially. Getting his rook active, the black bishop drops back though. What a nice move there from Magnus to keep control, to remind white of the weakness. The white b-pawn, the isolated pawn on the queen side. It's tying down white's pieces, and now the board is even more open. That really plays to the bishop's skills here, the bishop's abilities compared to the knight, dominating this white knight.
Really nice there, but pawns have been traded off, and we see the eval bar. But is it as easy as the eval bar seems to imply?
Well, white just has these two moves that you're seeing, the rook going back and forth, and now it can be freed because the b3 pawn is defended. So Magnus, he's bringing his king forward. Every single piece for him is doing his job. It kind of reminds me of the endgame with Alireza Firouzja, where he had rook and bishop, Alireza had rook and knight, and now he's just targeting that weakness, and Fabi's, he has to passively defend.
And now he clamps down on the king side as well, taking away more moves, more freedom from Fabiano Caruana. The knight and the rook all tied down to defend b3.
Zugzwang, Tanya. White just can't move. White can't move the rook or the knight because the b-pawn would drop. If white moves the king, black might even play a move like h4, pawn to h4. Here we go, we see it, and white's king side falls apart now. Full board awareness. Black's bishop controls both flanks. The rook is so dexterous right now, attacking the white knight. And rook to d3 coming in, king coming in. White's remaining pawn will drop, and Magnus will win.
Just unbelievable how easy he made this look. He just completely took away all squares from Fabi's pieces, and then all of his pieces marching forward, taking away the moves, wins that extra pawn. Is he just going to capture on b3 next?
I don't see why not. It looks like a free pawn, and then he can rumble forward with his other pawns, and he takes it. Fabi is going to try to get active with his rook, but even if he gains one pawn, there's still the other to deal with.
Ooh. Charlie, the c-pawn marching down the board now. This c-pawn will cost white his knight long term. It's coming towards promotion. An attack on the rook, first of all. Magnus slides away, and Fabiano, will he keep playing? No fight left here, no resources left, and he resigns.
He doesn't. And how many times have we seen this? Magnus Carlsen, with his back against the wall, rises to the occasion. He delivers and takes it to Armageddon.
And I think I saw a slight smile from Magnus. He's not going to be happy with his play overall, but that was a great game from the world #1. He outplayed Fabi from this offbeat opening, and Fabi, he's going to be kicking himself because he had this match seemingly in the bag. But when you're playing Magnus Carlsen, never say never.
And it does go down to the wire as the players are about to give their... Magnus Carlsen struggling there a little bit with the pen. He hasn't struggled in game 4 at all. The first game of their set 1, the first game of this match, where really we saw Magnus at his best, getting his positions, and then just outplaying once he got that strategic advantage. He immediately writes the bid, leaves. It comes down to Armageddon. We've seen Magnus with his unpredictable bids here. For Fabi, what does he want right now?
I think both players should bid high for white right now. We've had no draws so far in the match between these two. Draws are overrated. Play for the win, and you might be rewarded for your courage.
And this is our bracket. There is still action left on day one of the semifinals as we move to Armageddon, and it will be between Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano Caruana. Meanwhile, Wesley So goes down in set 1 to Nodirbek Abdusattorov.
Nodirbek played such a great match. He really deserved it. And so he is able to stabilize in game 4, make that draw, win set 1. Fabiano, he was not able to do just that.
He wasn't able to keep it under control, and now he has to do it all over again in the Armageddon. David, where did it all go wrong for Fabi?
For Fabiano Caruana, it went wrong early. Unfortunately, he was caught out in the opening, burnt a lot of time on the clock, and was not able to fight back. But it was here that, objectively, the first real mistake was made. White is in an awkward pin. This pin on the white knight is really terrifying. You cannot move it, for example, to capture a bishop, because this move comes with check, and black's queen will save itself next turn. Here, very naturally, Fabiano castled his king, but this allowed the black queen to step out the way. The pin persists due to pressure on this knight, and the black bishop comes out now with force. Instead, if he had taken a calmer approach, maybe realized he had the luxury of time and just moved his queen out the way, suddenly the white knight is threatening to take this bishop. White will be able to castle next move, and black's advantage is kept to a minimum. Here, Fabiano would have at least survived the opening and been able to play a balanced game.
It's difficult to recover from a loss when all you need is a draw to win a set. However, you could summarize the game as just awful chess right there from Fabiano. That's not meant to be insulting, but I think when you look back, you're like, I just am so much better than that. What happened to me? If he's able to just forget about it because it was just a bad game, then maybe he can recover in time for this upcoming Armageddon.
They say short-term memory is a chess player's best friend, and right now, Fabi needs that. He has to let go of what just happened with the white pieces, because this is reset time as we go into Armageddon, and that is a world number 2 who has to do it all over again against Magnus Carlsen after this break.
A new opening for your wall is here. Capture new major pieces on unique metal posters from Displate. Now with the official collection from chess.com. Mount them in seconds with a tool-free magnet kit and swap them whenever you like. Make your move. Get an exclusive discount on all metal posters. Shop now with the code CHESS at Displate.com.
It doesn't look like much, but neither would a Sicilian defense to the untrained eye. This is a performance enhancer. You don't see it? How about now? Manage your air quality, sharpen your performance, change the game with Air Things.
Hey everyone, it's Kaya, roving reporter for the CCT Finals. I'm going to give you guys a venue tour. So coming out of the elevator, that's where the players will be entering all their games every day, heading straight into the player lounge. So they can sit here, relax if they want. Coming in here, this is everyone's favorite place. This is where we have the catering. And the catering, Kenti, is awesome.
Oh, yeah. As you can see, best part of GMHikaru Chess Store is just right here. It's the food. It's amazing. I'm having an egg burrito.
Oh.
I'm about to be so energized for today. The food is amazing.
Okay, enjoy your breakfast burrito. I'm gonna take you guys in here. So I'm actually gonna say this is where the magic happens. First of all, in the corner here, that's where I have my mix zone and I get to interview all the players in between games. And take a look at this. Take a look at all the screens, all the equipment. A lot of fantastic people are here to make this event happen. I did say that's where the magic happens. Well, actually, this is where the magic happens. This is the venue, you guys. A huge room, actually, and so much equipment in here. I actually heard we have 20 cameras rolling here every day to show you guys what's happening on the boards. Should I try a chair? I'm not sure if I'm allowed though, but okay. Loving the CCT Finals, and thank you for joining this venue tour.
Well, number one, Magnus Carlsen, he does it when it matters the most. He gets that comeback win in the final rapid game and takes it to Armageddon. Armageddon, it is the sudden death of chess that will decide the winner of set one in this match. And you ask what it is? Take a look.
Welcome to the most exciting format in chess, Armageddon. The ultimate tiebreaker. Armageddon grants white more time on the clock, but in return, white must win. A draw secures black the match point. White starts with 15 minutes, and each player submits a confidential bid with an amount of time they are willing to start with. The lowest bid gets to choose their color, usually black and those coveted draw odds. Let the Armageddon commence.
It's going to be the ultimate mind games, and Kaya is with the players to find out their bids and their colors.
There will be Armageddon to decide the winner of this first semi-final match. So you guys go ahead and turn those boards and let's see the bids. I see 10-01 for Fabi, 856 Magnus. You will play with the black pieces. You did circle, but I assume.
Yeah, sure.
What was the thinking behind this bid?
I didn't think too much. It seemed normal to me.
You have had success with the white pieces in the Armageddon so far, though. So want to try something new here?
Well, I think Armageddon, like, this is fairly balanced, so I don't know. We'll see.
And Fabi, 10-01, are you happy with the white pieces?
Well, there's no way I would go as low as 856, so whatever I bid it anyway, I was going to get white, yeah.
All right, well, this is going to be exciting. Thank you for placing your bids. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Kaya. Magnus with an 8-minute 50-second bid gets the black pieces. Fabi will start with a 6-minute advantage on the clock. This is the lowest we've seen Magnus go down so far.
Well, Magnus believes in having the draw odds, which is interesting because we've had 0 draws thus far in the match. I'll have to say I would give a slight advantage to Fabiano just because that's a huge lead in the clock. But the look on Fabiano's face there, he did not seem like a happy chess player. He seemed a bit deflated. We'll see if he can bring his best in Armageddon.
That's exactly what they need to do. It all comes down to sudden death. It's all about Armageddon. And before the games get going, let's check in with the crew in Toronto. Guys, predictions for the big one.
Thank you, Tanya. Yeah, James, I mean, 856 is a low
bro.
bid. Now, I will say, I do think it matters less that it's a 6-minute time advantage for white. I think it's mostly how much time do I personally have to equalize the game and not lose. So I think Magnus thinks 856 is enough.
Is enough. 856 is very, very low. He really wanted the black pieces there, of course. I mean, he says, hey, you know what? Look, he says balance is what he said. That's the terminology he used, fairly balanced. So he was like, yeah, we want to imbalance it here by having low time, no increment, and the black pieces. So this is going to be wild here.
Yeah, I mean, this is, but he did just have a really successful game with the black pieces. He imbalanced things exactly like he does, and he won on demand. Now, he doesn't need to win on demand, but I think my prediction is he's going to go again for imbalance rather than stability. Stability, white can play forever.
Yeah.
But who knows?
Who knows, yeah.
Who knows? He might just play 45 beat me in a stable opening.
Yeah, how he just said, I think he gave us a little bit of hint there. He was like, yeah, it's fairly balanced, so I chose 856 to really tear it up and imbalance it and also take black because I got the draw odds. So not only am I imbalancing it with the time, we'll see what we do. I also have the black pieces as well. So we're really trying to win this and knock it out right now. This is a crazy balanced game so far. So we're going to see what happens in this Armageddon. What you think going to happen here?
Oh, I don't know. And the good news is you don't care about us. So let's throw it back to Oslo and let's get these boys rolling. Armageddon, semifinals day one, starting right now.
Oh, wow. It's going to be a lot of fun, Levy. By the way, great shirt as well. David, what do you think about these bids and Magnus playing with black?
I've got to admit, I'm surprised. It does feel extremely low. I'm on Fabi's side here. I think online you can get away with 856. Over the board, it's going to be tough physically to make that number of moves. But we'll see who's rewarded.
Magnus with a fantastic game 4 win, which he made look easy with the black pieces. Can he get those earlier opening imbalances? And we are about to find out. But this time, Fabi starts with the King's Pawn opening. We've got a Sicilian on the board.
And Fabiano won in game 2, the white side of a Sicilian. But we don't have the Rossolimo that we saw them play in 2018 World Chess Championship. We'd say we have a Khan Sicilian, a different line. And for Fabiano, he's played this for the white side. He's played it from the black side. We'll see what variation he goes down.
Can he win? Yes, he can. The Sicilian can. It's a risky choice, I must say, from Magnus Carlsen. So definitely not playing for stability, definitely not kind of trying to lock down this game, playing straight for the draw, keeping all options open. But you're walking up against one of the best prepared players out there. And look at this last move. Queen to e2 from Fabiano has forced Magnus to pause. Magnus prevents the white e-pawn from stepping up even further. But this one is guaranteed to get a bit wild now, and Fabi throws pawns forward. This is the ideal position in a must-win situation for white.
Fabi with 15 minutes has to win. A draw means Magnus wins a set 1. And with that last move, Fabi reinforcing the threat that was previously stopped by Magnus's d6. e5 always in the board. In these positions, white is often looking at even the g-pawn marching up the board. And we can expect some early fireworks.
I just feel like these are difficult positions to figure out, so you need time on the clock. And after knight bd7, I'm surely thinking about playing g4. And Fabiano had bad clock management in that fourth game. Here he's playing at a much quicker pace, and look at that pawn go. He's not holding anything back right now.
Yeah, all the pawns storming forward, and Fabiano, he has pretty much said the white king is going queenside. He's going to castle to the left flank, so why not develop the bishop, keep the pace going, keep the speed. Magnus, he's cramped, he's kind of having to contort his pieces, and the clock time's still in white's favour. Actually, Fabiano has spent way less time than Magnus right now, still with a over 6-minute time advantage. Oh, I really fear for Magnus's position.
I feel like Fabi can continue pushing up on the king side. Use your rook pawn now. Keep throwing those pawns forward. Prevent the black king from castling. And that famous game that Magnus lost to Andrei Yesipenko, I remember pawns were going up the board and Magnus maybe bit off a little bit more than he can chew, tactically speaking. For Fabi, this is the exact type of position you want in a must-win game in Armageddon.
Yeah, but he needs to keep up on the clock. He really cannot afford to start taking so much time so early on in the game. Now he goes on the queen side.
Yeah, playing on all flanks. This is greedy from Fabiano even. And I love it, pushing all the pawns forward, trying to gain space on the queen side now that he's pretty much conquered the king side with his pawns. And it's really tough finding counterplay here for Magnus Carlsen. Where the black bishop's going, where's the black king going? So many questions to answer, so little time.
I wouldn't have played it myself, but I actually really like the move a4 because one of black's big ideas is to push that b-pawn forward, get counterplay of your own. Look at how cramped black's position is. That bishop on c8, that light square bishop for Magnus, it can't get out. Your bishop on e7 staring into that g5 pawn, that wall of pawns. And here comes another pawn. Where is the black king going?
I hear you guys. Fabi playing on the right side of the board, on the left side of the board. But to me, that begs the question, where is Fabi's king going to find safety? It's not going to head to the king side with the h and the g pawn up the board. Do you really want to castle queen side after you've committed a4?
Maybe it's going to stay. Maybe both sides are going to play a guessing game. They both have commitment issues, these kings right now. Neither side wants to kind of declare their intentions. And here we go, Fabiano. Yeah, he's not holding back. It's all about pushing pawns, and it's such natural, easy, straightforward play for white. Throw pawns forward until there are no more pawns to throw forward. For black, it might be decision time where to put that king.
And if black castles queen side, right, to the left-hand side of our screen here, white can continue throwing up pawns on that side of the board. You first have to cover your bases, make sure you don't drop any pieces along the way, but you have to watch out for all sorts of sacrifices and pawn pushes. The black king is going to be exposed no matter which direction it goes in. And if you castle king side, I worry for you there as well. Magnus, by the way, he's down to 6 minutes, 45 seconds. No easy choices ahead.
I'm going to predict a queenside castle for white. I don't know where Magnus's king finds safety, definitely under fire. But I think for white, I would want to get that king all the way to b1. Or maybe not anymore.
Yeah, at least we know Magnus won't castle queenside now. He's pretty much taken that option off the table for himself. The black king is rooted to the centre of the board for now. Can still castle kingside, but that feels like it would be castling into the eye of the storm. And for Fabiano, it's just about improving pieces right now. Does he castle? It feels a bit risky lining up against the black queen and rook. How does he prepare the further advance of his pawns? Rook to g1. There we go.
I like it. He's just waiting for Magnus to make a big decision. And Magnus is kind of running out of waiting moves. He has all of his pieces on pretty much ideal squares. Can he really push a pawn? I don't think so. White, on the other hand, can initiate a pawn break. Maybe pawn g6, maybe pawn f5, maybe pawn h6. You have all sorts of options. And whoa, after g6, maybe the white rook should slide back to where it came from, waiting for that open file.
Quick call there, Robert. Once the rook has done its job on one side, on one file, it moves on to the other one, preempting and opening up off the H line. And Magnus first strikes with G6 and now in the center, forcing a decision. Do you capture that E5 pawn? Because that gives black a really nice hold with the knight jumping onto E5.
I'm mainly wondering if white can take on G6 right now, because black can't take towards the center like you typically want to, because your rook is loose at the end of the file. And if you have to take away from the center, you cannot touch that knight on D4. That's just giving white a huge attack and a passed pawn. So Fabiano goes for it, and Magnus takes away from center. David, what do you make of this?
Yeah, it's not ideal for black. Long term now, black is suffering on the H-file. A really passive rook here, a big target in front of it, this backward pawn. That being said, fighting for squares, as Tania mentioned, and it might be important in the next few turns to capture on F4, as he has just done, and at least carve out one square for his pieces. Black is so cramped. There's a traffic jam of pieces over on this flank, so it's time. Drop that knight into E5, maybe even trade off on D3 first. And black is alive, black is breathing. Whose king is weaker? That's the key question right now. And it's a question I don't have the answer to. It just looks like both kings will come under heavy fire in the near future.
But this is exactly the kind of crazy position that you want in an Armageddon, playing with the white pieces. Magnus Carlsen now under 6 minutes, no increment. The game for all three results, the position where anything can happen. And as this one heats up, take a look at what's happening in Toronto. It's all eyes on the Armageddon, as everyone's there. Wesley as well, watching the game. We've got Danny and the crew there.
Give us a wave, everyone, if you can hear us.
Hey guys, can you see us?
The answer is no. They're not listening.
They're following the action, because this game is really heating up in the center of the board. I think Magnus did the right thing, though. When he pushed that pawn to E5, it was just the right moment. And we see, look how intensely they're all looking. I think James is looking with the computer engine. Is this the best choice? The engine says it's about level, but that means nothing right now. So who can find the accurate continuations? Knight E5, a very good choice from Magnus. He hasn't committed his king over to G8, because if you castle kingside, that white rook on H1 is going to barrel down the H-file and cause some pressure against the black king. So I like how Magnus is handling this.
And the clock times are still dramatic. Whose position do you feel is easier, more instinctive to play? It's just under 11 minutes against 5 minutes and a half here.
I'm liking black's position right now, but I'm not liking his clock situation right now. And I think it's still got some questions to be answered. For Fabi, this knight that you're pointing out that Magnus has planted on E5, there's really no happy way to capture it. If you take it with your own knight, black's bishop suddenly opens up and finds itself on a nice diagonal. If you give up the bishop for it, you've given up a key bishop pair in an open position with a big G5 weakness.
I'm wondering if Fabi's going to castle queenside at some point. That rook on A1, if that were in the game, we might be talking about an advantage for white. But if he castles queenside, you're walking into the eye of an attack. So instead, he backtracks with his bishop to E3. Maybe he'll also reroute it some more. The B6 pawn, a little bit tender. I like that move. It actually forces Magnus to come up with a choice. And
wow,
he castles into the line of fire.
That shows supreme confidence from Magnus Carlsen. Castling on a side it looked like he was getting attacked on, but now suddenly the 7th rank has cleared, and the one weakness, the black H7 pawn, can easily be defended by the black rook or even the black queen. And it's all about the white king. First, there's a threat, knight takes knight. You need to resolve that tension, and Fabiano needs to get his king to safety as quickly as possible. He's really regretting putting his white pawn on A4. If that was back on A2, you castle queenside with impunity. You just castle, get your king into the corner, but it's the white king stranded in the middle right now.
And Fabi does take a decision. He doesn't trade on E5, opening up that black bishop, jumps in the center, and he castles into the line of fire.
Wow, even giving up the A4 pawn. Black can even go and take it now. The black queen can slide over due to a pin on the C-file. White's knight on C3, not really protecting that pawn. But Fabi doesn't care. A pawn is a pawn, as they say. But right now, it's more important to get the king to safety. White will just park the king on B1 and say, you're not going to checkmate me.
And he plays B5, does Magnus. He doesn't want the pawn. He wants to continue the attack. And one thing that Magnus needs to keep an eye on, a rook takes pawn on H7. It's a whole rook sacrifice. You need to be very careful about ideas like that, because the white queen sliding over, the next rook coming in, there could be the makings of a checkmating net. But for now, B5, it looks like the white king's in more danger.
Yeah, big move from Magnus Carlsen. Not materialistic at all. As I mentioned, he could have won a pawn, but who cares about pawns? It's more important to attack, throw pawns forward, throw pieces forward. And actually, Fabiano's hesitating trading off a set of pawns because suddenly the A line would come open, available for black's rooks long term. I would not envy Fabiano's decision right now. It looks really, really difficult to whip up an attack against the black king. You're basically relying on those tricks you mentioned, Robert. Just some tactics, something landing, but if it doesn't land, you might just be collapsing on the other flank, and he does trade off pawns.
That is a surprising decision. I thought he would start with king to b1, but maybe he's saying to Magnus, I don't see your checkmate just yet. That knight on c3 is no longer pinned. It can jump forward into d5, and Magnus presses forward. Ooh, if Fabiano's dropping back with his pieces, I'm not liking his chances.
Yeah, but now black can double up on the open A line and start targeting that knight on a2. Two obvious moves to me. Queen a4, followed by the rook lining up with that queen, hitting that knight that had just moved backwards. To me, it just feels like all the attack is advantage Magnus right now.
Yeah, retreating in this type of position in any open Sicilian, taking a step back is like falling off a bicycle. It means you stop pedaling, you will get punished, you will be in for a world of hurt, and opening up lines even further for his bishops. This is really instructive by black.
But that rook sacrifice that I was saying you need to keep an eye on, can Fabiano go for it? His position is getting really bad. It's actually on the verge of getting out of hand. Rook takes h7. The king takes back. I'm looking at queen h2 check. The knight on e5 is loose over here as well. So, if you go king g7, I got to take the knight with check. I'm bringing my rook over. Maybe I'm playing a little bit of that, what they call coffee house chess. I'm playing for tricks, but I need to do something, right?
Yeah, you need to try something, and now might be the final moment. Fabiano is able to create any counterplay at all. The evaluation bar still says good for black, but it's not entirely winning. You're setting traps, you're forcing Magnus to burn clock, and here, big threat. If you aren't able to run into the center, which I don't think is too appealing because this knight drops, suddenly your king's still under heavy fire from all angles, then what else to do with Magnus's king here? Maybe you move the bishop out the way in that position to guard across the 7th rank, but it's really, really difficult. It might be now or never for Fabiano to muddy the waters. Take this pawn before it's too late. You need to try something. I'll just mention that queen to h2 is not good enough. It looks like a double attack, but this way round, the move order doesn't work. Black just simply defends the knight, defends the pawn, and everything is controlled.
And Fabi pauses. He's having a think, and I think this is exactly the line that's running through his head. Rook into pawn to try to muddy the waters. Will Fabi go for this? Because if he doesn't, it feels like Magnus just gets a free hand to execute his attack.
Hikaru. Now, you said it before. I was going to actually compliment him, but I was going to say that Fabiano, and Hikaru said this, doesn't like speculative sacrifices. He's not somebody who just says, oh, let me go for something and hope that it works. He's a calculator, and he's a calculating machine, and he's looking at rook takes h7. He's trying to prove that it works. We saw the eval bar. It says it shouldn't work out for white, but shouldn't doesn't mean that it can't, and it is going to be a scramble for Magnus. A lot of pressure around his king.
And how many times have we seen that it's all about making these practical decisions in these positions? It's not about what is objectively the best move right now. He needs to pose questions to Magnus, give him the opportunity to go wrong in complicated position, under 5 minutes on the clock, no increment. But the more Fabi thinks, the more time for Magnus to think.
Yeah, and we saw Magnus on the camera. I don't know if you missed it there, but as soon as we mentioned Hikaru, he was doing the head bob. He looked like he was dancing. He had something going on in his head. Maybe he was just confirming with this long variation, this kind of complicated line, rook takes pawn. He was thinking, oh, maybe I am surviving. Yes, I'm calculating on your time, Fabiano. And the longer he waits, the less likely this trick is to work. Rook takes h7. If not, then, black's light squared bishop comes to life. The white king will be doomed long term. You're playing without a white knight on a2. You have to do it, Fabiano. You have to try something. You have to gamble.
He's invested 3 minutes already. So right now, his time advantage, it's almost out the window. So for Fabiano, it's one of these situations where if you're playing a bullet game and you're playing online, you just go for it and you hope that it works out. But Fabiano, if he doesn't go for it, his position is falling apart. Magnus just plays move d5. He's trying to break open the position even more. The A file is open. The C file is open. White's king does not have too many defenders in front of it. So this is going to be a situation where, as we were talking about, now or never for Fabiano. I think you just have to go for it, and if you pray and it works, so be it.
On the board, bang, and who has calculated better? It's a check. Magnus has worked this all out in Fabiano's time. Big threat of checkmate on the board. Queen to h7 would end the game. Magnus needs to guard against it.
But was Magnus only expecting queen takes knight? Because after rook h1, with this idea, had he thought this through, he would blitz out his next move.
It kind of reminds me of his game against Wesley So, where Wesley beat him in Armageddon. He threw a ton of pieces at Magnus. Magnus defends the 7th rank and defends knight, but queen h8 check. Oh, wow, bishop f4. I was not expecting that move. Maybe Magnus wasn't either. I thought he could continue checking against the black king and pick up that knight on e5. This is really complicated.
Really, really messy. Let's ignore the evaluation bar, which is misleading right now. With best play, black defends. Black has an extra rook and will win the game. But that black king is about to come under heavy fire. Threats against the black knight too. This is far from easy with just 3 minutes on the clock. Magnus makes a mistake. He gives up his queen potentially, but he's counterattacking against the white queen. Is this a mistake or is this genius to try and save this game? An Armageddon draw would be enough.
At this point, the players are just making moves. They're not thinking about what is the best move. It is about saving the position move by move. Knight jumps in. White's queen is attacked. Black's queen is attacked. You really can't trade off queens in this position, can you?
There are some crazy tactics here, Robert.
Yeah, I was going to say the black queen's kind of trapped, right? If white just moves the queen one step forward, where's that black queen going?
But black will make a draw. I think black can just take the white bishop, give up the black queen, and black has knight d2 check. The white king's forced to the corner, knight b3 check, and there's a perpetual check.
Brilliant.
Black's knight will trap this white king. Magnus has spotted it all.
And I think Fabi has just spotted it all.
That is brilliant. And it's one of those decisions where it's given a blunder symbol because the evaluation's gone to the middle, but all Magnus Carlsen needs is a draw, and he's about to force the draw. This is unbelievable recognition. We just saw that video during the break of them doing tactics. Magnus, he's been doing his tactics and just uncorked a beautiful forced draw sequence.
You've got to break this down. So white cannot take black's queen because the endgame after all the trades favors Magnus Carlsen. If white was to get out of the queen trade with the queen move, David, explain it one more time, the perpetual.
Yeah, if the white queen steps away from the second rank, then all black needs to do is remove white's bishop, first of all. If, for example, queen to h3, black will take the bishop in either direction. Rook takes bishop. As soon as the white knight goes and captures the black queen on g7, there's a perpetual check. Black's knight comes down to d2. Fabiano allows the queens to disappear instead. He's fighting for the win, but with lack of queens, this will mean lack of attack as well, and Magnus trades off rooks. This is just over. It could have been a draw that would have ended in the same result. Magnus is going to win this Armageddon.
And it's not because Fabi missed that perpetual check. It's because it's the same. He has to fight this out till the end. A draw is a loss at this point for Fabiano Caruana. He had to choose the lesser evil in this position, which is going to a busted endgame, but the game goes on.
Yeah, but Fabi's head was in his hands. I mean, he's down an entire rook. He's just playing on for the sake of it. He could just throw in the towel. Magnus Carlsen, brilliant tactical awareness to take this Armageddon.
Yeah, it's a surprise this game is still ongoing. 3 minutes for Magnus is more than sufficient, but Fabiano just frustrated. He got so close. He tried what he had to, but in the end, handshake, Magnus wins.
It is match over as Magnus Carlsen with the brilliant tactics on the board that he spotted in seconds, and it was all over, takes the win in the Armageddon. That is set 1 to Magnus. Set 2, Fabi will have to strike back.
And that's something that Magnus should be proud of. I know he's been upset about his play. It was shaky earlier on, but to defend that position and to just end it on the spot, he did not even allow a semblance of hope to Fabiano Caruana in the Armageddon. Ridiculously good game from Magnus.
And once again, Magnus shows it. Even when he is off form, even on a bad day, Magnus, even as off, is actually on. And you just cannot write him off, and we see him getting that big dub in. David, I think it all comes down to that moment that you were pointing out, which was the tactics that Magnus spotted that decided the Armageddon.
Let's break it down, Tanya. Let's do a proper action replay of that tactical flurry. Just genius by both players, but especially on the side of Magnus Carlsen to guide the game towards safety there. And it was here where Fabiano correctly chose to gamble, to risk it. Maybe playing this same move quicker would have been better, but he decided rook takes h7 before it's too late, before there's no semblance at all of an attack. Rook takes h7, dragging the black king out, and a check, forcing the black king back, now threatening checkmate. Magnus found the key defense. This square is the mating square. He simply played bishop d6, defending his knight, covering this post. Yes, Fabiano could have given a check. Yes, he might have been able to give other checks, for example, but unfortunately for him, his queen here in the corner would have been trapped. A queen exchange, black would emerge with extra material. He instead chose the very clever, the very sneaky bishop f4 move, but Magnus had worked it all out. Instead of delve even deeper into the complications, he played queen to g7. The computer says it's a blunder, but this is a genius move. Now, the queen looks trapped, knight to e6. Magnus, though, counterattacks against the white queen, and if the white queen moves, this was the crux of the matter. Queen to h3 would have left the d2 square undefended by all other than the bishop, so remove that piece. Rook takes bishop, and after the black queen disappears, a beautiful drawing motif. Check, the white king is forced into the corner. Another check, the king is forced back, and the position would have repeated itself. Instead, Fabiano gave up more material, but was not able to save the game.
Puzzle Rush on display live. Just to see that all the way back when White had 2 pieces covering the D2 square. Wasn't on our radar, but Magnus Carlsen, he proves why he's the #1 rated player in the world. Even when his back is against the wall, he can come out on top. That was really brilliant stuff from him.
That was a stunning find there by Magnus and played out in seconds. And Fabi had no option but to go into the lost endgame. And this is where we are after set 1 of the semifinals. We started with 8 players. 4 were knocked out going into the semis. And tomorrow we continue with set 2 as Wesley So has to strike back against Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Fabiano Caruana, who did take the lead in the rapid, Magnus took it back in game 4, equalized the score, and then won in the Armageddon. Wow, that was thrilling, especially considering that Magnus got the black pieces. He bid for the black pieces. It got really messy at the start, and then finding tactics with just no increment.
Yeah, thrilling for Magnus. I can't heap enough praise on his play, but heartbreaking for Fabiano Caruana. Throughout the first 3 games of the match, it could have been over in Fabi's favor. He was up a queen in the first game and still lost in that bullet scramble. So for Fabi, there is no consolation prize right now. He lost today's set 1. He needs to come back tomorrow and win set 2. And then if he gets there to a 3rd and final set, but you know he's going to just be heartbroken after today's affairs.
Yeah, that's the beauty of the format. We always find a winner, but it's also the downside. Nobody deserved to lose today. They were trading punches, both at the top of their game. Fabi, in the end, it was just such small margins. In the end, it was Magnus Madness that got it through. And yeah, I'm still recovering from all of that action. It was really, really entertaining to watch.
Yeah, really entertaining, especially that line that you pointed out with the perpetual at the end, the knight jumping from D2 to B3 to just find that kind of chess. This is the beauty that we love when the very best play in the world. Now, for Fabi, it's been heartbreak, but he doesn't have that much recovery time. And there's big action coming up for all 4 players tomorrow. And for more breakdown on everything that we've just seen, we're going to head over to our gang in Toronto. Danny, what a day of chess once again.
What a day of chess. This has just been wild. I agree with what David just said, guys. It felt like nobody deserved to lose, but somebody had to win in the end. It's Magnus again. I guess that happens a lot.
Yeah, it happens a lot. It's really interesting. I'm kind of, I guess I kind of expected it when James and I talked about the Armageddon time choice. And
yeah,
you know, even though you're down 6 minutes, you still have enough time to think. Being down 8:56 versus 15 is not the same thing as being down 5:56 versus 12. Like, the time gap is the same, but you yourself have enough time to create an imbalance in a Sicilian defense, which is what he went for, and he just timed it perfectly. And ultimately, that's what it comes down to. I mean, Magnus is either going to beat everybody over the course of a game from start to finish, or in just 2 or 3 critical moments. And that's what he did there against Fabiano.
I think it was important what he said about the timing there. The timing was really nice. As you have black, right? I chose to go with the 8 minutes, 8:36 or whatever he chose there. I chose to get that time. I chose to imbalance it. I knew you were going to come at me. Him being Fabi, you're going to be aggressive, try to win here. I'm going to choose something that's going to give me some chances. And if I find that draw, then I win the game, which he was able to do.
It was amazing how he found that draw, because he played a line that was objectively, of course, not the right way to defend, but forced liquidation. Although I'm going to kind of disagree in that the way this one started, he goes into a con Sicilian. Yeah. Fabiano Caruana is as dangerous as anyone. We're sitting there with Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who's been on the black side of some sharp open Sicilians against Fabiano. Right. And it felt like things were going his way. Right. And then the gloves came up, but because of what you said, because of well-timed counterattacking moves by Magnus, G6 and then E5. Obviously, this was crazy. I think we're about to be joined by the champ, so let's just scoot over and get him in here. Magnus, it's I don't know where you want to be. You can be in between all of us or on the edge, your call. But you've now won 2 must-win games as black to force Armageddon. But take us through your thoughts on today's match. This felt like one that neither of you really deserved to lose, but in the end, somehow you snatched a victory.
You could look at it both ways. Like, we kind of also both deserved to lose because we made a lot of mistakes. To be fair, I think the first 2 games were quite poor. I mean, I just made a really, really childish mistake in the second game because I can only ever trade queens if his king doesn't get to the center. And I noticed immediately after I made the move that he gets this trick with King F1, and then it's quite unpleasant for me already. Or at least then I have to seize the moment to force his knight to D2. But I was so pissed at myself, and after that I think he played flawlessly. But I think the third game he just outplayed me. I mean, I didn't even feel that I played that badly, but I was just crushed. You know, losing 2 games in a row, of course, I didn't have a lot of hopes. But these Armageddon, sorry, not Armageddon games, but these must-win games with Black, they never seem to be quite as straightforward as they should be. I wouldn't say that I particularly believed in it, but I thought, let's give it a shot. Like, remember, you know, complicate the game, don't be too desperate, and so on. And yeah, the opening was a dream for me, and from there on, it worked quite well.
Magnus, I have a question. Obviously, Game 4 of Rapid, you have to create imbalance to play for a win because it's 2-1. But when you're playing Armageddon, I mean, some people play E4, E5, they just try to hold with Black. I mean, you played Sicilian, it was a con-Sicilian, it was complicated, everybody's sitting out there looking at all the tactical possibilities. Do you have to make a conscious effort to play a Sicilian or an E4, E5 versus the opponent, or, I mean, are we overanalyzing as commentators?
I think it was more about my moods. I didn't want to get back in sort of a defensive mindset, so I was trying to treat it more like a must-win game, or at least one where I should not, you know, not try and avoid the fight. So I also felt like trying to provoke a crisis in the game earlier might be okay for me since I have less time. I just didn't want to be in a situation where I get ground down. I mean, I didn't have the energy or the nerves at that point to play like a long game at all. So I just wanted to get a quick fight and see what happens. And it also felt to me that he would be shaky after the last game. He probably wouldn't expect anything particularly sharp in the opening. So I hoped that I could surprise him. But I mean, of course, it's extremely risky, especially considering that my position from the opening is objectively, I think, pretty dubious.
There's still chess left. Of course, you have one more match. So, you know, let's say we win and we go to the final. Who are we looking to face? Or would you rather Abdusattorov or Wesley So as strong as they are right now?
I think it's far too early for that.
Okay.
I mean, the way that I'm playing, the way that Fabio played me in game 3 especially, we wouldn't take anything for granted.
I mean, I think that's fair. What would you say your mindset then is? Because, I mean, game 1, you kind of got away with one, right? Fabi was 2 moves away from winning, and then even though maybe it was back and forth, games 2 and 3 go his way. What are you doing tonight to maybe feel like, hey, like, I don't know that I played my best chess today, tomorrow bring...
Yeah, I guess I got to do something else before the game, because like the last 3 days, really, I've just turned up and felt horrible. So that's the thing, really. I've just not been ready from the start at all, just feeling super sluggish. So I think that's where it is. I know, of course, that I can play good chess, but the way that it's been the last few days, I feel like I'm on the back heel, on the back foot from the get-go, and yeah, that's you can't rely on swindling your way through matches. Like
I was going to say, though, but the content is great, so maybe you can. I mean, obviously, I'm making jokes about the content, but seriously, it's amazing because you did have to come back. But you know, good, honest thoughts that you want to show up a little bit more ready right out of the gate tomorrow.
No, I mean, of course, it feels great to win even on days that I don't feel so great and that I don't play so well. But yeah, I don't think you can rely on it.
Yeah. Well, whether you can rely on it or not, you did put on quite a show. That was amazing to watch, and so we wish you the best of luck tomorrow. And I guess we'll see you again.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
No other last thoughts?
No, I didn't hear any predictions.
Okay. You were about to...
I haven't felt slighted in any way. So.
You gave me a smile that made me think you had something else to say. But anyway, we appreciate it, man. Good luck. Enjoy the night. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right. And that was the guy. That's the man, Magnus. He gets the job done in crazy, crazy fashion today. A comeback victory, as we said. He wins with black to force Armageddon for the second time here in Toronto and ultimately gets the job done. Oh, man, it was crazy. But okay, he wasn't the only winner in this semifinals matchup. The youngster, the 19-year-old, that dude didn't even need Armageddon tie breaks, guys. He didn't even need anything but four. I guess he needed 4 games because he lost the first one, but he took 2.5 points and ultimately defeated Wesley So, and Kaya caught up with him right after his victory.
It's massive. Nodirbek Abdusattorov takes the first match in the semifinals. Congrats, Nodirbek.
Thank you.
How are you feeling right now after managing to beat the unbeatable Wesley So in an entire match?
Yeah, it's quite an achievement for me. This is my first match win against Wesley, so yeah, it feels great, and yeah, but it will be it will be decided tomorrow. Yeah, so he's gonna reach finals. So yeah, we'll see.
But let's first look back. So what are you the most happy about with the way you played today?
Yeah, I'm quite happy. I played good chess in every game. Just satisfied with my result today, and also I think Wesley was in not like good shape today, so I think he will give me a tough fight tomorrow.
What will it be about tomorrow then to be able to actually win the semifinals there and go to the finals?
Yeah, I mean, there is a match ahead of me, and so I need to first win that match. So it's quite a long way, to say.
Yeah. What will you do the rest of the day here in Toronto today?
Just rest, just have a walk and just enjoy the time here.
Who do you have with you here in Toronto?
I have my mother with me. So actually, we are going to the shopping center every day. So we are just we are having a great time here.
Is she dragging you to the shopping center, or are you actually enjoying that?
I mean both. I just want to forget about the games and just rest.
All right. Well, can you reveal any great finds? Have you bought anything you're really happy with?
We have bought perfumes. So yeah, I'm happy. Yeah.
All right. So are you gonna? So it seems like a recipe for success for you. Will you go to the shopping mall today as well then?
We'll see. I think she's already there. So we'll see.
Fantastic, Nodirbek. Go enjoy the mall, enjoy your victory, and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right. Well, you guys, that seems to be the recipe for success. Just go relax at the mall. Back to you guys.
Well, maybe that's how you deal with your nerves as a mom. Instead of watching your son win the most important chess match of his career, maybe you go shopping. But that's what he did, guys. 95.5% accuracy. He beats Wesley So without even needing Armageddon. And all right, guys, let's talk about this one a little bit, because obviously Magnus and Fabi steal the show usually, but let's not let Nodirbek get away without some big compliments or whatever we want to say. Levy, I'm going to start with you. What can you say about the young man from Uzbekistan?
It started literally the worst way possible. He was playing with black. He gets outplayed in a super, super long drawn.
He over pushes and then loses. Yeah.
I mean, he loses. It's okay. It's back to business. Wesley So 6-0 in Toronto.
Right.
For
Keep
show.
the flow.
And then he loses. He loses to Fabiano. But like Wesley could have went 7-0. I mean, he just lost to Fabi in the Armageddon. So we're like, all right, great. Back to business. And then Nodirbek gets white, no problem. Then wins with black, and then absolutely no problems in the fourth game either. So that's really crazy. Impressive, really impressive.
Danny dubbed it Nordy, the magical, mythical, everything go dragon. That he is. I mean, that man is a dragon.
I'm going to get confirmation from him on the nickname. I think that's fair while we're here.
You've just called him that the whole show.
I've been calling him that, I think, since he was 15 years old.
Oh, okay.
So,
Nordy, the mythical dragon. I like it.
The magic dragon.
The magic dragon.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what it is.
I don't know how it started, but frankly, it started with me thinking there was an R before the D, which there's not. So I'm going to get permission to continue using it. But jokes aside, I do want to go back because Levy, you and I were in the mix zone, and Fabi loses in heartbreaking fashion, right? But Nodirbek also lost in kind of heartbreaking fashion. He overpushed. And then Wesley so punishes him, and yet he turns it around. That's the type of makeup, the type of mental makeup we're watching of someone who's a future champion, because that takes guts.
Yeah, he's ice cold, water in his veins. Time is ticking, and the first game didn't go his way, but to just come right back. And the first game didn't go his way exactly in the style of that matchup. Nodirbek, the aggressor, the young gun, right, the magical dragon.
You can say it. He likes it.
Wesley is cool, calm, and collected. Defensive resources like through the roof. And Nodirbek to come back to win the second and the third game, 2 in a row from a defeat is massive. So. What can you say?
That's beautiful. I mean, you got to know that also Nodirbek, a lot of times, we forget this, he is a rapid champion. So playing this format,
it's fair. That's fair. No, I mean, it's really fair. And, I was sitting with Wesley out there, and he was having fun, which, again, just shout out to Wesley and his general
wholesome demeanor.
Who he is, I guess. His wholesome demeanor, because he sits down with me and he goes, after I won the first game, he turned it on, and he just outplayed me after that. I'm like, He goes, I guess I got to play better tomorrow. I'm like, I think you will. He's like, okay. But it was just like no part of him that was, backing down from the fact that Nodirbek outplayed him. And we'll see what kind of mindset Wesley has going into tomorrow, because he is facing a World Rapid champion, despite how good Wesley is in this format. He did also talk to Kaya right after the loss.
Wesley telling me just before we came on that life is good. You can't win every time. So are you okay, even if you lost a match today, Wesley?
No, I'm very much okay. I mean, first of all, my opponent played like perfect chess. I mean, I had a few minutes that I looked briefly in between the match, and he basically gave me no chances. Okay, I shouldn't have lost game 3. Like, that was very stupid. But at the same time, it happens when you get low on the clock, just things explode. It becomes unpredictable. So, I mean, I think he played really, really well. I mean, I think I didn't play that poorly today. It's just he played better. So it is what it is. I mean, you can't win every day, as they say. So it's not what I was hoping for, but at the same time, it's a good day. I got another chance tomorrow. I think I'm gonna make a shout out to my boy Anish Giri for holding the fort. And
on Twitter, you mean?
Yeah, and for watching the games on Sitges. On the Spain, because I saw that Lanier drew against a 2350. I mean, Lanier is a good friend of mine, but at the same time, we're competing. So and then tomorrow another day. I'll give my utmost best, and at the very least I'll get some practice.
I'm not going to bother you too much with what happened today, but in an interview here, Nodirbek did say that he felt you were a little bit shaky when you came into time trouble. So that was part of his tactics. Did you feel shaky in time trouble today?
Yeah, for sure. He was always ahead on the clock. But again, I didn't think I played that poorly. Maybe my time management wasn't the best. Like in the openings, I was spending a lot of time. So that could be improved. Like, I'm always down on the clock, and then later he would catch up, and then we'd get even. And in time scrambles, he's a young kid, so he's very good.
And what will you do today now to just forget about this and get ready for making a comeback tomorrow?
Well, I'll watch the Armageddon game. I'll just relax, try to find some ideas, and try to sleep well, not to be too stressed. And hopefully I can come up in very good form tomorrow, and then we'll get a match.
Best of luck tomorrow, Wesley. Thank you for stopping by.
Yes, anytime.
All right, Wesley. So he's going to make a comeback tomorrow. That's the plan for him. Back to you guys.
Well, do you think he makes a comeback tomorrow, Levy?
I mean, I have no idea. I guess it's too late to change my pick. I chose Carlsen, and I chose So. That has nothing to do with Nodirbek. I just thought Wesley was in great form, but this is actually Wesley's worst situation that he's been in the 2 years of events in Toronto. Last year, he won the entire event, and this year, he's on the verge of elimination. So tomorrow, he is fighting to win the set, to force a tiebreak, and then ultimately to make it to the finals. I mean, I can't just change my pick knowing the result of today's match, so I'm sticking with Carlsen, and so we'll see if he can make a comeback. And if Nodirbek wins, listen, that's the future.
Yeah.
He is the future.
Yeah.
So,
Right. I am sticking with my pick of Carlsen and so, but as a Jedi, I do feel a disturbance in the force here with Abdusattorov, the way that he's playing right now. So it definitely is a shakeup. Of course, Wesley's coming from behind, but Abdusattorov is not going to slow down. So it's scary, but I'm still taking, my picks there. So
You said shakeup. Before we go, I want to give you both a chance to react to that, because I think the most critical takeaway of both players being honest there was that Nodirbek said he felt like Wesley was shaky.
Yeah.
That's not something we normally see, right? And Wesley kind of acknowledged it. So what's going on with that?
I think Nodirbek just speaks his mind. Maybe there's a little bit of spice on there. Maybe there's a little bit of trash talk, but I think he's just young, hungry, confident. Like, we have to remember, Nodirbek is the pride of his country. Like, Uzbekistan, where he's from, is fully on board with his chess career. He's like meeting the president. They're naming academies.
He's getting cars. They bought him a Chevrolet.
They bought him a what about a BMW?
They bought him a Chevy?
Well,
I
no
think
disrespect, but next time when he wins this, get him a BMW.
This show is not sponsored by Chevrolet. If Chevrolet wants to sponsor it, they can.
That'd be great.
Yeah, there you go. Or BMW. Go ahead.
My point is also, like I keep saying this, but he's the only guy up here, not named Magnus Carlsen, who is a world champion. He's the 2021 World Rapid Champion. He knows what it takes to win a world championship title. And this year, after this event, he's got he has a chance to win one again over there in Uzbekistan. So he knows what it's like to perform at the highest level at the age of 17.
Only small correction, Wesley did win a World Fisher Random
9-6
championship.
Yeah, we need like a few of those to make it really.
I know. But your point is very well taken, and I'll even double down on it. He won a World Rapid Championship. That's what we're doing here. We're playing rapid chess. So
that was 15-10. This is 15-3. It's the same. It's basically the same. So he knows what it takes, and he might make us all put our foot in our mouth. And,
maybe he wins the whole damn thing.
Yeah, and then they get him. They get him a statue and a BMW.
Right. If he wins the whole damn thing here, you're getting him a statue and a BMW in Uzbekistan.
Central
You're
Square.
doing it.
Nodirbek Abdusattorov. That's what we're gonna do.
Get it engraved on the side too.
Guys, this was incredible. The stage has been set for tomorrow. Nodirbek Abdusattorov, the underdog. The underdog is up. The underdog's on top right now, and he's going to shine until the chess stops. Maybe we'll see. The other matchup, of course, the underdog is not on top. Magnus Carlsen is leading, but he didn't play his best chess today. We'll see if Magnus can finally figure out his slow start that we've all been talking about for a while. But all right. For the crew, for Levy, for Canty, for everyone crushing it, working super hard. There's a lot of people here bringing this thing to you. Everybody in Oslo, we love you. We know it's late. Hope you're going to enjoy your evening. The first day of the semifinals here at the 2023 Champions Chess Tour Finals is in the books. We're going to take a very, very quick break tonight, but we'll see you bright and early for the second day of the semis here from Toronto.
Can't stop, but he gave it away with check.
He just blundered the pawn with check.
Magnus Carlsen does the unbelievable. He wins down a queen.
Oh, he's trading off all the bishop. Brilliant. And Nodirbek, he's resigned.
Abdusattorov, the comeback kid, strikes again, leveling the game. And in what style? Amazing performance. Fabiano Caruana really bringing his A game today. Nodirbek Abdusattorov also gets the back-to-back victory.
Fabiano just frustrated. He got so close. He tried what he had to, but in the end, a handshake. Magnus wins.